welcome to the Giant Overreaction Week 13 edition, man, where the New York Giants just tied the Washington Commanders. We've been anticipating this game pretty much the whole entire year, but definitely this whole entire week, man. Me and the Beard was chopping it up, talking about this one, man, and I was pretty much guaranteeing a win on Sunday, saying that the New York Giants were the better team. Ends up coming out in a 20-20 tie. Let's go over just a couple of opening notes here, man. It's the first tie in 25 years for the New York Giants. They've only had 3 in the past 50. Our last tie, coincidentally, was in 1997 against the Washington Redskins, formerly known as. That was a 7-7 tie. The Giants are now 0-3 in their last 3 games, man. We are definitely in struggle mode. If y'all been keeping up with the show here for the past couple of weeks, one of the Giant overreactions that we brought up was the collapse pretty much coming for the New York Giants. And we're starting to see that here, man, and getting some good night's rest, man, and being able to really digest this, I would call it a loss, and you can see that in the title here. Although we did tie, it does feel a lot like a loss because the New York Giants were in control of this game for the most part, especially after being down 10-0, to then tie it up at halftime and have it 10-10, and then come out in the third quarter and the fourth quarter and pretty much put up a dud here. The Commanders won the battle in total yards, 411 to 316 yards. They won the battle in rushing yards by just a little bit there. They had 165 yards on the ground. The New York Giants had 134 on the ground. Net passing yards, the Commanders had 246. The Giants had 182. And they beat us by 5 first downs. They had 25 first downs. We had 20. But the biggest number on the day was the Commanders came into this game number 1 as far as controlling time of possession in the NFL, and they definitely controlled the time of possession in this one. They controlled it 41 minutes, 11 seconds to our 28 minutes, 49 seconds. Just want to welcome everybody, man, who's just pulling up. I definitely appreciate y'all rocking with us on this afternoon, man. After that, I would say this is probably the most frustrating game of the season here, man, because the Giants really had that. We had control of that game. Oh, yeah, man, and I see the Beard talking about the 21 yards, man. That is the number, man. 21 yards in the second half of regulation for the New York Giants. That's unacceptable by this offense. We're going to get into a couple of overreactions here. For those of y'all that don't know how we do it over here, man, we're going to put up a couple statements on the screen. If you do indeed think it's an overreaction, we want to see some O's in the chat. If you agree with the statement on the screen, we want to see a U in the chat representing you're going to be taking the under. And if you need a little bit more time, which, man, we definitely running out of time here, man. There's only 4 weeks left in the season pretty much here. 5 weeks left in the season. You can take the push and put a P in the chat one time. For me, there's a couple of key points I want to go over in this game. Time management at the end of the first half is definitely one of them. Not going for it on 4th and 3 with just a minute and some change left in overtime. Definitely want to talk about and revisit the Darius Slayton drop. And I think Taylor Heineke, man, that 4th and 4 in overtime really saved the Washington Commanders, if you ask me. I think the New York Giants go on to win that game if Taylor Heineke doesn't get that 4th and 4 conversion. That might have been at the end of regulation as well. Let's go over a couple of things with the defense here as well. The New York Giants, man, the impact of getting Azeez Ojulari back in this game was fantastic, man. He had the strip sack in this one. I really thought that was like the difference maker in this game. You know, we had the turnover early on our first drive in the first half, and I think Azeez Ojulari's strip sack definitely got us on the right foot in the second half, especially with how this offense was playing, relatively zero output from the offense. So we definitely needed as many turnovers as we possibly could get. That one gave us the short field, put us in position. Dexter Lawrence got his 6th sack of the season in this one. And it was a pivotal sack because it pushed the Commanders back just a little bit, and that was the possession where Joey Sly ends up missing the field goal. Also, Kayvon Thibodeau had his 2nd sack of the season. We talked about that a lot on that instant reaction. If you didn't get a chance to check us out right after the game when we did the instant reaction, I definitely suggest going over there and checking that one out after you vibe with us on this Giant overreaction. That was a solid stream. We went live for about an hour and some change and got off some good points. And, the emotions were definitely running high in that stream. I think we got to do that a lot more often. Shout out to the Beard, man. We definitely had some good points there. Seems like he wasn't as frustrated as I was with the tie, man. I just feel like, the Giants were in command of this game, and to, come away with a tie in this one late when the offense had so many different opportunities to be able to put this one away, it just makes this one feel that much more like a loss to me. Jihad Ward, he had his 3rd sack of the season. Shout out to Jihad Ward, who actually has me blocked on Instagram. On Twitter. A lot of us got blocked on Twitter, and we're wondering why Jihad Ward has gone on this rampage of blocking Giants fans. I think it has a lot to do with the Cabo trip, but that's cool. Shout out to Jihad Ward. Julian Love led the Giants with 12 tackles. He had 11 solo tackles, and not enough people are talking about Leonard Williams exiting the game in the second half. I definitely think that hurt us a good bit. Rookie cornerback or defensive back Zion Gilbert, he made his NFL debut, and that wasn't a great one there, man. He had some trouble in the slot. We saw that on the touchdown with what's my man, Jahan Dotson, who, if you paid attention to what we were doing at the end of the season last year, Jahan Dotson was definitely a guy on my radar. I thought he was going to be one of the premier wide receivers coming out of that draft, and the Washington Commanders end up selecting him in the first round. I think it was a great pick. But defensively, I think this team played a pretty decent game, especially being strapped for talent out there. Wink Martindale, I think, did a pretty good job of putting guys into position. Still dealing with those third and longs. I see that the Giants definitely struggle when it comes to third and long, and it seems like Wink Martindale loves to die on that blitz. And sometimes, a lot of teams are catching us, being a little bit over aggressive, and it seems to be that the screenplay seems to just work against the New York Giants on third and long. We saw Wink Martindale correct that a little bit late in the second half. There was one there that Terry McLaurin got that really had me frustrated, but the Commanders ended up punting the ball on that one and ended up being a 4th and 1. I think it was like a 3rd and 15 that they almost converted. But all in all, a very frustrating game if you're a New York Giants fan. And I saw it on Twitter. A lot of fans going at each other. The same old narrative going around about which player do we place the blame on. And I made it a point to jump into a couple of conversations and just speak my piece on it. And shout out to the people who were putting together those spaces on Twitter, man. Just some awesome vibes over there. E, the Chosen One, had a fantastic spaces, man, and we got to chop it up in a very level-headed New York Giants talk in the spaces. I recommend it. Anybody that's on Twitter to go over there and check out those spaces. Keep your eyes out for those. They were live all the way from 2 p.m. all the way until about, I want to say, like almost 11 at night maybe. I know the Cowboys game was just about to finish and the spaces was still going on. But shout out to those guys. BT Giants, all of them, man. They're just giving good insight into what's going on with the New York Giants there. And I enjoyed myself in that spaces, man. Just a really good vibe. I definitely appreciate them welcoming me and having me over there to speak my piece on it. But I see it on Twitter a lot, this week or after this game. Just people want to place the blame. It's pretty split. You got the people that want to blame this on Darius Slayton and blame it on just that one play or just that one drop. You got the other fans that want to just blame it on the play of Daniel Jones. You got other people that want to blame it on the weapons and the wide receiver core. To me, this one was just a big team loss. The team collapsed down the stretch, even though it's a tie. I'm going to keep calling it a loss, so pardon me for that. But just a major team collapse through and through on this one. And I think if anybody did their job, especially in the second half, I would send kudos to the defense for giving us a ton of opportunities. And like I said, the New York Giants only had 21 yards in the second half of regulation. That's unacceptable. And E brought this up to me in the spaces as well. Saquon Barkley only had 4 carries in the second half. And he had 4 carries for 1 yard. So Saquon, he ended the day with 18 carries for 63 yards. So you're looking at 14 carries for 62 yards in the first half and a touchdown, and 4 carries for 1 yard in the second half. To me, that's unacceptable, especially if you're not going to be giving the ball to any of the other running backs. Matt Breida, Gary Brightwell, 0 carries in this game. To me, it just doesn't make any sense. Matt Breida had 1 target, 1 catch for 4 yards. Gary Brightwell was not used in the offensive game plan at all. So if you're not going to be using Saquon Barkley, to be the workhorse of this team that we know we've seen us win games like this in the second half on the back of Saquon Barkley, and to not do that to me is it's just a disservice to the entire team. And I see the chat is definitely going off, and a lot of people talking about it. I see Fabian's in the building. Shout out to Fabian one time in the building. And I'll start the show off. I only got 3 Giant overreactions today, and so I'll start the show off by bringing some attention to the chat, because I think y'all deserve that. For one, we've been hanging with this team throughout the whole entire year. And, a lot of these Giant overreactions, they tend to go by so fast. There's so much going on. So let's just start this off proper and bring a little bit of attention to the chat, man, and to the fan, because I know a lot of people are frustrated about this game and about this tie, because the Giants were right there. We were just right there to really, really, really take this game. And to not come away with a victory is really unfortunate. And I was watching Tim from Online Big Blue stream this morning, and he talked about how, I believe he was at the game, and he talked about how Joe Shane came down on the field with like a couple minutes left. And to me, that just shows you right there, like, how much this is going to weigh on the shoulders of the front office here. And I've got my beef with the coaching staff for sure about some things that went on in this game. And I'm sure Joe Shane is looking at this one like this is a game that you cannot let slip away from your fingers. And that's exactly what happened. And, I know that I want to say this too to start the show as well before I go into chat, just real quick. When we were reacting to the Darius Slayton drop yesterday, I called it a 9 on the difficulty scale. And I can admit when I'm wrong on that. That was an overreaction. The 22-man camera came out today. I'm going to say on a scale of difficulty, that was about a 6. The Beard said it was about a 7, and by the end of that stream, I kind of started to kind of lean towards him, and I said it was like a 7.5. It's about a 6, and I'm glad I got to see the 22-man cam on that one. It's a good throw. I was going to say a really good throw. It's a good throw by Daniel Jones, and when you make a throw like that, you got to come up with it. My beef is the people that are looking at that as the one thing of why the New York Giants lost that game, and I don't think we can do that. Darius Slayton was 6 for 6 before that play. He ended up 6 for 8 as far as receptions on targets in that game. And the other one was just a fade route, kind of like a hope that they threw to him on the sideline. I thought it was a bit of pass interference. They could have threw the flag there, but you know me. I'm not going to be sitting here pointing my fingers at the refs when the New York Giants had that many opportunities to win that game. So let's talk about it, man. Let's go to the chat real quick and say a couple of salutes, man. Shout out to Sebastian. The Beard was first in the chat here, but I'll say shout out to Sebastian. The Beard's got the leg up on y'all. He sets up the streams. He also brought up this good point right here that the Week 15 game, which is going to be in 2 weeks, has been flexed out to Sunday night, man. So that's going to be a primetime game. Me and the Beard are going to be at that game. That is going to be extremely exciting to be at a primetime Sunday night game. The one part that worries me is that Daniel Jones record on primetime, but I'm crossing my fingers that he can get his first win in a primetime slot there. But that's going to be amazing, man. Sunday Night Football, I'm looking forward to it, man. The New York Giants going up against the Commanders. Commanders are going to be at home at FedEx Field for that one. It's going to be an amazing game to be at. And Sebastian is in the building. Sockpot said to the homie Sebastian one time in the building, he says, Daniel Jones needs a primetime win to save his career in NY, ? Man, the pressure is on. That's facts, and that's how I felt about this game, man. And to see Daniel Jones come out in this game and fumble the ball on the first possession when we were moving the ball, that was very, very, very unfortunate. This was a big spot for the Giants, and we did not come out early and handle business. I talked about keys to victory. You had to come out, and we had to run the ball better than the Commanders did, and we didn't do that. I talked about Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley needed to have a big game. They didn't really have a big game. This game looks better on paper for Daniel Jones. It was pretty conservative. And I see a lot of y'all talking about that in the chat. Daniel Jones was 25 of 31 for 200 yards, 1 touchdown. He was sacked 4 times. He had a QBR of 31.8. So a decent game, an efficient game from Daniel Jones, I will say. But I think that we kind of got to get away from this whole narrative of he's doing what he's asked to do. Somebody has to figure that out, whether it be the coaching staff figuring out how to take these shots or whether it be Daniel Jones going up and above the X's and O's and making plays. To start the game with that fumble is probably the only blemish you could put on Daniel Jones in this whole entire game, though. I think the kid played some good football. We got to give him his props. So shout out to Daniel Jones for trying to put this team on his back that is limited with talent, man. Definitely limited with talent. We can all agree to that, I'm sure. Let me see who else is in the building. Shout out to Sean G one time in the building. He says, what's good, Awthentik? Tough game yesterday. Most definitely. JL Pounds in the building. He said, what up? What's up to you, JL? Hope all is well on this Monday afternoon. Lou Mateo is in the building one time. Shout out to Lou Mateo in the building. Tom's World is in the building. He says, Giants win that game if the secondary is healthy. Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility for sure. We know we were strapped in the secondary with, what's the homie's name? Gilbert was playing a lot of slot corner, and they were taking advantage of that. Fabian Moreau is back in this game. No Xavier McKinney, obviously. No Adoree Jackson, obviously. That's going to hurt. But I thought that the defense did a really good job. And we could talk about it right now. I talked about this in the immediate, the instant reaction that we did the other day. But when you look at the second half possessions for the New York Giants and how many opportunities that they had in this game, it's kind of ridiculous. So you come out the gate, Azeez Ojulari puts that pressure on Taylor Heineke, forces the fumble on 3rd down. We're set up in position, man. We were in the red zone after the turnover. And 20 yards later, the Giants are in the end zone. So to me, you could put that touchdown. You could go ahead and gift wrap that and give it to Azeez Ojulari, who in the press conference, man, had some really good vibes. I appreciated the tone that he brought to the press conference. Azeez Ojulari right now has 10 sacks in 20 games as a New York Giant. He is playing some really, really, really good football. So we got to, commend him for what he brings to this pass rush for sure, man. He's doing a great job. But after that touchdown, okay, these are the possessions for the New York Giants moving forward to the end of the 4th quarter. You had a punt, and then the defense held strong. got the sack from Dexter Lawrence. Joey Slye misses the field goal. We get the ball back in prime position right there. You talking about being right around midfield. The Giants go 3 plays and out. The drive yielded -5 yards in 2 minutes, 18 seconds. Washington gets the ball back. The defense holds them to a 3 and out. They end up punting the ball again. We get the ball back. We go 4 plays, -2 yards, and then we punt the ball. Washington gets the ball back. They go 8 plays, 90 yards. I believe that was the drive where Taylor Heineke tied up the game 20-20. Yep. Then we get the ball back. We go 3 plays and out. Punt the ball. Washington Commanders get the ball. The defense holds them to 6 plays, 26 yards, and they end up punting the ball, and that's the end of the fourth quarter. So if we say that if the secondary is healthy, we win that game, yeah, that's a possibility. But I think that the defense did everything in their power to give the Giants offense an opportunity to win this game. You're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you go into overtime, 6 straight punts and a missed field goal to end that game. You know, I didn't wake up this morning blaming this game on the secondary. I got to keep it real with you, Tom's World. But I mean, maybe you could say that, you know, the bobbled interception, which was actually from one of our starters in Fabian Monroe. There was a bobbled interception there. There was another chance at an interception. I forget who got their hands on that one, but there was another chance at an interception, and we can say that that one was from a backup person in the secondary as well. But all in all, I don't wake up today and blame the secondary. I'm looking at this offense with that serious side eye today. Shout out to Stan in the building, man. Sac passe mon cher. He says, Baltimore to Landover commute at night. We'll see if I can pull some strings. That's true. I know you was telling me that if the game was at its normal time, you weren't going to be able to make it. Hopefully you can make it, man, and check us out there one time, man. We're going to be in Green Lot E for those of y'all that want to pull up on the tailgate in 2 weeks here at FedEx Field. Shout out to Gregory in the building. What up, Gregory? Big win for your Cowboys last night, man. Y'all really took that game from 0 to 100 very quickly in that second half, man. Shout out to the Cowboys, man, for really handling business, man. They move up in this positioning in the NFC East, man, and get another game on the New York Giants and on the Commanders, man. That tie really hurts us as far as getting that second spot. But shout out to you. Michael Knight is in the building one time. A little bit under the weather still here, man. That flu that was trying to creep up on me, I definitely beat it. I'll say that, you know, it didn't really take me out on any given day, man. Y'all been seeing we've been streaming a lot and whatnot, but definitely has me a little bit hoarse today on this Giant Overreaction Week 13 edition. Maybe the screaming at the television screen didn't hurt or didn't help yesterday as well, man. Shout out to Omega Supreme one time who's in the building, man. He says, what's up, Awthentik? What's up, the chat? What's up, gang? Hope all is well. Jay Jean is in the building. Jay Jean, I really don't know if I'd be more upset if we actually just got blown out. I think not, but wow. Yeah, it was very interesting, you know, and the Commanders definitely left some plays out there as well. They seemed like they could have took care of business, man. We gave them all the opportunities in the world as well in the second half, and they crumbled as well. But the New York Giants, the collapse was real in this game, but definitely agree with you on that one, Jay Jean. The Beard talking about them 21 yards. Yeah, that was definitely awful. Shout out to Kai one time in the building. He says, what's up, Awthentik? Does this tie hurt more than it helped? I just think it's neutral. A tie is exactly what it is. You know, you didn't win a game, you didn't lose a game. It's better than a loss, I will say that, but it does feel like a loss today. I can't remember what ended up happening in the Seahawks game. One of y'all fill me in on that one. Actually, let me just look that up, man, so I don't got to rely on that. The Seahawks-Rams, I think the Seahawks did go on to win that game, but I can't remember. I didn't finish watching that one. Yeah, the Seahawks ended up winning that one 27-23, so that's not good, and they moved to 7-5 on the year. Shout out Alpha Mason in the building. Who else is in the building here, man? Shout out to Nick the Wick one time, man. I appreciate that. 199 super chat one time. Sunday Night Football, man. That's major. That's definitely major. I'm definitely looking forward to that. Stan says Washington averaged 19.7 points entering the game. The Giants averaged 19.8 points entering the game. So the score ironically played out. That's so crazy. And somebody on the stream did say that. They're like, I think this game's going to end in a tie when we did the stream on Thursday. And, you know, I kind of ignored it. I thought there was no chance this game was going to end in a tie. I felt the New York Giants were going to be the better team, even if, you know, we did have a couple of injuries entering this game. We had some key pieces coming back. I thought we had this game, man, in the bag. And, you know, the start was rough. Stan hit me up early on in that game when it was 10-0. And I you know, I was calm and I was confident that we could get back in the game. And that's what we did. But, you know, if you look at it offensively just throughout, the offense, it just wasn't good all day. It just really wasn't good all day. Even in the first half, getting back in the game, if you don't get the big play from Darius Slayton, who really made a great adjustment to make that catch and put us in position, this game is a blowout. The Commanders would have won this game like 20-7 or 20-3. You know, the big plays saved the first half, and then the Commanders end up making a bunch of mistakes. We ended up getting a field goal as well out of it. And, they just weren't capitalizing on their position in this game, and if they did, the score wouldn't even be close. It really wouldn't even be close, man. But shout out to Stan one time. That's a good point you brought up, man. 19.7 points per game, 19.8 points per game, and then you end up in a tie. It's like it's spot on, man. It's definitely spot on. And the Commanders were favored in this game, I believe, by like 3.5. But for the Giants to come away with a tie, I know for the whole Giants nation, it just feels like garbage, man. It feels like garbage. I don't even feel good about it. Waking up today just didn't feel good. I was slow getting out of bed, and it just wasn't a vibe, trying to put together the stream. And I thought about maybe not doing a stream today, but I was just like, you know what? I know the fans and the fam are going to want to talk about this. So, like, let's just go and chop it up, come up with a couple overreactions, and let's go chop it up and just see how people feel the next day because, I do feel a little bit better about it. And especially with the Darius Slayton drop, that was one thing that was great to see the 22-man camp and, see that, just get to see the throw and not be able to try to blame that on Daniel Jones. But I think a lot falls on the coaching staff. The coaching staff's got to find a way to stretch the field. I'm not going to keep blaming this on this wide receiver core. We saw the touchdown from Isaiah Hodgins. I mean, it was a great route, great little, just kind of a Z out post corner, kind of a little short 7 route. And that's one of my favorite routes. We don't run that stuff enough. It does seem like the New York Giants offensive coordinator and Brian Dable as the head coach, man, him and Kafka, they seem like they're banking on misdirection a lot, and they're banking on teams kind of over pursuing plays. We saw it on a lot of those boots. We saw it on a lot of those plays where they're looking for Daniel Jones to be able to find room running the ball. And once he comes off the read, it's kind of like there's people just right there in his face. And it's tough, man. It's really tough. I know we're strapped for talent out there, but the Giants look a bit predictable. Shout out to Texas Boy in the building, man. Talking about them Cowboys moving on to 7-3. Shout out to Texas Boy in the building, man. Always appreciate you pulling up. Shout out to Zeke one time. He's in the building, man. I appreciate the $10 super chat. He says, "What's up, beloved? First, let me bless you like I know I've been waiting for this. Oh, my gosh. Salute to Zeke one time, man. We definitely appreciate you supporting the channel, brother. Appreciate your presence in the building, man. That's major, man. And especially after a tough tie like this, man. This was really tough, and it's a hard pill to swallow, man. We had that game. We really had that game. And I told the Beard this when we got on the phone and we talked about doing the instant reaction. I was like, bro, in the fourth quarter, I was chilling. I sent him a picture with my legs crossed, right? And I was like, I was sitting like my dad. My dad, he used to always just sit like with his legs crossed. He always had a chill vibe, Heineken in his hand, just kind of cooling out. That was my dad's vibes, right? And that's how it was in the fourth quarter, man. I felt comfortable all the way through and through, man. And then when we won the coin toss, I still felt comfortable about this. I thought we were going to win this game. And to not come away with the W, it definitely hurts, man. It's like taking that knife and just putting it right through the heart and then twisting it, man. It was a difficult one to deal with, and waking up just the vibes didn't feel right, man. Definitely didn't feel right. And Zeke is also in the building. He's saying, how can anybody praise DJ's play? And yeah, we'll get into that, Zeke. I want y'all to hang tight. I'm gonna bring up a couple of things here. Just want to make sure we get into a couple of key points here. Make sure I'm catching up. I see the chat is definitely kind of moving a little bit fast on me here. Omega Supreme says the 49ers and Seahawks, this make things even tougher. The third playoff spot for the Commanders, Skins, and G-Men. It's going to go down to the wire here. And now, with a tie, I think that the second game between the Commanders is that much more important now because if the Commanders go out there and they can beat the New York Giants, they're going to have the tiebreaker on us. We're now 0-2-1 in the division. We don't have a division win. When I was predicting, divisional wins early on in the season, I said that I'd be surprised if the Giants could go 2-4 in the division. I thought it was going to be something like 1-5. It's the one thing that I predicted early on in the year that's kind of panning out here because as far as the win-loss record, I thought we'd probably win like 5 or 6 games. We jump out to that 7-2 lead pretty early in the season, and Giants fans were all talking about let's get to 10, let's get to 11. People were thinking the bare minimum was going to be 9 wins, 10 wins at that point in the season, and I don't blame them. I'm on record saying like, hey, this is going to be a playoff push now for the New York Giants, and we could make a true run. Now we're talking about like, are the Giants even going to win another game this year? We got some tough matchups here. Washington Commanders look like one of the easier matchups on the schedule, and it's not an easy matchup at all. The Colts played the Dallas Cowboys pretty tough there for the first couple of quarters of that game. A couple of turnovers here and there, and the Cowboys really ran away with that one. I want to go back and look at that entire game because in the second half, I kind of just tuned out. I was in that spaces with a couple of the homies, and I just stopped watching the game. But it was a close game. They were right there down by 2 points. I think it was like 23 or maybe it was 21-19 when they ended up going for the 2-point conversion and not getting it. close game. So the Colts are no slouch. The Beard's always talking about that Colts defense. He knows that Colts defense is pretty decent. And I think we're going to struggle against them. It's going to be a game that kind of looks like the Washington Commanders game. If the Colts can score enough points, they're going to make that a game. The Vikings, we know what the Vikings can do on the offensive side of the ball. We got a tough stretch here, man, and the playoffs is no guarantee here. A lot of people that I was having conversations with just 3-4 weeks ago, people were saying 85%, 90%. I was on record saying about 60%. To me, right now, it feels like we have under a 50% chance of making the playoffs the way the schedule looks and the way that the other teams within the division are playing, man. We got this tough Eagles matchup coming up here this week, and, man, the Eagles are balling out. They took care of the Titans. The only blemish on their whole entire season here is that loss to the Commanders on Monday night, where the Commanders might have played their best game of the year, you know? So the Eagles, if you ask me to make a prediction on it right now and I could do it, I think the Eagles are going to win that game convincingly. But we'll see. I'm gonna dig into the numbers. I'm gonna look into it and see if there's any weaknesses. Maybe there's something that the New York Giants can find there to attack and maybe come away with a victory. But it's gonna be tough. It's tough sledding for the New York Giants here. JL Pound says in response to Zeke here, maybe because he completed 80% of his passes with his bad O-line and Walmart receivers. We got to stop saying the Walmart receivers, man. Did you see the route from Isaiah Hodgins? Did you see the third down conversion from Isaiah Hodgins where he's short of the sticks by 3 yards? The big play from Darius Slayton, man. These guys aren't, no one on this team is a number one wide receiver, but I think if y'all was in front of these, I saw somebody say this on Twitter in response to something that me and Entertainer were talking about. And I think that this person might have just worded it a little bit wrong because it did come across a little bit as disrespect, right? But if you was in front of these wide receivers right in their face, you wouldn't say they was Walmart workers. I think that's very disrespectful to say that about these wide receivers. They out here trying to do their best. No, they're not number one wide receivers. Some of them know they're not even number two wide receivers. But at the end of the day, I think it's important to applaud the effort that you're seeing from them. Without Daniel Jones and Darius Slayton in this game, the New York Giants aren't even close. Without the defense, Darius Slayton and Daniel Jones don't even have a chance. If we can harp on the 80% completion percentage, but I'm about to show you something right now. Let's just bring it up right now because I had it queued up, right? Does this look like an NFL passing chart to you? If you got to zoom in, zoom in. Does that look like an NFL pass? Look at how many throws are behind the line of scrimmage. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 throws that are at or behind the line of scrimmage. You cannot go to the bank with Daniel Jones and his 80% completion percentage. Now, this is why, if you notice the tone of how I came into this stream, the whole tone of this stream was it's directed a bit at the coaches because at the same time, the coaches got to be able to unleash this kid. Look at how many, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 throws. There are 5 throws that breach the 10-yard mark. That's why I said this offense looks like a JV offense. Those are the kind of plays that my coach was dialing up for me when I was playing JV football, my guy. We can't be looking at this like, hey, it's 80%, this paper bag offensive line, these Walmart Best Buy receivers. Man, I know some people that worked at Best Buy. I know some people that worked at Walmart, man. They out here trying to get it just like everybody else, man. I don't find that to be like laughable at all, man. These guys are going out there, they're trying to give maximum effort. And a guy like Isaiah Hodgins, I want to see them give him more opportunities. That kid's out there playing. He had a day. Darius Slayton was 6 for 6 before the big throw down the field. I saw a lot of people that want to go and try to dismiss everything from Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones played a good game. But just as much as you want to harp on, and I'm not angling this at JL when I say this part. If you want to harp on the Darius Slayton drop, then harp on the Daniel Jones fumble. They are equally as egregious, both of them. The fumble might be worse because you give the ball to the Commanders in Giants territory. Thank God the defense held them to only 3 on that position, but now you're starting to deal with the battle of field position for the rest of the game when things like that happen. So for me, it's like we can't keep looking at these wide receivers and keep blaming this on the wide receivers. We really just can't. I'm just keeping it funky with you, man. And I look at this scheme and they don't trust the quarterback. They don't trust the wide receivers. It's clear as day to me. It's clear as day to me. And this offense, the coaching staff has to find a way to be able to stretch the field. And I see Fabian here. I know I'm still early in the chat, and I'm going to catch up with y'all here in a little bit. Fabian's just saying pathetic. It is pathetic. And he says conservative play never wins games. The Giants were playing that game to not lose it, especially in the fourth quarter. They're playing that game not to lose it. That reminds me of Joe Judge. That's exactly why Giants fans hated Joe Judge. Running quarterback sneaks in your own territory. Not trying to use one of the best running backs in the game to try to dig yourself up out of that. Look at the Commanders, man. You get the sack from Kayvon Thibodeau in that game. They're on their 2-yard line after that. And Kayvon's got a strip sack there. He'll learn that. Everybody talking about it. Next time you see a play like that, Kayvon's going to go for the strip sack. But they're on their 2-yard line there. They don't just submit and play for the punt. The Commanders go out there and rely on their run. They end up getting the first down on that drive. I want to say that's the drive where they went 90 yards. I want to say that's the drive, the game-tying drive. 4th and 4 conversion. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they're going out there and they're allowing Taylor Heinicke to throw the ball. Let me show y'all another thing here too. So keep this in your mind, right? Get a mental picture of this Daniel Jones passing chart, and then look at the Taylor Heinicke one. Taylor Heinicke is not a better quarterback than Daniel Jones. Why does his passing chart have so many more opportunities? Why is that? And I'm going to just scroll down and try to just catch up my best with the chat. Shout out to the gang. I'll shout y'all out as I see y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. Shout out to all of y'all in the building. I see Zeke right here too, man. I appreciate that $5 super chat one time, man. He says, look at the throw again. It was late and underthrown, but it should have been caught. That's the perfect assessment of that whole situation right there, Zeke. It is a little bit late. We know that Daniel Jones is not the best, when it comes to anticipation throws there. I watched it in slow motion, and an NFL quarterback should see it better than me. Darius Slayton begins to open up. The throw is a little bit short because a lot of people were saying, run through it. But if he runs through it, you give the defender there a chance to undercut it. Darius Slayton feels the pressure. But what I liked about what Daniel Jones did in the situation is he saw the safety moving over a little bit, and he tried to put it on Darius Slayton's kind of like back shoulder a little bit to kind of protect the wide receiver. And we're seeing that a lot more in the NFL. When I was coming up in the 90s and whatnot, you didn't see those kind of throws a lot, like where the quarterback is throwing the wide receiver out of harm's way, like throwing it on the inside shoulder or the back shoulder to try to protect the quarterback. But this is a great assessment of it. It's a little bit late, but to me, it's not a bad throw. It's a good throw. That's why I didn't say it's a really good throw. It's not a great throw. It's a good throw. It's good enough. You get your hands on that ball. You got to find a way to come down with that. But I think Zeke has a great assessment of it, man. And he's seeing it the right way, I would say 100%. Shout out to Flem Dog in the building one time, too. Definitely want to bring some attention to this one. He says, for as many opportunities as we had to win, had just as many opportunities to lose. So I take this tie with a huge grain of salt, but things need to change with the play calling, 100%. We'll get to that with a couple of the overreactions as well. And like I said, I did want to bring a lot of attention to what y'all are saying in the chat today, because I think a lot of that does get overlooked in these streams a little bit because there's so much going on, so many overreactions. We got so many things we're talking about here. Let me see. JL Pounds in response to that says, when you watch the All-22, it's not like DJ's missing open guys. They just aren't running a lot of deep intermediate concepts, or receivers aren't getting open. The thing is, I haven't seen the whole game on the 22-man cam yet. And I do want to see this whole game on 22-man cam. I haven't had a NFL Plus subscription all year long, so I've been relying on a lot of the people from the Giants community that break down tape to look at it. This was the week that I really think I'm about to get a subscription. That app is garbage, and I remember it was garbage last year. And I don't like, even if it's a little bit of money, I hate putting good money towards a bad product, and they really got to work on that product, man. That play button and all that stuff kind of lingers over the view of the plays and whatnot. It's just really not good. But JL Pounds, if you're on Twitter, tag me in a couple of things. If you see them, man, screenshot them. Tag me in a couple of things. I would love to see that, man. Definitely appreciate your insight, man, and pulling up and weighing in on this and giving your opinion on what you thought about this Darius Slayton, Daniel Jones pass and lack of a catch in that situation. Shout out to AJ Nix in the building. Willie Bean is in the building, man. Who else is in the building? 84 is in the building. He says, salute, Awthentik. I know you was hot about the tie, but would you prefer a loss over a tie? Definitely not. Not any day would I prefer a loss over the tie. Especially in this situation, man, when we're trying to, really, really try to buckle down and get some wins and try to make this playoff push. Definitely we'll take the tie all day over the L. You already know what it is. Shout out to Carl Wilkinson. He says, how do you prefer a loss over the tie? Yeah, I definitely just answered that one too. I definitely prefer the tie over the loss. Shout out to Neil Jersey in the building. He talked about Julian Love missing one. That one was a tough one. I know the exact play you're talking about was the overthrow by Taylor Heinicke. He had 2 overthrows on that drive. And you're playing the man a good bit when you're playing safety there, because you want to, clamp down and make the hit if the ball is on target. And you kind of saw some indecisiveness from Julian Love, but I will look at that as a missed opportunity too. So I can agree with you on that one for sure. Shout out to Fabian one time in the building, man. I appreciate that. $2 super chat one time. He says it was horrid in person. Why are we playing so conservative? Yeah, that's a game that if I was at, I'd be losing my mind, because The Commanders are just punting the ball back to you so many times and giving you all these opportunities. And then, when you see that last ditch effort on the last couple of drives there, or it was like within the last couple of drives there, where, Darius Slayton has the drop, and then they go back to the deep route two other times on that drive. It's just, like, you just look like you just trying to, please the fans there and just say, hey, we threw it down the field. If you look at that passing chart and you remove that drive where they threw it to Darius Slayton twice on the same drive deep down the field, Daniel Jones is not throwing the ball past 10 yards the whole entire game. It's literally pathetic. It's literally pathetic. And they got to find a way. If you don't have faith in this quarterback, to me, it's like you got to just let him die out there and let him fail. Gary Vee has a saying where he says whoever fails the most wins. In the NFL, we know that, you can't fail the most and win, because if you get too many times where you're failing, you're not going to get that second opportunity. But allow the kid to make the mistakes. And they're just not letting him do that. And shout out to Chaz G one time in the building. I don't remember seeing Chaz G in the chat too much, but if this is your first time in the stream, man, welcome to the fan. Appreciate you pulling up, my brother. And again, Fabian, thank you for the $2 super chat, man. That means a lot for the channel. You already know what it is. And Chaz said, feels like a loss because it was half a loss. I like that thinking. It is half a loss. It's half a win. It's half a loss. It feels like more like a loss when you wake up on this Monday morning and really let this settle in. It just doesn't feel good. It just definitely doesn't feel good. Let me see what the beer is saying. He says Seattle won, 49ers won, but they play each other, I think, the same week we play each other. Yep, so that's a good point right there, the beer. Appreciate you bringing some insight to the situation here. And let me see. Let's get this back up here. And let's keep scrolling here, man. Like I said, I want to bring some attention to y'all here, man. I think y'all are saying a lot of good stuff in the chat. Chaz G says that this staff will improve. They're still figuring it out as well. That's a good point. Our future is very bright, in my opinion. I think this staff can win one, honestly. And I think he's talking about a Super Bowl there. Yeah, I can agree with you there. I think that we're just, I don't want to fall victim to the same thing that we did to Joe Judge, right? Joe Judge, he was strapped for talent. The roster wasn't that good. He ended up getting 6 wins. We started praising him a good bit there, man, saying, yeah, Joe Judge, he's the guy, he's the guy, he's the guy. I got all of us content creators on record saying that. And then, that second year, things fall apart. Shout out to the Roots who had the album When Things Fall Apart. And, we all flipped. We all flipped on him. And we pretty much were like, yeah, this dude's a horrible coach. And I think there was some good, there was some bad in the Joe Judge tenure. A lot more bad than there was good. And same thing goes for Dave Gettleman. And shout out to Pill, who's on Twitter on Twitch representing for us one time. He says, hi, I want to offer a promotion for your channel. Okay, man, well, definitely shout us out. You can email us at Awthentik at All Nothing Studios, man, and we'll get things popping there, man. Definitely appreciate that, fam. Let me see. Fabian also says 8-8-1 looking likely. Okay, so he's predicting an 8-8-1. Yeah, I feel you on that. It's kind of looking like that. Baker Mayfield to the 49ers, book it. I disagree with you on this one right here, Marquez. They went out there and signed Josh Johnson, and I was very happy about that. Josh Johnson is a quarterback who I feel like deserves a lot of opportunity. Josh Johnson's a guy who I think could run this offense fairly similar to the way that Daniel Jones and Tyrod Taylor run it. He's a guy that I think could make for a good backup if you bring Daniel Jones back next year as well. Josh Johnson's a guy who he does have a issue at times turning the ball over, but I think he's got a pretty decent arm, and with his legs, he can do a lot of the things that both these quarterbacks bring to the table. But shout out to the 49ers, man, for going out there and signing a guy who I think deserves some opportunity here. Josh Johnson's been on like 100 teams, man. He's like the black Ryan Fitzpatrick. Let me see what else we got here. Nova's in the building one time. Nova says the Eagles is going to be a big L. Let me see. Willie Bean says that he feels like Seattle's going to take control of the West, and 49ers may not even be in the hunt in 6 more games. I don't know about that, man. The 49ers, with Jimmy Garoppolo, things get a little dicey. But we've seen them, man. They can do things with, pretty much any quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo is not some world beater quarterback there either, man. I think he just does just enough to keep them in position to win games. But I have faith in Shanahan. I think San Francisco will be in the playoff situation there come week 18. Let me see. Sean G said Kafka had a bad game. Pathetic calls in key situations. Yeah, that's facts right there. That's definitely facts right there. Let me see who else is in the building. Gareth Hudson is in the building one time. He says, can we please take the brakes off Daniel Jones and let him show what he can do? Yeah, I mean, you saw it, man. I'll bring it up one more time for y'all, man. That passing chart is ridiculous, man. 13 throws behind the line of scrimmage and just 5 throws past the 10-yard mark, and one of them's right at the 10-yard mark. So let's just say it's 4. Let's just say it's 4 throws. That's not the vibes, man. And I don't know what it is. I mean, I know Washington's a good defense, but that's just unacceptable. That's just unacceptable. When I saw that passing chart this morning, I was just like, We can't keep doing this with the kid. And I hear a lot of people that were saying, like, they're trying to protect Daniel Jones and not have him turn the ball over and stuff like that. And to make sure that he can get a position somewhere else next year. And I don't agree with that, man. This is about this year. You got to go out there and win games. You really got to go out there and win games. And right now it just seems like they're pumping the brakes. They're very, very, very conservative. And it's unfortunate, man. It's just definitely unfortunate. Shout out to Thrill Collins one time in the building too, man. He says, here's a quick topic for the community. Darius Slayton is projected to make about $6 million next season, which means someone will give him $7 or $8 million a year, bringing him back at that number. So what do y'all think about that, chat? Y'all think we bring back Darius Slayton at that number? You know why I commend Darius Slayton? At the beginning of the year, they were talking about he was a guy that was supposed to be cut. And now he is the clear-cut top wide receiver on this team. And he took the pay cut, man. I really respect him for that, because that goes to show you that it's more about football for Darius Slayton than it is about the money. He wanted to be on this team. He knew that he could contribute. And I think the Giants waited a little bit too long to bring him into the mix as far as the wide receiver core, because there were some games there where he had no targets. There were some games there where he was a healthy scratch, and Darius Slayton brings something to the table for this New York team. And it's just unfortunate, man. Like, there's a couple of things with this coaching staff that I got a little bit of beef with, man. This being one of them with Darius Slayton. The Adoree Jackson situation, putting Adoree Jackson at punt return, I thought that was just like a foolish move. Some of these situational decisions that they're making, especially on the offensive side of the ball. We've seen it on the defensive side of the ball, too. They're not without blame as well. We've seen it with Wink Martindale, 3rd and longs, where you're allowing teams to convert. And, it's consistently inconsistent. And I think that that's been the case now for the past 5 years with the New York Giants. And, you get out to the 7-2 record, and things are looking really great for us. And some people are saying, oh, maybe they're getting lucky. They should lose more games. This is smoke and mirrors. They're overachieving. Some people disagreeing with that, putting emphasis that this coaching staff's got this team in the right direction, giving all the credit to the coaching staff, some giving all the credit to the quarterback. And there's just all these different takes that run around the community. And for me, I do think the team is overachieving, right? But I said something today on Twitter as well, and I said, you can't not admit that this team is overachieving, but then when we lose games, blame the personnel. That's a major contradiction right there. You got to find a way to have balance. And I'm not sitting here telling people how to, speak on your team or how to root for your team or nothing like that. But I just think one thing that we can't encourage is contradictions when it comes to the New York Giants. We can't be hypocrites about it. We got to use the evidence that's there and come to the best decision on that. And I think it's a lot of things with this team. Yeah, they're strapped for talent, especially at the wide receiver position, especially on the offensive line. In that first half, the way that Glowinski was getting beat, I mean, it was just pathetic. But they figured out a way, in the second half. Nick Gates has been playing some pretty good football. They're moving him around. And I know that was scary for him being moved to center in this game. That's exactly what happened last year. He was moved to center early in the year, and he ended up, breaking his leg in that game against the New York Giants at FedEx Field. And, it was a big spot for him, and he stepped up in this one. And Evan Neal played pretty decent football. Andrew Thomas has been that rock for us pretty much the whole entire year outside of the last Dallas Cowboys game. But this team is not really necessarily ready to be winning and ready to go to the playoffs. But as a fan, I want to see it. I want to see Brian Daboll and his coaching staff get them in position and make this run, man. You're right there, and there's some winnable games here. You won some close games early on. We have 7 victories right now, all by 1 score. You got to find a way to do things like that, like you were doing against teams like the Ravens, teams like the Titans, teams like the Green Bay Packers. You came away with victories in those games. And shout out to the homie E, who hosted the Spaces. He made a great point yesterday. He said that the problem with the New York Giants is when they're playing from behind, that's when they react. He called them a reactionary type of team. He said it about the quarterback, and he said it about Kafka as a play caller and about Brian Daboll as the head coach. We have to get in positions to be forced to do the things that we should be doing throughout the game, like throwing the ball down the field, like relying on Saquon Barkley, or like using a guy like Matt Breida in this running scheme. And to have Saquon Barkley only come away with 4 rushing attempts in the second half, You can't do that. What are we doing? If we're not running the ball with Saquon Barkley and we're going 3 and out every damn possession, what are we really doing? You know, I think that that's something that this coaching staff has to look deep into the mirror and figure out why that's happening. As fans, we can see it clear as day. The coaching staff should be able to see it. I think it's very it's apparent and it's glaring. They have to find a way to do that. Y'all hang tight with me real quick. I want to show y'all this clip that I had. I got to send out a real important business text here one time. And I want to show y'all a clip that, let me get this off the screen as well, too. But I want to show y'all a clip from Brian Dable talking about the first half and the way that the first half ended. And I had a real big problem with this first half. You know, the way that it ended, you know, with that last sequence of plays where Daniel Jones run a draw for Daniel Jones on 3rd and 1 with no timeouts with 14 seconds left. And Brian Dable was asked about this in the press conference, and I figured it was something that we could bring up here.
At the end of the first, though, the 3rd and 1 run call. Why not throw to the end zone on that one?
Yeah, no. You know, he called one that we thought was going to hit. You know, we definitely could have done that, Pat, but we didn't.
Can you overrule that?
Yeah, I can overrule it. Every decision that's made, you can put on me.
What is?
No, every decision, I thought it was fine. I think he had a good feel for what he was doing. You know, but every decision that is made, regardless of what it is on me.
Would you do that differently, though? Because, I mean,
What's that?
Would you have done that differently, thinking back on it? Because you don't give yourself an opportunity if the run doesn't work. If you pass and it doesn't work, obviously you still give yourself an opportunity there.
Yeah, no, I understand the question.
Now, I like the accountability from Brian Dable there. You know, he puts himself first, and he emphasized that, you know, every decision that gets made on his team, you can put it on him. But what I didn't like about it is when Jordan Renan reiterated the question, right, and said, would you do it differently? He tiptoed away from it, and he didn't answer the question. And for me, this was one of the biggest beefs I had in this game. You know, I like to tweet during the game, you know, while the plays are going on and when I see a big window for an opportunity and things like that. And that was one that I had a lot of problems with. You got 14 seconds left. It's 3rd and 1. And you're pretty much like in the red zone. You're in the red zone. And we know that the Giants team struggles to score points. We know that. We've been struggling to score points all year long. And you, instead of taking a shot at the end zone, you do this thing where you're trying to create a misdirection type of play and bank on the Washington Commanders being a bit over-aggressive, and you think that Daniel Jones might be able to just find a way to just sneak into the end zone. It's simple. 14 seconds left there. It's 3rd and 1. It almost looked like they were just trying to play to get the first down. To me, this is a very simple scenario that somebody who plays Madden on a daily basis could figure this one out. You take the shot at the end zone. You take the shot at the end zone on 3rd and 1, and then it's 4th down. It's going to be 4th and 1 if you don't convert on that. You kick the field goal then. By running a running play on 3rd and 1, you're literally giving yourself almost a 0 chance opportunity there to score a touchdown. You're banking on the Commanders over pursuing completely and hoping that they don't see Daniel Jones and he finds a way to just run it into the end zone. With 14 seconds left, you run that play. Daniel Jones was kind of tiptoeing, trying to shake and bake a little bit. He's wasting time. By the time the play's over, there's about 10 seconds left, and now the Giants have to hurry up to the line, spike the ball anyway. Yeah, you got the first down, but in that situation, it doesn't matter. You got to look at it like this. You get 2 plays maximum here. One of them's got to be the field goal. You got to go out there and throw that ball into the end zone. And I saw a lot of people saying, oh, well, you don't want to risk the fact that Daniel Jones throws an interception. And this goes to what a lot of the people in the chat are talking about right now. Take the leash off of this kid. What do you mean? This is the NFL, man. We can't be thinking like, oh, he's going to throw an interception there. Do we say that on the 3rd down? You know, where Daniel Jones threw that ball into the tight window and the Commanders almost intercepted that? No, we don't say that. We're just fortunate that they didn't intercept it. But you got to go out there and try to make the plays. And this speaks to what the homie E was saying about being a reactionary type of coach or a reactionary type of coaching staff and having a reactionary type of quarterback that tends to play better when he has to play better. If you feel what I'm saying here. You got to be able to elevate yourself and take accountability and place those priorities when you have a 7-point lead. The Giants had a 7-point lead in this game for so long. And to not come away with nothing out of all of these possessions, is actually ridiculous because the Giants now, you come out of the second half, the Commanders and Taylor Heineke turn the ball over on their third play. We scored a touchdown we scored a touchdown in 2 minutes and 37 seconds. But when we scored, there was 11 minutes, 34 seconds left in the third quarter. So it's 20-13 from that point. From that point all the way up until Taylor Heineke drives them down on the 8-play, 90-yard drive, we were winning by 7 points. 3 possessions that go back-to-back-to-back punts. They're all 3 and outs except one of them. It's actually 4 possessions. 3 of them were 3 and outs, and one of them was 4 plays for -2 yards, and then you punt the ball. Those kind of things can't happen. Y'all know I always talk about the windows. You had 4 window opportunities there. I don't care who you want to blame it on. Coaching staff, personnel, wide receivers, offensive line, quarterback, whatever. But the defense gives you 4 opportunities there to score 1 damn field goal to push the game to a 2-score lead. And you can't do it. That's ridiculous. And Benjamin Nguyen, man, I definitely appreciate the $4.99 super chat, man. I just y'all see it in the chat. I just don't want to highlight it. On a day like today, I don't want to shit on nobody. I just want to, I'm trying to bring a bit of a positive vibe, but I definitely feel you on that. And that kind of shit is unacceptable if you really look at it for what it is. I appreciate the super chat, my brother. You know what it is. And we clown all the time, bro. You know what it is. We clown all the time, man. I definitely appreciate you supporting the channel, my guy. And yeah, you already know it is F the Eagles one time. Yeah, I don't want to bring too much more attention to that. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Y'all see it in the chat. Y'all know what it is. Let me see what my homie 84 is talking about one time. He says, I can salute players that take pay cuts, but I really wish it wasn't championed as much. Them owners and teams will never have to truly take a pay cut and will pay out whatever product they want. It's a great point too, man. That's a great way to give me some pushback on that, on speaking on Darius Slayton and, taking a pay cut. And I think especially when you're a player who's proven, I think Darius Slayton was kind of in a position where he had to take the pay cut or they might have thought about cutting him. But when you're a player that's proven, yeah, you got to go get your bag. Like I know a lot of people ragging on Kenny Golladay, like, oh, it's a crime. He's a thief to steal $74 million. Man, he got the money. That's what it is. The goal in the NFL is to get as much money as you can. His product on the field is what got him that money. I don't know why it's not working this year. He had an illness in this game and he was inactive for this one. I think we could have used him out there. But that kid Isaiah Hodgins, I think he's turning into something. I like what I'm seeing out that kid, Isaiah Hodgins. I think he's going to be a guy, that we can rely on in these last couple of games and then see what we can do with him next year. I think they might bring him back, man. He's a product of the Buffalo Bills, and we know how Brian Dable and Joe Shane, how they do with these Bills players, man. They like to bring in a ton of Bills talent. So shout out to them for doing that. And shout out to Isaiah Hodgins, man, for trying to step up in a tough spot, man, in a really tough spot. Shout out to James Earl Moans one time in the building too, man. He says Slayton is as valuable as Sterling, who is getting $3 million per season. Darius has to at least match that. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at that. Y'all know me over here, man. I don't count the pockets, man. Handle it. Get the best players you can on the field. I'm never going to be counting the pockets. I don't even be looking into the salary cap stuff too much, man, and like trying to, I see a lot of content creators make like salary cap videos and this is what they should do. I don't even try to get into that, man. Just try to get the best players on the best deals you could possibly get them on and, put out the best product on the field and try to win games. That's what I'm all about for sure, man. But shout out James Earl Moans one time in the building. Let me see. And Bookend Tackles is in the building too. He says, you keep doing what got you back into that game. And I've been seeing this one going around a lot too, right? It's tough because what got you back into the game was one big play. So, I mean, I think you do got to do that. You got to take the shots, take some of it within the game here in the third quarter and the fourth quarter when you're going 3 and out a billion times here and punting the ball. Take some shots, man. Like I could go over each one of these drives for you where they punted. They did a short pass to Daniel Bellinger on the first one, off tackle to the right side for no gain to Saquon Barkley, and then Jones scrambled off right tackle for 1 yard. That's the first 3 and out. The second 3 and out, you get Saquon Barkley for a negative one yards on a running play, a short pass. This is the theme, and I said this to Kyle Pizzle when I want to say this was in the Detroit Lions game, and he was talking about was that the Detroit Lions game? It might be the Lions. It was the game where the Giants were playing at home and the wind was crazy, and he was talking about how it was like a miracle that Daniel Jones was throwing the ball in the wind. And I tried to break it down to him. I was like, bro, like, I played quarterback, right? The wind does not affect any throws that are under like 10 or 15 yards. And when you're talking about the NFL with velocity, the way that a guy like Daniel Jones can throw that rock, 20 yards and under, he should be able to handle in pretty much any weather circumstance that has to do with wind, right? And he talked about like, oh, well, what about this one to Wan'Dale Robinson? Because it was the game where Wan'Dale Robinson got hurt, right? And I talked about that throw, and I was like, yo, it was like a 12-yard throw, and Wan'Dale Robinson gets the rest on his legs. We can't be looking at this like, Daniel Jones is slinging the rock around. He's really not. When I look at these box scores, I like how ESPN tells you short pass. They make it a point to label that if it's a throw that's like under 8 yards or whatever their regiment is or whatever their threshold is for that, right? They always tell you. It always says pass short or short throw. I'm seeing this theme with Daniel Jones and Mike Kafka and Brian Dable in this offense way too much. It's always a short throw. Every time you see it, it's short throws. And you saw the chart, man. That chart is disgusting. It's very disgusting. But let me get back into this. So the 3 plays on this one, you had a short throw from Daniel Jones. There was a penalty on the play too. So it knocked us back. Daniel Bellinger had a holding penalty, so they had to add 9 yards back. It put us at 2nd and 20, and you're throwing a short throw. Back to Daniel Bellinger for 4 yards. 3rd and 16, Daniel Jones, pass short right to Darius Slayton. It was a 1-yard gain, okay? There was a penalty on Nick Gates on that play for an ineligible man down the field. It was declined. 4th and 15, you punt the ball. The next drive that you get there, and you got to keep in mind here, we're still up by 7 points this whole entire time. And we're talking about fourth quarter football. And the Giants had the first half of the season, they were really good at finding ways to finish games in the second half after playing pretty terrible in the first half. But on the next possession here, first down, Daniel Jones, pass short right to Darius Slayton for 12 yards. Picked up 12 yards, penalty on John Feliciano for taunting. Now, a lot of people looked at this one and they were like, oh, this one cost us the game. So we're at the Washington 47-yard line. Keep in mind, in the second half, we were kicking against the wind there. We get down to the 47 there. So with no penalty, you're still not in field goal range yet. You got to find a way to gain some more yards. And the Giants gained 21 yards in the second half of regulation. So we weren't gaining yards. So I'm not banking on us gaining a bunch more yards after that, right? So we're at the 47. You get the penalty. It knocks you back. It's 1st and 10 at the 50 after that. Daniel Jones pass short left to Darius Slayton for 3 yards. Saquon Barkley run after that. Daniel Jones gets sacked on 3rd and 7. I'm sure y'all are seeing the theme here. It's a ton of short passes. And it's not going to win us games. And then I'll go over this one more possession we had. And this one was when Taylor Heineke came down and tied the game up 20-20. And you had, you had on first down, Daniel Jones pass incomplete deep down the middle. That's the one to Darius Slayton. And then you had Daniel Jones pass incomplete deep right to Darius Slayton. And then you had Daniel Jones pass incomplete deep middle to Isaiah Hodgins. It was the last true drive of the regulation, right? You literally didn't throw the ball deep for 4 possessions before that. And then you just panic on your last chance opportunity. There was 1 minute, 45 seconds left in the game at this point. And you literally just panicked. And you're like, you know what? I'm going to throw it deep on every throw. Now, let me tell you what's extremely wrong with this. Washington had 3 timeouts left in the game at this point. You got 1:45 left. And everybody that knows a little bit of football knows this. If you got a tie game like this, yeah, you want to try to go down the field and try to make some plays to try to put yourself in position to get a field goal, a chance at a field goal to win this game in regulation. But when you got the other team with 3 timeouts left, you also want to keep an eye on that clock and find ways to drain the clock. This actually would have been the drive to go with some safe passes. I love the deep shot to Darius Slayton. I think it's a great play call. You know, it was open. It should have been converted. Let's keep it real. Yesterday on the stream, I said, somebody was saying it should have been caught. And I said, nah, man, I don't think that should have been caught. I woke up today, and I can say this on the stream. I think I was wrong on that. I was wrong on that. He should have caught that. Throw's not great. It's a difficult catch. Difficulty range, I'm going to say it's a 6 out of 10. He should have caught that ball. I like the play call there. But the panic here is not the proper move. You throwing it deep down the field 3 times. The Giants only wasted 22 seconds of clock during that whole sequence. And you gave the ball back to the Washington Commanders with 1:28 left in the game. Thank God for this defense. thank God for this defense because they end up making a stop there. They really could have just drove it down and ended the game here. So Washington was squandering opportunities as well. And the Giants were squandering opportunities, but that one drive from Taylor Heineke was the difference. That drive, that's how they actually got in position. And let me double check because I think that the 4th and 1 or the 4th and 4 from the Washington Commanders, I believe that was on. Yep, it was on that drive. So they're backed up on their own 2-yard line, and you allow them to convert that 4th and 4 a little bit later in that drive to extend that drive, and they go 90 yards to tie up the game. So, you could look at that as the one blemish on the defense too, man. The defense can't go without blame as well. So, all in all, I'm looking at the offense, and I'm like, man, the offense is definitely not showing up in this game. But it's tough. It's tough, man. It's definitely tough. And shout out to the homie Dominic Palmer one time in the building, man. Let me get a little bit of water before we read this one. He says, Awthentik, spot on that. You have to throw for the touchdown. But reality is multiple head coaches and offensive coordinators have not trusted him in the red zone or in general, and the stats support why they don't. This is interesting, man. This one is interesting. This one is really interesting. I'm going to scroll down in the chat as we keep this up real quick. I want to keep this up for a second because, Dominic, we're going to use this as an overreaction or not. And we'll get to this in a second, but let me just see what else everybody else is talking about in the chat. Chaz G says, I'm not mad that they aren't running Saquon into the ground. We all know what we are this year. What I'd like to see more is RPOs and Brightwell and Breida getting a couple of snaps and passes each. Definitely agree with you on that. Shout out to D. Biddle one time in the building. I see you, fam. He says, I never seen a team so content with just a 7-point lead. Oh, my God, that's so true. Let me see. I'm just scrolling, trying to catch up. Elegante says, bro, the most frustrating part of it all was that we had a quarter where we could not get past the 35-yard line, and we still could not kick a field goal that seals a win. Yep, and Graham Gano normally makes that kick. He was kicking into the wind in that one, and that's tough for him. I thought he was going to make it. It would have been a great way to finish out an ugly game, too. Let me see what happens here. Elegante says, no. He caught it at the 30-yard line and then gets called for 15-yard penalty, which brings it back. 35-yard line, if I remember correctly. But, yeah, that taunting killed it. Let me double-check that one. Okay, so y'all talking about the Feliciano penalty right there. Okay, so it says, Daniel Jones passed short right to Darius Slayton to the Washington 35. Yep, y'all are right on that. It was a 12-yard gain. The penalty on, okay, so we would have been on the 35-yard line right there. So now you're looking at you'd be at the field goal kick would be a 52-yarder, which wouldn't have been easy. Y'all saw how short he missed the 58-yarder going into the wind as well. So not a guarantee there, but you're right about that. Give him a couple more yards, 100%. I got y'all on that. Let me see what else. I'm just scrolling, trying to catch up, make sure we got some new folks in the building. Shout out to Cortez Smith in the building one time. He says, if you're going to run it, line up and run it up the gut. I feel you on that. You would have saved some time on that. Shout out to Cortez one time in the building. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says OBJ ain't going to help. OBJ is not the answer. Dominic Hickman responded to that. I think y'all are 100% right on that. I would almost wait to see what happens with OBJ. And y'all know OBJ is one of my favorite players. I'd welcome him back just off the strength of just getting him back on the team. But y'all are right. I don't think it's going to help that much. To me, it's just as much about the talent that's on the field as it is about the quarterback and the coaching staff. People might disagree with that. But I think a lot of the reason why we're not stretching the ball down the field has a lot to do with the coaching staff and the quarterback. And let me not dismiss the offensive line, because that is the one problem that has been continuous throughout with the New York Giants this past 5 years. We've had bad offensive line play. And even when Daniel Jones threw that one down to Slayton across the middle, I thought he had pretty much a clean pocket when I saw it live. They didn't give us some good camera angles on that live broadcast of that one. And even the NFL, their YouTube, when they went to recap the game, they didn't even show that play. I thought that was really interesting. But Daniel Jones did have a little bit of pressure, in his face, a little bit. But he had enough time to make the throw. But you can see it. Whenever we try to throw the ball deep down the field, it's a timing thing as well. We're definitely struggling with the timing there for sure. And I see Jeff is in the building one time. He says OBJ isn't taking 3-yard slants to the house anymore. Yeah, definitely not. He's definitely not taking the 3-yard slants to the house. I love what OBJ can bring to the table as far as the mesh concepts go, though. If you look at the play where he even tore his ACL in the Super Bowl on. Nice little crossing route. He can do great things with that. OBJ would undoubtedly be the best wide receiver on his team. But I think for OBJ to succeed, the environment needs to exactly not be that. You want OBJ to be the second or the third best wide receiver on the team, because that's how he's going to eat, is when you putting cornerback twos on him. He's going to eat heavy in those kind of systems. So that's why I kind of want to wait till next year as far as OBJ goes. But if it's a circumstance where you won't be able to get him, if you don't get him this year, maybe you just, get him on a contract that's like incentive based this year. That's not too crazy. And, go into next year and have OBJ on the staff in hopes that you can draft a wide receiver in the first round and maybe get somebody else in free agency, or maybe make a big trade to bring in a real deal wide receiver one, because I do think OBJ can improve a wide receiver room if he has a wide receiver one in the building. Oh, I see D. Biddle. D. Biddle says that OBJ equals Randall Cobb. I got to disagree with you on that. I definitely got to disagree with you on that. I don't think it's like, something he's way better than Randall Cobb, but OBJ brings a different skill set. They're different kind of wide receivers. I look at Randall Cobb as more of a possession type of guy. You feel me? But I don't think it's, that's not like some like outrageous take or nothing like that. But I definitely disagree with you on that. I think OBJ brings a little bit more to the table. Dominic Hickman says that Danny scans the field so slow to me. Yeah, and that's why it seems like they're simplifying the offense a little bit and putting things to one side, and just making it where Daniel Jones reads. He doesn't have to go right, center, left, and then check down. I also think that he bails out on a check down a little bit too early sometimes. But it's hard to tell. I really want to see this game in its entirety from the 22-man cam. That's definitely what I want to see. And shout out to OG Knockout in the building. OG Knockout says, Giants are getting a new quarterback next year, homie. Watch. It would not surprise me, OG Knockout, because they're not going to tell you. Brian Dable's not going to tell you how he truly feels about how Daniel Jones is playing. Only they really know how good or how bad Daniel Jones is executing what they're putting on the table. Now, when you looked at what was happening in preseason and you looked at what was happening in minicamp and within the first couple of games of the year, I did notice a lot more like pre-snap motion and a lot more movement within this offense, a lot more 4 wide receiver sets. And I thought they were going to run a ton of 4 wide receiver sets early on in the year when they had Wan'Dale Robinson, Sterling Shepard, Kenny Galladay, and Kadarius Toney. I thought those 4 guys were going to be able to get it done. And then you would have Darius Slayton out there as well. In return, they've simplified this offense. And Fabian is saying some good points here too. Fabian says short passes equal coaching knowing no separation down the field, loss of down. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's no separation, but BT Giants brought up some good points on this one. He went and got the stats for separation in this game, and they looked pretty good in this one. They definitely looked pretty good. Chaz G says, large facts about Daniel Jones. Same times the wheels aren't turning fast enough. Yeah. Or sometimes the wheels aren't turning fast enough. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Now, I want to, if y'all can, let's put a pause on the comments real quick for a quick little second here. And I want to see what y'all think about what Dominic is saying here. Awthentik is spot on that you have to throw for the touchdown there. But in reality, and this is the second half I want to focus on here, multiple head coaches have not trusted him in the red zone, and the stats support why they don't. Do y'all think that the reason why the New York Giants aren't stretching the field is because this coaching staff doesn't have faith in Daniel Jones? Tell me if y'all think that's an overreaction. Do you think that that's an overreaction, that they don't trust the quarterback? Or would you deflect it to some of the offensive line and the wide receiver core and stuff like that? Do you think it's an overreaction to put the majority of the emphasis on the quarterback here, that they don't trust the quarterback? Do y'all think that's an overreaction? Give me a U in the chat if you agree with that, and give me an O in the chat if you think that's an overreaction. I really want to know what y'all think about that. OG Knockout says yes. I knew OG Knockout was going to say that 100%. Jeff says it's not an overreaction. That's what appears to be from a fan standpoint. OG Knockout says no, it's not an overreaction. Fabian says lack of confidence in the whole squad. A bunch of U's from people. Dom Dizzy, shout out to Dom Dizzy in the building. He says he agrees with that they don't trust the quarterback. Gregory says they don't trust the quarterback. Elegante agrees they don't trust the quarterback. Jay Jean also says they don't trust the quarterback. Based on the last few years, I have to agree, he says. JL Pound says it's the whole squad. Sebastian says he agrees. It's the quarterback. Bubs, it's the quarterback. James Earl Moans agrees. It's the quarterback. It is clear they don't trust him, James Earl Moans says. J.L. Pounds came back and said it's an overreaction. The whole squad is not trusted. Dominic Hickman says it's an overreaction. There's no faith in the wide receiver talent. Shout out to Gerard one time for pulling up in the building. He says it's an overreaction. They don't trust the offensive line and the wide receivers. 84 says it's not an overreaction. So Big U energy. It's a fair assessment. The staff has no allegiance to Daniel Jones and haven't been given much to trust him. Kareem Yee, shout out Kareem Yee in the building, been rocking with us for a minute. Kareem Yee says he agrees with the statement. And that would help explain why Kenny Gallaudet usage is non-existent. That's crucial right there. Aidenism is in the building one time. He says he's not sure why. It equals to L's either way. That's how I felt yesterday, 100%. Lou Mateo says the Giants coaching staff got major trust issues. What's wild, and that's why this statement is so just like such a big point to make right here, is we've had 2 straight coaching staffs deal with this quarterback the exact same way. That is puzzling to me. It's definitely puzzling to me. Bookend Tackle says it's an overreaction. I think it's more the interior offensive line. Edward Squires, shout out to Edward Squires in the building. He says it appears that way because when Daniel gets into the red zone, he has thrown a lot of interceptions in that area. In the total of his career, I would say that's the case, but not just this season. But I agree with you on that. D. Biddle says he has 5 comeback wins in the first half of the year. They did then. Why not now? I said this to the homies in the space yesterday. Them 5 comeback wins that's the most inflated stat that Giants fans are talking about. When you think about the 5 comeback wins, the only one that stands out to me is what he did against the Green Bay Packers. A lot of those times, there's a bunch of time left in the game. One of them, he got the game-winning touchdown with 3 minutes, 38 seconds left in the game. And then the defense showed up. When I think about those 5 game-winning drives, I can't even remember them. There's nothing that stands out with the 5 game-winning drives to me. You know, I just, there's no drive where I'm like, ooh, 2 minutes left in the game. There's no drive like that Taylor Heineke one at the end of this game. You're backed up to your own 2-yard line after being sacked by Kayvon Thibodeau. You convert. 4th and 4, you convert. You drive your team down the field, get the touchdown to Jahan Dotson. I will say, though, he don't got those kind of weapons. Jahan Dotson is a guy. I would have much preferred to get Jahan Dotson over Kadarius Toney. I know he wasn't there, when we were going to draft Kadarius Toney. I believe Jahan Dotson wasn't. I believe he wasn't there. Ooh, I got to look that up right now, y'all. Give me a second. Shout out to all of y'all for engaging in that conversation, y'all. Y'all all saying some great stuff. Some great stuff. I want to see when Jahan Dotson was drafted, because I remember people in the Giants community that were doing all those mock drafts. They were telling me, like, Jahan Dotson, he's overrated a little bit. He's probably going to be a 2nd-round guy. So the Commanders drafted Jahan Dotson 16th in last year's draft. And Kadarius Toney, he was drafted when we traded back out of the 11th spot. Kadarius Toney was drafted 21st overall. So Jahan Dotson wasn't there. I think we would have went Jahan Dotson if he was up on the board. All right, let me get back to some of this here one time with y'all and what y'all are saying in the chat one time. Let me see. I was at the comeback wins. OG Knockout says, bro, it's Daniel Jones. Let's just keep it real, y'all. A man of the culture agrees with it, too, saying that it is the quarterback, the reason why it's so conservative and why they don't trust him. Nobody but Shermer has trusted him, and no matter what Judge and Dable say about him, it's clear they don't. I'm glad you brought up the point about Pat Shermer, because when they did trust him to throw the ball down the field, I won't say that, like, Daniel Jones was like some kind of interception maniac, but he was throwing a good chunk of interceptions. I think it was 12 on that year, maybe, in 11 games. So you're looking at an interception a game. But the fumbles, the pocket presence, all that stuff was terrible. It was horrible. Now, a lot of people will say that Jason Garrett kind of, messed that confidence up with Daniel Jones while trying to correct his issues in the pocket with holding on to the ball. And you got to do those things. You can't just go out there and let him fumble. But that's a good point that you make right there, man of the culture, because Pat Shermer's the only one that truly trusted him to just drop back and do what he does. And now we're seeing 2 coaching staffs that don't trust him one bit. J.L. Pounds came back and said, do we need to turn on Nate Solder tape to show why Judge and Garrett weren't calling for the deep throws? We don't. I mean, Nate Solder was absolute garbage on this team. I mean, he's one of the worst players I can remember in the memory of, the last decade of New York Giants football. But you got to find ways to throw the ball deep down the field. And I think you could do a combination of what Jason Garrett, Joe Judge are doing and what Brian Dable's doing. You see what they do with Daniel Bellinger. They keep him in as a tight end, normally on the right tackle side to help out, chip block, do some things like that, and then he'll release a little bit late. You can do things like that and find. To me, there's no excuse in the NFL to not be able to throw the ball down the field. Daniel Jones can roll out to the right side and buy time. Do that and throw the ball down the field. You can't just say, hey, we don't got the personnel. And if you don't got the personnel, you need to make a bigger effort to go find guys off the streets and try to find guys that can come in here and maybe you get a surprise. There was a left tackle for the Cincinnati Bengals that came in late in the season last year. I want to say his last name was Cunningham. Man, he was off the streets, an undrafted guy. And the game that he came in, the 2 games that he came in, he didn't allow no pressures, no sacks for those 2 games. So you can find people, make the effort. If we don't have the right guys on the roster, to me, it's like just make the effort. But I hear you. Nate Solder was absolute garbage, JL Pounds. Like, it does make it a lot tougher to throw the ball down the field when your offensive line is bad. But this year, we have better talent there. We got a rookie in Evan Neal out there, but he's definitely better talent than Nate Solder was, for sure. Let me see what else we got over here. Bookend says, DJ made many 3rd and long throws during that winning streak, and most around 10 to 20 yards. Yeah, he did. And I think, it'll go back to the point I made about the homie E, the chosen one, on Twitter in those spaces, how he was saying that we have a reactionary quarterback. It's like they only allow Daniel Jones to throw the ball in those situations when they're forced to, either when we're down or the game is tight or it's, coming down to the wire. And the coaching staff is only calling those plays when they're forced to as well. So I definitely agree with that. And yeah, Daniel Jones can make the throws. I honestly don't know why they're not just taking the leash off the kid. I'm gonna agree with you on that, Bookend. Like, let him do it. I would much rather see him fail. It's why when it came down to the 4th and 3 in overtime and they didn't go for it, I was like, situational ball says don't go for it there, right? Because you are going to give the ball back to the Commanders with a minute left if you don't convert there, and it's going to be an easy way for them to get a field goal. But I also looked at it like, damn, y'all just don't trust the quarterback to go out there and get three yards. Let me look at what was the play before the 4th and 3. Let me look at that play. Daniel Jones got sacked on 3rd and 3. You cannot take a sack there. That's the biggest down of the game, maybe. Probably the biggest down of the game. So 1st down, they go pass short left to Daniel Bellinger. He was pushed out of bounds at the Washington 48. It was a 4-yard gain. So now you're looking at 2nd and 6. From the Washington 48, Daniel Jones passed short left to Saquon Barkley, pushed out of bounds. It was a 3-yard gain. And then you're looking at 3rd and 3. I'm sure no one in the chat is going to say that you can take a sack there. On 3rd and 3, you absolutely cannot take a sack there. And that's a play that I want to see. That's one of the plays I really want to see what's going on down the field and why Daniel Jones took a sack there. What's going on up front with the offensive line. And then Washington ended up calling a timeout. There was 1:42 left in the game at that point. So 4th and 3, you really can't go for it. You really can't. I keep it real. You can't go for it there. You got to just get the yards on 3rd down. And I do see why the Giants end up punting there. Yeah, it was definitely the smart play. And the offense just hadn't been moving the ball the entire second half. It's just really awful. And let me catch up to y'all. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says he agrees with a man of the culture. Exactly what I wanted to type. Spot on. Yeah, I think that's it, man. And if you're if you're confused about what the comment was from man of the culture, it was this one right here, where he talked about nobody has trusted him but Shermer. That's the topic we're talking on. So I'll lead us up here right here as we talk about this one a little bit more. Chaz G says he doesn't have any real game-winning drives this year. We win because of Saquon and our defense. I agree with you on that. Like, to me, it's like I want people to point out the drives. When you think about these 5 game-winning drives, tell me the drives. Are we just crediting the quarterback with that? And then I feel like the same people that use that stat, they'll say that wins and losses isn't a quarterback stat. So, like, why are you using game-winning drives when the quarterback isn't the only person making plays? To me, I don't care about the 5 game-winning drives. I got to keep it real. Let me see. Yeah, D. Biddle said Dotson is a rookie. Yup, Dotson is a rookie. Jahan Dotson is awesome. He's awesome. I love that kid, man. He wasn't healthy for a little while there. Maybe he was banged up for a couple of games, but I think he's one of the better wide receivers out of that draft. There was a ton of good wide receivers in that draft. We definitely had George Pickens for the taking right there. We could have had George Pickens, and I think he's another one that stands out. OG Knockout said it wasn't Jason Garrett. Y'all know I was copping for Jason Garrett last year a ton. And I just want to show y'all again, for those of y'all that just pulled up here, I want to show y'all the passing chart right here. One more time from Daniel Jones over this comment. Just look at that passing chart. Just look at that passing chart. Short throws the whole entire game. You're not going to win games like that. You're not going to win games like that, y'all. There's no way you win games like that. And I think the chat, this is why I wanted to bring a lot of attention to y'all today, man. Y'all, I don't look at this community as like I'm above y'all in the chat just because I create Giants content. I'm definitely not one of those dudes. And I'll never claim to be always right. So I really wanted to bring this up and let y'all get the floor today and let y'all speak a lot today, And I had a couple Giant overreactions, and we'll definitely go over those. I think we've gone over a lot of what I was going to talk about in the overreactions within the chat. But salute to all of y'all for pulling up, man, and rocking with us today, man, after that tough game. Just a really tough game, And I think y'all are saying all the right things. All the right things. Elegante says, how many gotta-have-it moments has DJ had, to be honest? I can't give you a number, but there's been a ton. There has been a ton, especially in this game. I went over them earlier on in the stream about every possession that you've had there. In the second, every possession in the fourth quarter was a gotta-have-it moment. You're up by 7 points. You just need to get that field goal and push it to a 2-score win or a 2-score lead, and you'll win this game. So he's had a lot of gotta-have-it moments. A lot of people on Twitter were saying, Daniel Jones is in the biggest spot of his career, right? But they would always put this little asterisk, and I really hate this. A lot of people are homers on Twitter. I'll keep it real with y'all. And they always put this little asterisk, like, it's Saquon's biggest game too. But it wasn't. It really wasn't. Saquon Barkley is over 1,000 yards already on the season. Saquon Barkley is a big reason why the New York Giants are where they are right now, sitting at 7 wins. Getting to that 7-2 record, a lot of that is because of Saquon Barkley and those big games. Big game against the Titans. Big game against the Jaguars. He's had about 3 or 4 100-yard games on a year. He's had some huge spots. I had those stats from last week. I took them down, but he's had this pattern of 100 yards and then 2 games not getting 100 yards, then 100 yards, 2 games not getting 100 yards, then 100 yards. And, it just keeps going on. This is the first time he's gone 3 straight games without 100 yards all year long. Saquon been doing his part. The pressure is not on Saquon. But this coaching staff does rely on Saquon to have at least a decent game. And then when Saquon doesn't have a decent game, in return, the rest of these guys aren't stepping up. They're not stepping up and making it happen. And that's a big, big problem. I see Dominic Hickman says, let's go back to what we were doing at the beginning of the season. Why are we trying to make number 8 something that he is not? I don't think they've gone away from it that much. I do think that the injury to Daniel Bellinger hurt them. They did go away from a lot of that, like, short tight end kind of play action, quick dump off kind of passes and whatnot. But I don't think they've gone away from it. It's been a short pass attack the whole entire season. The difference is that when Saquon Barkley is not clicking, they don't have a backup plan. There's no plan B. And I think that straps them. They're very limited there. I think that was the problem with the last coaching staff. What do you do when the running game is not working? And we know Saquon Barkley was coming off of the ACL injury and whatnot, and we were giving him a bit of a pass. I'm just reading up on Ian Rappaport's report on Lamar Jackson. He's likely to not play this week. But we were giving Saquon a little bit of a pass last year because of the injury. But the difference was Saquon Barkley was getting tackled in the backfield a lot last year, and he never really got that opportunity to be able to hit the second level. It made it tough for him. And we know what kind of runner Saquon Barkley is. I talked about this in the spaces with the homies yesterday, too. Y'all notice if you've been following me for a while, I've been saying you shouldn't have Saquon Barkley be the entire workload of the running game. You should bring in another running back that pairs well with him, that you can get teams off balance and switch the pace up a little bit. He should be utilized like Alvin Kamara. How many times? Let me see a bicep in the chat if you've heard me say that on this channel one time. That Saquon Barkley needs to be utilized like Alvin Kamara and how Sean Payton was using him with the Saints. Let me see a bicep in the chat for that, because I've said it 1,000 times, yo. I've said it 1,000 times. And that's why Alvin Kamara has never breached 1,000 yards in his entire career, because they know how to use him over there. This year, they got a new coaching staff and whatnot. Things look a little bit different. But when they had Sean Payton over there, they knew how to use Alvin Kamara in the passing attack, and they knew how to use him to keep him fresh in these games. And I think that's what Brian Daboll was trying to do early on in the first portion of the season. If you noticed, I used to talk about this a lot the first 5 to 6 weeks of the year. The second half attempts for Saquon Barkley always ramped up. He led the league through 8-9 games in second half attempts. He was always getting the ball in the second half. They were reluctant to run the ball in the first half, and a lot of fans were puzzled, like, why are they doing that? And I said my thoughts on it was they're saving gas for the second half. That's what they're doing. Now you look at this game, he only had 4 carries in the second half. I don't understand why they just didn't go and just rely on the run when they were up by 7. Like, just keep running the ball and get creative with it. Bring in Matt Breida in the game. Bring in Brightwell in the game. Do some misdirection stuff. I don't mind a couple of jet sweeps here and there with Saquon on the field because Saquon is a decoy. Teams know they got to stop. The whole goal is to stop Saquon, and you can stop the New York Giants. That's really what it is. OG Knockout says, we got to get Lamar Jackson next year, homie. I would be ecstatic if we got Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is one of my favorite quarterbacks in the NFL. And we've been talking about Lamar Jackson and Daniel Jones a lot this week because Daniel Jones and the New York Giants have the second most drops in the NFL. Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens are number 1 in drops in the NFL. Drop rate and drops. It was 26 drops before this game. You look at the box score from Lamar Jackson the previous week, the whole offensive output is coming through him. And I honestly think that if he had Brian Daboll and Mike Kafka and this coaching staff and Saquon Barkley and these weapons, he would not only look better than what he looks like on the Ravens right now because their defense is absolute trash, but I think that he could lead us to more wins. Lamar Jackson is a real dynamic quarterback. He's a real dynamic quarterback. And shout out to Fabian one time for the $2 super chat, man. I appreciate you pulling up. He says, DJ, ? It's his support cast. They drop short passes. Yeah, they dropping passes. I mean, that's fact. But it's also the quarterback, too. Fabian, do you think that the quarterback deserves zero blame? And why? I think the more puzzling question is, why are we so content with a lead like this in this game, up 7? Why are we so content on just like not trying to run it up with this quarterback? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I do think the supporting cast is a problem. I agree with you there, Fabian. No doubt about it. The supporting cast is a problem. But these guys look like they can make plays, man. You know, I loved what I saw out of Isaiah Hodgins in this game, man. He needs the ball more. I know that when he fumbled in that one game, even though that game was getting out of reach pretty much, a lot of fans look at Isaiah and they're like, oh, he's a Walmart wide receiver, blah, blah, blah. But he's a big body. And the Washington Commanders had a backup cornerback on him who's 5'11", under like 190 pounds. Isaiah Hodgins is a big body wide receiver. We should be taking advantage of some of those matchups and throwing the ball deep down the field when we have, those opportunities to get the one-on-one matchups. And we're just not doing it. I don't know why. I think it'll come out probably after this season. It'll come out why this is happening. But I definitely appreciate you rocking with us, Fabian. You've been rocking with us for a while now, man, and definitely appreciate the support for the channel. I see JL Pounds talking about the play where Barkley and Richie ran into each other. That was an awful play. That's lack of preparation right there. And that was with everything on the line. You needed yards right there. And they come away with nothing on that. That was awful. And D. Biddle saying the drops don't help. The drops definitely don't help. That's facts. They don't help. OG Knockout says, yeah, right. Lamar Jackson is better than Jalen Hurts, and look what he is doing with the Eagles. Lamar Jackson is 100% better than Jalen Hurts. I don't think it's like some egregious distance gap between how much better he is than him, but he's better than him. And he has a little bit more experience for sure. But Jalen Hurts, man, I'm going to keep it funky with y'all. Y'all was sleeping on that, man. Not OG Knockout, but the Giants community as a whole, as a total, y'all was sleeping on Jalen Hurts, man. The amount of times I had to hear people say on their streams that Jalen Hurts sucks and Jalen Hurts is trash and Jalen Hurts is garbage. And then even in the beginning of the season saying it's the weapons. If it's the weapons, then why do we spend such high draft capital on quarterbacks? Do people ever stop to think about that? Like, if it's indeed just all about the weapons, why don't we just spend all our first and second round capital on wide receivers and tight ends every year? Why do people draft quarterbacks so high if it's just the weapons? Because if you think a guy like Jalen Hurts sucks and he's trash, and the reason why he is succeeding is because it's just the weapons, why would you spend a second-round pick on a guy like Jalen Hurts? Why would you spend a number 6 pick on a guy like Daniel Jones? Why would you spend a top 15 pick on, rest in peace, the homie from the Washington Commanders. And I got to remember homie's name. I don't know why his name is slipping me right now. I got his face right there, man. Man, I can't remember homie's name right now. That's going to kill me. I gotta do him the service and remember my homie's name. I don't know why I can't remember his name. But y'all know who I'm talking about, man. The rookie quarterback. His name is slipping me right now. Let me scroll down to catch that name. I know somebody's going to have that name one time. Dwayne Haskins. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't remember that name. Yeah, you know, like, why do they spend that kind of capital on a guy like that? Why do they draft guys like Baker Mayfield? Top of the draft. Does Baker Mayfield scream unicorn? Hell no. They had to know when they were drafting him he wasn't going to be a caliber quarterback like a Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. They had to know it, right? They had to know it. And it just doesn't make any sense to me that when people make these arguments, they're relying on it's the weapons. We know it that the quarterback is more important than the weapons, right? Y'all know that, right? I don't understand some of these arguments. Let me see what OG Knockout. I want to focus on OG Knockout right here one time. OG Knockout saying if Daniel Jones was on any other team, y'all would be saying he's trash with his mediocre stats. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real, Giants fans. Yeah. And you know, I think that like we can come up with more excuses for it, OG, because we see the deficiencies clearer, right? When you judge another team, you don't give no benefit of the doubt for the deficiencies around the quarterback. You just look at the quarterback, you look at the numbers, you look at his productivity, and you go, he's not good. When you look at Davis Mills, you don't go, oh, man, he's got lack of weapons. You know, his running game's not consistent. His defense isn't good. His offensive line's trash. He's a good quarterback. No one would do that about Davis Mills. Nobody. But because we're so close to the situation and we only look at it from a macro distance, we can say that about Daniel Jones. And I don't think this is the game to rag on Daniel Jones or nothing like that. I think he's doing a decent job. And in this game, he did a decent job outside of the fumble. I said it, but OG Knockout, you dropping some points here, man, that, yeah, I don't think anybody can really dispute, what you're saying here. And I'm just catching up a little bit. James Ramon says, why doesn't every team have a Barkley if running backs are a dime a dozen? Because the running back position is not as important. That's why, yeah. It really isn't. I mean, you can find a rookie running back every year in the draft. Only teams that, and there are, only a few teams that excel that don't have a real running game. I think the Kansas City Chiefs are one of them. The Buffalo Bills have been one of them throughout the years. They've gotten better at getting back to the run this year, but they rely on their quarterback to do a lot with his legs as well. And I'll keep it real with y'all, too. When I see Daniel Jones run, like if you go back and you look at the fumble play, like really go look at the fumble, right? When you see him get around traffic, ask yourself, should that guy be running in between that much traffic at any point in time? And when I ask myself that, I say, hell no. Hell no. He does not have the agility, the awareness when it comes to the running game to be put in those positions. But why are so many – we got back-to-back coaching staffs that have really, really been hammering the point to use this kid in the RPO and the read option like he is a Jalen Hurts, like he is a Lamar Jackson. It's puzzling to me. And I go back to the stuff that we were saying earlier about, like, why are two coaching staffs running similar styles with this quarterback? Why is that? I know the short passing concept surprised y'all this year. You get Brian Dable, Mike Kafka, Kansas City Chiefs, Buffalo Bills, you thinking that the Giants going to stretch the field no matter what the talent is. You see it with Patrick Mahomes over there with Kansas City. They'll stretch the field, don't matter who's on the field. Sammy Watkins, 3 tight ends, they don't care. They are going to stretch the field no matter what. And it's really puzzling that they've done this, that they've gone to the short passing game. The offensive line probably has something to do with it for sure. I'm sure it has a portion to do with it. But with this quarterback, it's really weird that they have been doing that. Chaz G says, I brought candles and everything, praying we get Lamar next year. Shout out to 84 one time in the building. He says Barkley needed to be more decisive in his runs. The tiptoe and overly patient approach doesn't work for his build and ability as often as he hoped. Quick decisions helped him. Yeah, Barkley would excel from having a stud offensive line because he's that. You can't change the DNA of the running back. Remember, they tried to do that with Reggie Bush. That didn't work. When Le'Veon Bell started to, fall off a little bit, they were like, oh, he's tiptoeing too much. That's a part of their style, and that's what's gotten them here. And a lot of running back is just instinct and, trusting it. And you see it with Saquon sometimes trying to go against the grain. I don't know if y'all saw that toss left play where Saquon picked up like 9 or 10 yards on the outside, and he really stayed behind that shield of the offensive lineman blocking in front of him. And I know his style. You could just tell he wanted to just stop, cut back, and try to make a couple of moves, try to make it a big chunk. Because that's the kind of running Saquon is good at. He's the kind of guy that, like, he's waiting for it to break open so he can make a game-breaking type of play. And that's why I want to pair him with another running back. Bring in that bruiser back for 3rd and 2. Goal line stuff when you get down there, 3rd and 3, 2nd and 1. Those kind of plays. You bring in that big bruiser running back that has a running style like Ezekiel Elliott. They're going to get those first downs every time. Every time. And Jonathan Studios in the building says, Mike Kafka worked with Mahomes, Kelsey, Tyreek, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire last year. He sees what he has every day at practice on the Giants squad. Dude is just working with what he has. Yeah. And I don't really fault him. A lot of people took a tweet that I tweeted out earlier. I believe it was actually last night. They kind of took it out of context. And I said, Mike Kafka, we got to put Mike Kafka and Brian Daboll under the microscope now, because they're doing this too conservative. Lose the games, man. I'm okay with losing the games and just trying, but don't just go out here with this conservative stuff and try to rely on like teams being misdirected and hoping. They're hoping that people get to leak out and get these short plays and be able to catch some yak and be able to get down the field, but you got to go out there and try to stretch the field. Let me see what this is. Host of Horror. Shout out Host of Horror. That's a new face in the building. Welcome to the fam, Host of Horror. He says, what is special about Barkley? Big play capability. He's a hybrid running back who's gotten better at pass protection as well. I think he's a decent pass protector now. Smart. He has the leader capabilities, I feel like, too. He's a locker room face. He's the guy that I think they look to for leadership in this locker room. Can break tackles. If you want to know what's special about Saquon Barkley, go back and just look at his career highlights. Saquon Barkley has some of the most special runs you will ever see out of a running back, man. But the thing is now is, do you bank on that? Do you pay a guy that kind of money that he might be demanding in a league where it's not predicated on the running back anymore? This is a passing league. But just look at Saquon Barkley's highlights from 2018. You could just do 2018. Go look at 2018. And then I guarantee you won't be questioning what's special about Saquon Barkley. He had 91 receptions with Eli Manning at quarterback. That is ridiculous. And in the same year went over 1,000 yards. Saquon's a guy. He's a guy. You got to just know how to use him. And I think I do question some of the stuff the coaching staff is doing with Saquon Barkley. Like I said, you got to pair him with a big running back. Utilize him like you don't want to use him like how the Bears were trying to do Tariq Cohen. If you're familiar with Tariq Cohen. But look at how like DeAndre Swift, when he was healthy, like how he was being used a little bit with Jamal Williams over there with the Detroit Lions. It's a good 1-2 punch. I just think Saquon Barkley, most teams need to rely on a 1-2 punch. Saquon's not that physical kind of runner like Nick Chubb, Derrick Henry. He needs help. Most hybrid running backs need a little bit of help. I've said that about CMC for a long time. Even Clyde Edwards-Helaire, he's a good example of it, You can't just line up with just Clyde Edwards-Helaire. You got to have some help in that backfield with him. But yeah, Saquon's he's definitely a special talent for sure. I mean, you've seen it this year. You've seen some runs this year. Look at them zigzag runs he was doing. It's just about how you use him, I feel like. What else we got up in here, man? Shout out to Word in the building, man. Salute to my guy, man. Day one. Been rocking with us for a while, man, for that $4.99 super chat. He just said, man. That's exactly how I'm feeling, man, today, man. Tough tie, man. That game was right there for us, man. I hope all is well with you, Word. Who else we got up in the building here, man? Come on. I see the homie, I don't know how to really pronounce the name, but KYV Ace. Kavase, maybe that's Kavase. Tell me what Bad Dog said, but we don't got disrespect, man. We don't got disrespect. But I want to know what Bad Dog said. I haven't had a chance to check out his video yet. JL Pound says the trade package for Lamar would be insane, but honestly, I'd pay it for a former MVP with his dynamic skill set. Plus, he just seems like an absolute stand-up dude and leader. Yeah, that's fact. Yo, JL Pounds, you've been popping up a lot lately and rocking with us on the stream. And what I wanted to say to you is I commend your balance with your takes. Because a lot of people that sometimes they'll lean towards the Daniel Jones take that's pro Daniel Jones, but then they're totally will like try to shit on a guy like Lamar Jackson. And I just want to commend you for this, this post you put up here, because you're not one of those people that's not like you wouldn't take Lamar Jackson. I've heard people even say that there's no quarterback in the entire league that could have got the Giants to more than 7 wins after week 9. Like, what are we watching here? What are we watching here, man? So I commend you, Jail Pounds. That's a fire take right there. Let me see what else. And yes, word, rest in peace, Dwayne Haskins. I want to reiterate that, man. That kid, he deserved another shot, man. And that was the year when we drafted Daniel Jones. They drafted Dwayne Haskins, and me and the Beard were like pinned up against each other with two teams in a rebuild with two young quarterbacks who we thought was going to be better. It was a really fun year, man, even though we were losing a lot of games. So rest in peace to Dwayne Haskins, man, who tragically lost his life, man, way too soon, for sure. Let me see what else we got here. I definitely want to catch up to the homie Kavase too and see what he was saying. Let me see. Lamar Jackson is a free agent next season. Yeah, I believe so. They're trying to work that contract out, and he's trying to get paid this year. If it's not next year, it's the season after that. I actually think it might be the season after that. Chaz G says 100%. A lot of fans are homers. Jones isn't good, man. Maybe he can eventually put it all together, but so far he hasn't consistently. Yeah, I can agree with you on that. I don't agree with saying that he isn't good because I think he's good. And to me, I look at good as average. He's an average quarterback. And I've never shitted on Daniel Jones. I've never said he's trash. I always reiterate that point, that I'll never say he's trash. I never say he's garbage. He's just an average quarterback. And I think the biggest problem now, after 4 years in his career, is processing the field fast. I saw Ryan Clark and Dan Orlovsky breaking down some plays from Mike White last week. And the way Mike White was processing the field, man, he was going right, center, left, check down, all in like under 2 seconds, like extremely fast. Daniel Jones, you know how they be like, keep your head on a swivel, and normally that's for like when you're looking around the field to not get knocked out, right? But when you see quarterbacks like, I'd use a guy like Matthew Stafford as a good example, even though he's having a horrible year, right? When you see the way he processes the field, the way that you see the helmet going from right to left, right to center to left, he looks like he's doing it with urgency. Like he wants the drill to be moved fast. And with Daniel Jones, I'm not seeing that. And I think that's why they kind of simplified the offense a little bit, because by the time he processes the field with this particular set of offensive linemen, he's going to be on his back, man. He's going to be on his back. So Daniel Jones, we've seen it with him. If he has a stud offensive line and he has the time, he can make plays. So I say he's a good quarterback. He's been average. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, yo, we're winning games on the strength of Daniel Jones in every game. A couple of games, possibly. I like what he's done with his legs. Now the teams are starting to see that you can't just bail out on Saquon Barkley, and they're starting to cover a lot of those boots and a lot of that read option stuff. Daniel Jones is in a hard spot right now. Let me see what else. Let me see what else. I'm just seeing if anything catches my eyes here. Yeah, Bookend's talking about DJ can run. Yeah, he can run. He can run straight ahead. Definitely. He's a deer, man. He's a deer. Once he get going, that kid can ball. But the agility is not there. And I'm starting to see him get a little bit better with it, but he's not the kind of runner that you want to be putting the ball in his hands to be like, hey, run the ball. You need to be our leading rusher here off these read options and all that. He's not that guy for that. Jay Jean says, Saquon taking a pay cut? I don't know what teams would shell out for Saquon. He's good, but those injuries definitely tanked his capital. Yeah, the injuries definitely hurt. Most definitely hurt his trajectory of getting that big payday. And I just think there's been a lot of mistakes with contracts with running backs. Like when you look at the Ezekiel Elliott contract, I know the Cowboys are looking at that like, damn, drafted Tony Pollard. Could have probably paid Zeke Elliott a little bit less. And, now it's looking like just wasted money on the books. It's looking like wasted money right now. Shout out to homie Benny, man. We was chopping it up in chat a little bit earlier. He's a Commanders fan. That's my homie right there, man. We go way back, all the way back. Let me see when me and Benny started rocking out. Definitely all the way back to high school, man. That's my guy right there, Benny. When you in town next, man, shout me, man. We got to link up, man. Are you coming down for the Washington game? You should come down for the Washington game. That's when we should link up. But shout out to Benny one time in the building. Gregory says, could you see Dallas getting Barkley and playing next to Pollard? No, I don't think so. I don't think they match well because Pollard is a baby. Like, I don't even want to say a baby. That'd be disrespect. Pollard is like a Barkley. Pollard reminds me of like Miles Sanders, Saquon Barkley. He does all the things those running backs do well. So I would think if you're going to get Zeke off the books, go out there and get a power back, man. Get somebody who does what Zeke does. Gregory, I know you can attest to this. Tony Pollard in the passing game as a blocker, he's awful. You see him get manhandled and thrown around the field a lot in pass pro, a ton. And that's where Zeke Elliott really, stands up and shines within y'all offense. So I think you got to get a guy who can, like, take care of all the goal line carries, get those touchdowns when you're close to the goal line. and then can pass protect as well. That's very important for y'all, especially with Dak Prescott, kind of getting a little older, a little up there in age, not as mobile as he once was. Never was really a extreme mobile quarterback anyway, but could do some things with his legs. I'd bring in a guy like that can run like Mark Ingram in his prime, like what Mark Ingram was. I like those kind of backs to pair with guys like Pollard and Saquon Barkley. Carlos Sanchez in a building one time. What's good, fam? Hope all is well with you. He says, when we having a Pizzle Authentic stream, man. I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. I haven't seen Pizzle going live a lot, but we should do that. We should do that soon for sure. Let me see. Mission Man is in the building. Mission Man says, I'm leaning on next year. Not going to be upset we don't reach the playoffs. The Giants had a good fight. I agree with you. I want to get this run. I definitely want to, get to the playoffs, get an opportunity, because I think for a young team like this to get that experience in the first round, that would be great moving forward. It would be so great moving forward. Kavase is saying that Bad Dog was saying Hurts is not better than DJ out of all people. Yeah, that it's a ridiculous take to say that. It's ridiculous. I think that people are just so caught up on the traditional style of the way that quarterbacks play. And Colin Cowherd said something really good about this about Jalen Hurts a couple weeks back. He don't care what it looked like. Are you scoring? When you get down to the red zone, man, you almost have an impossible chance of stopping Jalen Hurts in the red zone because he has enough throwing capabilities to be able to make all the throws. And then his running ability is ridiculous. He's tough. He'll run you over, man. He can take the big hits. He's got the body to be a running quarterback and not get hurt. That's the other thing. Daniel Jones has been hurt every year of his career outside of this year. I commend him for, staying healthy and staying on the field. But we ain't had to worry about too many injuries with Jalen Hurts. That dude is a bowling ball when it comes to running down the field, man. And once he gets going, it's really tough to stop him. The agility is there when he's running the ball, and I think he can make a lot of the throws. For those of y'all that haven't followed our channel here, me and the Beard have been high on Jalen Hurts since right after the first season that he played them couple of games. Once he came in his second year and got the starting job, we was high on Jalen Hurts. He can make the plays, man. And he had 26 total touchdowns. He also was the leading rusher on the number one rushing team in the NFL, the Philadelphia Eagles. He was the leading rusher. He got guys like Jordan Howard paid. He can make any running back that much better. Trust me, if we had a guy like Jalen Hurts, and a lot of people not going to like this take, if we had a guy like Jalen Hurts playing quarterback, Saquon Barkley would be doing even more damage. Saquon Barkley would be going ballistic. Because Jalen Hurts, when you talk about trying to contain him in the pocket, man, he'll take off and run on you in a split second. He is that good. I do think Jalen Hurts is a top 10 quarterback without a doubt in this league right now. And just because we still got the two GOATs, with Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady in the league and whatnot, it does make that top 10 conversation a little bit interesting because Tom Brady is still playing good football. And Aaron Rodgers is still playing some decent football. He had 21 touchdowns going into this week. He's struggling this year without having Devontae Adams, obviously, but he's still, a top-tier quarterback. But Jalen Hurts is top 10 for me. And Benny says he's real tight about the tie, but it was a good game overall. Y'all definitely did not just give up. Y'all D-line stepped up. Facts. I can't even say that hashtag over here. You know what it is. This is the Giant Overreaction, Benny. But shout out to Benny, man. Definitely shout me, man. I hope you're coming down for that game. Stan says, even as a Giants fan, I'm glad Jalen Hurts proved the doubters wrong. Always knew he had the it factor, just needed to fine-tune. Yeah. And the point that I was going to make about Jalen Hurts, too, is if you haven't, go check out the quarterback school. Just search on YouTube, the QB school, Jalen Hurts. Look at the 3 videos and focus in on the dates that the videos were released. Look at the first one he does, which is on Jalen Hurts after the playoff loss to the Buccaneers. Talked about a lot of his technique, his footwork being awful. That's JT O'Sullivan, who does that channel, former quarterback in the NFL. And then he did 2 videos earlier on this year where he talked about, look at Jalen Hurts' feet now and look at the upper body mechanics and how they're improving. I think a lot of people just run with narratives and don't really look and take the advice from some of the people who really know the game, like guys like JT O'Sullivan, guys like Kurt Warner. Go look at those 3 videos. I'm telling you, you'll come away with a different opinion. And shout out to the homie Rob Zero. I went on one of their streams with Pest, and he's just like, he never liked Jalen Hurts, right? He just thinks Jalen Hurts was a garbage quarterback and all this stuff, saying, this was when Jalen Hurts had like 7 touchdowns on the year and Daniel Jones had 6. And he's like, look at the stats, man. Him and Daniel Jones' stats are almost the same, and he has so much more talent and this and that and the third. And I was like, bro, you're not accounting for the rushing, and you're just not accounting for what Jalen Hurts brings to that offense of how he can spread the rock around because of how many different things he can do. And by the end of that conversation, I told him, I said, yo, just admit it. Just say, instead of saying Jalen Hurts is garbage and saying Jalen Hurts is trash, just say, I'm a Giants fan and I don't like Jalen Hurts. Nobody can say anything about that. If you don't like the quarterback, you don't like the quarterback. It is what it is at that point. But we can't go around saying a guy like Jalen Hurts is trash. We definitely can't do that. And let me see. Mission Man says, a team with no top skilled players can't succeed, whoever the quarterback. No top skilled players. So you mean like top in the league? That's interesting. Because I would argue Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens right off the top of my head. A lot of people are down on the Detroit Lions. You know, they do have Amon-Ra St. Brown over there for sure. And they have some good young running backs, but Saquon Barkley is a top skilled player for sure. Succeed is debatable because I think we are kind of succeeding. To me, this record here sitting at 7-4-1, that is succeeding a good bit for sure. Let me see what else everybody else talking about. I am trying to catch up with y'all. Let me get OG Knockout in here one more time. OG Knockout said if Joe Shane and Brian Dable keep DJ, the two of them, they'll two before they're fired. Trying to piece that together there. If Joe Shane and Brian Dable keep DJ, I guess you're just saying they'll both be fired. If they draft who they want next year, they'll have 4 years to develop their guy. Y'all will see next year. Yeah, OG Knockout is confident. Yeah, and I see what you're saying there, Aiden. Yeah, Daniel Jones is not hurt this year. Oh, he's talking about Saquon Barkley. Oh, he's talking about Saquon Barkley. Yeah, the shoulder is definitely a problem. But are you injured or are you hurt? Y'all need to go watch the program. For the youngins in the chat, go watch the program. Are you injured or are you hurt? And the difference is if you're injured, you can't play anymore. If you're hurt, you can get back out there and you know, add something to the team. So Saquon Barkley's hurt, but he's not injured. Shout out to Kevin, the PRF, one time in the building. He says whoever signs Barkley to a huge contract, whether it's the Giants or someone else, will be making a huge mistake. Not a shot at Barkley, but how teams should prioritize. I agree with you. Saquon Barkley is a phenomenal talent, but don't go out here and just throw him some crazy bag. I don't think that's a vibe. I definitely don't think that's a vibe. Let me see. Scrolling back here. Yeah, Jay Jean says, yeah, I kind of suspect Barkley's shoulder is killing him, but he knows he can't get injured for another year. Not terribly injured, but definitely not 100%. Yep, that's the difference between hurt and injured for sure. Yeah, Jalen Hurts squats 700 pounds. It's crazy. I remember he was talking about that in that interview that was just on YouTube. And he was squatting 600 pounds in high school. The dude he's a tank, man. He is built like a tank. And Stan also doubles down on, he says, Hurts is better than DJ. No more if, ands, or buts. Yeah, that's facts. I don't want to hear about the weapons. Jalen Hurts is a better quarterback. Let me see. Cortez says, too many good running backs in free agency in the offseason. I missed the Giants and power backs. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Stan's getting into it with y'all, I see. Let me see. Just catching up with y'all one time. I see that, Mark Primetime. Yup, they moved the game to Sunday Night Football. We're definitely hype about that. We're going to be there. Green Lot E. Y'all pull up. Y'all know what it is. Awthentik in the beard. We're going to be over there rocking out. Let me see. And I'm trying to keep the vibes kind of chill today for y'all. I'm sure y'all noticed that. Not a lot of, too many graphics and too many, takes and too many overreactions and some stuff from the national media because we did a stream yesterday, an instant reaction that went really well. I thought it was a really good stream, and a lot of people pulled up. Salute to all of y'all that got to see that. And if you need something to kind of burn a little bit of time on your Monday later on in the day, make sure to go back and double check that one out. Kind of reiterating some of the points here today, so you're not gonna miss too much. But it was a good stream, and the beer joined me. It was a fire stream. We had a great time. Let me see. David G says DJ will be back on a 2-year deal. No QB will be better than DJ coming out. That's crazy. That's a crazy statement. No. How can you say that no quarterback will be better? There's some guys coming out in this draft. I know a lot of people been keeping their eyes on Anthony Richardson out of Florida. Do you think that these guys are all going to come into the league and not be good? Daniel Jones has been a good quarterback for the New York Giants. He's been average thus far. Not one way or the other. He's definitely not a unicorn at this point. 4 years in, we can say that he's not a unicorn. But no quarterback will be better than DJ coming out. Do you mean for the first year, David? Maybe he means for the first year. Maybe David means no quarterback will give us a better chance to win in 2023 than Daniel Jones will. I want to see what David G means about that, because I mean, we could be just misinterpreting what he's saying there a little bit. But I do think that some of these quarterbacks are going to have a better career than Daniel Jones. I would bet some money on that. Um, Let me see what else. Stan has a little bit of a response there. A rookie QB is not supposed to be better than a year 4 quarterback. David, it's about upside. Yeah, that's true too, and that's kind of where we lean in this one towards a little bit. I kind of think that's what David G might mean there. He might just mean like, next year, and I agree with him on that. Which is why I think you could bring back Daniel Jones on like a 1 year a deal with an option for 2 years, or a 2 year deal, something like that. Something that allows you to maybe cut him in the second year and not lose out on a ton of cap. But I think the Giants are going to draft a quarterback. It I don't know. It'd be really strange if they go 2 years with this regime and not draft a quarterback. And we know Malik Willis was there, in the third round to be able to draft him there. And I think we ended up going with Cordell Flott in the third round. And some people have been saying they have faith in Cordell Flott. I think he can be a decent player, but just using my eyes on what I've seen so far, looks like we kind of missed on the pick a little bit there. Wan'Dale Robinson could be a factor, but now that you tear the ACL like that, man, that a little guy like Wan'Dale Robinson tearing the ACL in his rookie season, that doesn't yield well for the rest of his career. That's not a good look. And it looks like David G kind of agreeing with y'all there a little bit. Oh yeah, he said first year. Yep. Yeah, I agree with him on that. First year. You could let Daniel Jones start next year, and if it's going bad and you think the rookie is showing you some things in practice that could maybe go out there and maybe give you a better opportunity to win games and gain some experience, then you go ahead and put the rookie in. I don't think it's that difficult of a decision, but to just like cut ties with Daniel Jones and just bank on a rookie coming in here playing, I agree with David. That's probably not a smart plan either. You'd have to at least bring in a bridge quarterback. Jacoby Brissett has been playing some pretty good football. You could think of guys like Teddy Bridgewater. There's not many free agent quarterbacks, not many free agent wide receivers out there either, but yeah, I think that's real. And then let me see, OG Knockout's going to clear up something here. He says, I was saying if they keep DJ, Joe Shane and Brian Dable will be fired in 2 years. Oh, that's what he was saying. If they draft their guy, they'll be here for 4 years, especially if we're making the playoffs. That's a great point, man. Oh, see, this is why, like, me and OG, we always get into some good debates. Like, OG will come into the comments a lot, and we would chop it up about Daniel Jones. And sometimes, I definitely be misinterpreted by OG Knockout, because I know OG's got his mindset. He's seeing this for a while. He's seeing how Daniel Jones plays, and he knows that he wants to move on from him. I think that we can't be mad at anybody that wants to move on from the quarterback at this point, 4 years into the career, where you're seeing a lot of the same. Ash Money posted a statistics from Daniel Jones throughout the 4 years, and he was like, is this because Daniel Jones reached his 11th game last week? So he compared it to all the other seasons, because Daniel Jones had only played like 11, 12 games every season. And he was like, does this look any different to y'all? And I answered it, I retweeted it as well, and I thought it didn't look any different. It looked like the same quarterback. He had a little bit more rushing yards, but the whole thing about like not scoring touchdowns and having troubles in the red zone and stuff like that, it's a reoccurring theme that has been, going on for 4 years now. So I don't get mad at anybody that wants to move on from Daniel Jones. I was hella invested in Daniel Jones in 2019 when we first started the podcast. I was like, yo, he looks like he could be the guy. The preseason, he was lighting it up. Looked like a good pocket passer. But, he's going up against backups in the preseason, and the time to throw is a lot longer in the preseason. But I can't give nobody no flack that wants to move on from Daniel Jones. At this point, last year, I could say maybe I was a little bit too harsh on him, but I like to troll a little bit and joke a little bit, and a lot of the times I would just say, like, listing quarterbacks who had more touchdowns than him or more passing yards than him, and, that were playing better. Guys like Taylor Heineke last year, Davis Mills, those guys shouldn't be playing better than a guy like Daniel Jones in his third year, now in his fourth. That shouldn't be the case. But now I've come into the season with a very even keel kind of vibe on Daniel Jones. He's average. He's an average quarterback that can do some above average things with his legs over some of these other quarterbacks. But like, look at Joe Burrow. Look at some of the runs Joe Burrow was making in the game yesterday against the Kansas City Chiefs, right? Like, he can do most of the things Daniel Jones can do, but because he's such a good thrower and he has the weapons, the offensive line is still garbage over there, but he does have some weapons over there. They don't force him. They don't put him into those situations to be running a bunch of read option and doing all this crazy stuff that you see some of these running quarterbacks do. And I just think that with Daniel Jones, they're forcing that. They're really forcing that. And shout out to Cruzon one time. I'm not mad at this take either. Like, I'm not a homer for no player. Like, players are going to show you reasons why fans want to move on and why fans don't want to move on. Saquon Barkley's having a good bounce back year. He's over 1,000 yards already. But when you see these last 3 games to come with this take, I feel you. Like, yeah, you want to move on. For me, it's I want to move on from Saquon Barkley if they're going to have to pay him this huge boatload of money. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on those negotiations because I think that's the important thing. If you can manage to bring him back and pair him with another good running back and figure out some things with the weapons on the outside, then I'm all for bringing Saquon Barkley back. He's one of my favorite Giants of all time as well. I love Saquon Barkley as a player. I think he brings a dynamic skill set to this offense. But Brian Dable and the whole Buffalo Bills style of offense and Mike Kafka and the whole Kansas City style of offense, what's the last running back that excelled in any one of those style of offenses? They had Shady McCoy over there in Buffalo, and they let him walk. They literally let him walk. So it's not going to surprise me if they do the same thing with Saquon Barkley. These guys seem to want the quarterback that does have the unicorn skill set. If I'm just going off history, with Kafka, with Mahomes, and with Brian Dable, with Josh Allen. And they moved on from Tyrod Taylor. They did make the playoffs that year, and they moved on from him. So, if history has, any type of way of telling the future, then they probably are going to move on from Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones. Chaz G said Daniel Jones would be one of the best backups in the league. Yeah, definitely. He can do it. The kid can throw the ball. When you look at a guy like Mitchell Trubisky, who's definitely a backup, Daniel Jones is better than him. He can play better ball. Cruzon is saying that his comparisons or his camp is saying that he wants Christian McCaffrey money, $16 million a year. Yeah, nah, I'd tag him and trade him if I'm gonna do that. $16 million might be a little bit too much. And then NYBSMM5 also says that Saquon is not going to be greedy. We would hope. We would hope. Shout out to the homie Lucas one time in the building, man. Appreciate you rocking with us, Lucas. You already know what it is. He said, would you prefer Barkley at 14 mil or Tony Pollard for 7? Is Tony Pollard going to be a free agent this year? I thought Tony Pollard's still under contract. I mean, I would definitely sign Tony Pollard for that price over Saquon. Most definitely. I'm just taking a look at the contract here a little bit. Yeah, so he was a 3-year, $23 million. Yeah, I mean, I'd 100% take that contract over it. Definitely. And Tony Pollard is producing, but I think Tony Pollard he's probably gonna demand some more money. Tony Pollard been balling out. Yeah, that'd be a great deal. I see y'all agreeing with that in the chat too. Yeah, Pollard is a free agent at the end of the year. Yep. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know if $7 million, is that what they're going to pay Tony Pollard? I don't know. He been balling out. That dude been going crazy, man. Tony Pollard is such a good running back. Let me see. OG Knockout is saying DJ can do it, but he need a lot to be perfect to do it, and nothing perfect in this league. Yeah, that's a good point. That's really what it is. And Ryan Clark was talking about that a couple weeks back. Like, you really need all the pieces around him. Stephen A. Smith, the take Stephen A. Smith said, he said the exact same thing. He was saying, like, you pretty much going to need that number one wide receiver around him, and it's important to do that, or else you're going to have to move on. A lot of people gave him pushback simply because people just don't like Stephen A. Smith, but he was spot on, and I agreed with the take. I said it wasn't an overreaction. Yeah, perfect is a reach. Bookend Tackle said perfect is a reach. And you're going to waste time trying to get perfect. You're going to waste a lot of time trying to get perfect and lose a lot of games like that. All right. So we all caught up now. I finally got to the bottom of the chat, man. Salute to all of y'all, man, for rocking with us. Y'all know what it is, man. Awthentik and the Beard, the best division in football, the best television show, not on TV, man. Appreciate the fam rocking with us one time. Let's go into a couple of these overreactions one time because I had 3, and I just want to see where y'all sit on this. I kind of already know where y'all are at, being the way we kind of went over the chat. This was a vibe. I think we're going to I'm going to talk to the Beard about this because I think we need to do a show where we just do it like that, where we just focus on what y'all are saying in the chat, man, and, highlight a lot of y'all questions and highlight a lot of y'all statements as well, because I think y'all voice is just as important as our voice in this community as well, man. I think it's important to bring y'all up here and let y'all speak y'all frustrations, especially in a game like that. And when we're winning, everything is a vibe. It's easy to flow and all that. When we're losing, that's when things start to become a little bit more difficult. Cruzon says our wide receiver core is bottom 5. Our interior O-line is suspect. Yeah. Definitely. I almost want to take a look at some of these stats real quick for passing offenses. I want to get team ranking up. Let me see here. Give me a second, y'all. Bear with me. Passing offense. Let's check out passing yards per game one time here and see what we got here. So the Giants are sitting right now at 28th in the NFL in passing yards per game. Chicago is at the bottom of the league at 32. The Atlanta Falcons are at 31. Tennessee Titans are at the 30th slot. Carolina Panthers, and then New York Giants 28. The Houston Texans are 27th. Baltimore Ravens are 26th. LA Rams 25th. Pittsburgh Steelers 24th. Washington Commanders are 23rd. Dallas Cowboys, believe it or not, are 22nd in the league in passing yards per game. And then you got Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos at 21st. New England Patriots at 20th. The Cleveland Browns are 19th. Indianapolis Colts are 18th. I mean, look at that. All the teams that really can't pass are struggling to win games right now. Outside of the Tennessee Titans, all of those other teams are suspect. Chicago, Atlanta, the Panthers, the Giants, the Texans, the Ravens, who have found a way to win some games. They lost a lot of close games early in the year, too. They really could have benefited if they won a couple of those games. The Rams are struggling. The Steelers are struggling. The Commanders are struggling. The Cowboys are playing good football. So really in the bottom half of the league, the only teams that are consistently winning games right now that aren't at the top of the league as far as passing statistics go are the Cowboys, the Titans. That's really it. All the way up to the top 15, you got the Jets at 15, Green Bay at 16, the Cardinals at 17, the Colts at 18, the Cleveland Browns at 19. So really, the teams that are excelling in this league are throwing the ball. Let me give you the top 10 right now. Starting with the Kansas City Chiefs in the number 1 spot, the Miami Dolphins in the number 2 spot, which is like when you look at those teams and the quarterbacks and the weapons, you're like, those should be the number 1 passing teams in the league. Kansas City and the Miami Dolphins. Buffalo Bills are at number 3. The Cincinnati Bengals at number 4. Justin Herbert and the Chargers are at number 5. Tampa Bay with Tom Brady is at number 6. Seattle Seahawks, Geno Smith is playing some fantastic football. Let's go back to something here real quick. The Giants had Geno Smith. Don't forget it, right? Everybody was ragging on Geno Smith, and to see him now be a part of a top 10 passing offense in the NFL is kind of ridiculous. I mean, we had that guy on our roster, and I mean, we talk about Tyrod Taylor. I wonder why we just allowed Geno Smith to just kind of get up out of here. I know the Giants fan base didn't like that he took Eli Manning's record away from him and whatnot as far as the consecutive starting games, but damn, that's crazy. Geno Smith and the Seahawks are sitting at the 7th position, 244 yards per game. They're averaging 299 yards passing per game in their last 3 games. And then you got Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions out there, who the weapons look pretty good. I mean, the weapons is all right. No more TJ Hawkinson. They got Amon-Ra St. Brown. They got Khalif Raymond, who's another ex-New York Giant over there. He's doing some things. Who else is on that receiving core? DJ Chark is over there. And then they have the homie from the Rams from last year. I forget that homie's name, but he hasn't done too much this year. Light-skinned dude. He's all right, though. And then the Raiders are sitting at the 9th position, and the Saints are sitting at the 10th position. I'm glad you brought that up, Cruzon. That's a good point right there, talking about the wide receiver core, because it is a passing league, man. It's 100% a passing league. That's without a doubt. Let me see. What else y'all talking here before we go into this first overreaction? Just making sure I'm caught up with y'all. Yeah, Cruzon, you brought this up. This is a good point. I see an entertainer talking about this one a lot. I like Slayton, but that 15.6 drop rate is insane. Yeah, it's bad. It's definitely bad. He definitely has a issue catching the ball. And he even drops a couple of wide open ones sometimes. And once you get the dropping passes as a wide receiver, man, it just messes with your psyche straight up. It just messes with your psyche. Old school running, man. Defenses got better. You know, old school running used to be a thing when like them linebackers was wearing them big ass shoulder pads. Edge rushers were these big dudes built like Michael Strahan. You know, the game changed, bro. They're faster, stronger, more agile. They get off blocks faster, and teams are passing the ball. If you can't control the clock and run the ball in a positive way, you're not going to win games. It's just an old school formula. I love it. I love it when it works, you know, but it's just that's what it is, Alvaro. Shout out to Alvaro one time in the building. All right, let's get to this. I see Barry talking about the weapons. Yeah, but man, look how Russell Wilson was struggling over there with them same weapons. Like in the last year when Russell Wilson was a Seahawk, he was struggling, bro. He had the hand injury, but Dak Prescott had the hand injury that didn't seem to hurt him when he came back healthy. But everybody was giving Russell Wilson that excuse last year. Hey, cut a bang in the building one time. What's going on, fam? Hope all is well with you, fam. Oh, yeah. Kevin the PRF, you already know. He said, Geno Smith, cue the weapon. It's the weapons crowd. Yeah. I'm done with that. I'm so done with blaming stuff on the weapons, man. Like, yo, make the plays, bro. That's all I'm talking about. Make the plays, man. Make the plays. Russell Wilson had the exact same squad over there. He was looking like Russell Wilson looks this year. He looked bad. Geno Smith had over 100 passer rating in the 4 games he played in last year with the Seattle Seahawks. And that gave me some leadway to say, I went out and said a bold take earlier this year in a conversation with Entertainer. I was like, look, if Geno Smith can remain healthy this year, he's going to have a good year. He's going to ball out. And I got a lot of pushback in that thread. But, you know, the receipts are there. The receipts are definitely there because Geno Smith can play. He's accurate as hell, man. He can make all the throws. He can definitely play. Shout out to How About Them Boys. Salute on the big victory last night for your Cowboys. That was a good win for y'all, man. Y'all are really making some noise here in the NFC East. He says Giants are overachieving this year. You guys should be happy with what's happening right now, in my opinion. Yeah, and I think everyone in our base is happy. I mean, we got to the 7 wins. It's awesome. But then you start getting used to that, and you know, everybody wants wins, man. Everybody wants wins. That's really what it is. And when you play teams like Washington, who I think Washington is a team that is right in the same boat as the New York Giants in a couple of different ways, maybe, you know, they really need the quarterback. The team around them is really good. They did get the weapons. But I feel like the New York Giants should compete and beat a team like Washington every time. And offensively in this game, they just failed to do that, man. The second half possessions, there's no excuse for an offense putting up 21 yards in a whole half of football. There's no excuse for that. Got to find a way. Let me just get caught up here. Yeah, James Ormones was saying he said the exact same thing. Yeah. Wonder which team you cheer for, says JT. Yeah, you already know. That's definitely a Cowboys fan with the How About Them Boys. Shout out to the boys, man. Y'all can pull up anytime y'all want. Come here and chop it up with us, man. I usually go in the mornings and get to chopping it up with the fam and William Steele's chat. And they're great people over there, man. I'm not one of these people that's like, oh, you're a Cowboys fan, you're an Eagles fan, man, die, blah, 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 all that, you know, and wishing that y'all fail. As long as y'all not playing us, I don't care. I really don't care. You know, I'll hope for some losses down the stretch for sure, but like, I'm not one of them fans that's like that, man. I'm very even keel about it, man. Yeah, Cruzon says it was 21 yards. Yep. So from the third and the fourth quarter all the way to the end of regulation. So just the second half of regulation, they only gained 21 yards the whole entire time. 3 3-and-outs, 1 4 and-out, you can call it, I guess. They had 4 plays, and then they didn't convert. And just punts, 6 straight punts, man, to end that game, and a missed field goal. Yeah, it was 21 yards. That's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Yeah, and NYB SMM5 says, what's crazy is we could beat the Commanders when our records was ass. Yeah, we could beat the Commanders last year. They were giving us some of our only wins under the Joe Judge tenure. So, yeah, I mean, we should beat this team. It's not that much different of a team. You add Jahan Dotson, a couple little other weapons, Brian Robinson, who I like him. He's a physical back. And I'll answer this one before I get into the overreaction. Shout out to Barry one time in the building. Awthentik, do you think we make the playoffs? I'm going to take the push, Barry. I'll say it like this. If we can beat the Commanders down here in Washington, D.C., where I'm at, if we can beat the Commanders, we'll make the playoffs. If we can't beat the Commanders, chalk it up. It's over. Yeah, chalk it up. It's over. All right, so I'm going to get to these couple of reactions real quick, man. I definitely appreciate y'all just kicking it with me on this day. This is a another day to just vent a little bit, man. And, it was cool to let y'all kind of get y'all frustrations off, man, and get to talking about y'all opinions and y'all perspectives. That helps me come to my conclusion. Y'all always know this. I tell y'all this. Like, I look around and I gauge people's opinions and their takes and their perspectives. I'm a real level-headed dude. Now, I am also like, if I have an opinion and I'm strong on that opinion, I can die on that opinion. I can be stubborn on it sometimes, but I also listen a lot. A lot of people, when they have their takes, they just dive into tweet threads and they just don't listen. They're not reading. They'll read one line. I see people coming in and saying, oh, you think that this coaching staff should be fired after I say a tweet like, the offensive side of the coaching staff needs to be under a microscope from now on. It's like, just read, man, and be patient. I think not enough people do enough listening, and this was a good session for me to really get to listen to a lot of my day ones here who've been rocking with us, and also, give y'all some of my thoughts on this. And I'm going to start with these overreactions now. So for some of y'all that are new here that don't know this, what we do is we put up statements on the screen, and if you agree with the statement on the screen, put a U in the chat to represent that you are taking the under. If you think that the statement is an overreaction, put an O in the chat. And if you need some more time, put a P in the chat. And you can also tell me why you think you're taking the decision and you have the vote that you have. I'm going to go over 4 of them, possibly 5 of them. I had one for last week I want to bring up to y'all. I'm going to start with that one right off the bat. Let me know what y'all think about this one right here. And this is the first one we're going with. This one is, the downfall of the New York Giants season began with Xavier McKinney in Cabo. This is why Jihad Ward has me blocked on Twitter now, because he was popping wheelies on a 4-wheeler in Cabo one time. And let me know what y'all think about this one. If y'all think this is overreaction or not. And I'm going to be right back. I'm going to refill this water up because I know we're probably going to go for like another 30, 45 minutes for sure. And I already see them overreactions coming in a little bit here. Let's see what we get, though. I'll be right back, y'all. All right, appreciate y'all being patient with me, man. Rocking out with me on this Monday, man. Let's go back and check what y'all votes is looking like on this one. Shout out Sabrina in the building. I see you, Sabrina. Appreciate you pulling up. All right, so we got a couple of overreactions to start this one from the homie Jeff in the building, Cruzon in the building, Tom's World, Jay Jean, all say these are overreactions. James Ramones, Barry, Jonathan Studios, Zeke Anderson, Mr. Prov all say these are overreactions. How about them boys taking the under on this one? Isn't he the defensive captain for y'all? That's a great point right there. Juice Jones in the building says this is an overreaction. Shout out my guy Juice. I see the new profile pic, Juice. That's fire right there. Real People says overreaction. Sabrina overreaction. David G's taking the under on this one. And he says, he thinks that this one does fall on Xavier McKinney and the trip to Cabo. That's stupid way over, says Gregory. JL Pounds agrees with it, taking the under on this one. Stan says it's an overreaction. There was fans like myself that said the way they were winning wouldn't be sustainable once teams honed in on Barkley in the second half of the season. Great point. Yep, that has to do a lot with it one time. Jameson in the building. Coach J-Mo. What's going on, J-Mo? He says overreaction. Bookend says overreaction, but it definitely hurt this defense. Let me see what else we got. Oh, Cruzon says, in his opinion, we miss Adoree Jackson even more. That's a good point right there. Flem Dog's taking the push one time. It's between that and putting Adoree at punt returner. Oh yeah, I should have lumped them up in one in one statement there one time. That's a good point you make right there. Cutter Bang says it's overreaction, but from now on, any Giants player is banned from Cabo. The laughing emoji. I'm starting to hate that place in relation to our players. Facts. That's facts. Kevin the PRF says overreaction. Who else we got in the building? Jonathan Studios also says practice squad cornerback was the one who couldn't guard anybody, not safety. Yep, that's true. He was stepping up in a tough slot. He's a rookie as well. He made a couple good tackles, but he definitely got beat on a bunch of plays. Jeff says he is the captain, but he isn't the reason for the downfall. We had an easy schedule. Fans got overconfident, and now it's turning. Facts. Let me see. Gerard says it's an overreaction. Team game equals this year's team needs all phases and coaching clicking to win. Mistakes kill us. Facts. And that's why I think a lot of fans harp on it. When they see a big mistake in a game, they harp on it, and then they try to blame it on the player. And they'll go, oh, this game was Darius Slayton's fault, or this game was Daniel Jones' fault, or this game was Saquon Barkley's fault, or John Feliciano's penalty cost us the game, and, different shit like that. But I agree with you. It is a team game, and, it's all the plays in total that are, the reason why you'll tie or lose a game. Shout out Zeke Anderson. Yeah, the new birth vibes. You know what it is. Let me see. Aidenism said dude was a captain. Yep, that's facts right there. Edward Squires says it's an overreaction. It's not the downfall, but just knowing how much he means to our defense. That was not the time to ride an ATV and taking that chance of getting hurt. 100. I know when that happened, they're just like in panic. Like, what did we do here? What the hell? All right, let me see what else we got here. Shout out to Arvin Palmer. He's taking the push. Defense is the reason for the record. McKinney was very important. As soon as they give up over 20 points, we know the offense is going to struggle. That's so unfortunate and so true. And to have this game be right at 20-20, and you literally just need a field goal, and you can't get it from this offense, that screams to this take you got right here. That's so on point right there. Alvaro says it's an overreaction. Bookend double down on the Adoree. Yeah, Adoree was a killer for sure. Yeah, everyone's saying it is an overreaction, Jameson. Yup. Big win for your Cowboys yesterday, Jameson, but you know what?
Spike don't care.
You know what it is, man. Let me see. Adoree is the modern day Seahorn. I like that take. That's funny. Jay Jean says, hold up. We just played a game where we tied because the offense collapsed in the second half. Xavier wouldn't have changed anything. Great point. Great point. And to the benefit of this quote here was from last week before the game. But yeah, that's a great point right there nonetheless. Let me see. Bub said, bruh, Kenny Golladay hit a lick on the Giants. No lie. No lie. No lie. Yes, you got to get to that bag. That's very, very, very true right there. For me, with this one, the downfall of the New York Giants season began with Xavier McKinney and Cabo. Yeah, I think it's a bit of an overreaction, too. I wanted to kind of take the push on it because Xavier is important to this defense. But I'll take the overreaction on this one. I think that's facts on that for sure. All right, let's get to this next one real quick one time. Appreciate all y'all rocking, man. Hit that subscribe button if you digging the vibes here and you new here, man. We're trying to push this thing up to 3,000 one time. But keep in mind, we're trying to build a positive community here, man. So if you're one of them toxic homies, man, and all that, and you just come in and just, say a bunch of BS, you could spare us, please. But, yeah, we definitely trying to hit the numbers and keep this community growing, man. Let's get to this next one here right here. And this one is not an overreaction. I just want to get direct answers from all of y'all during this segment right here. And this is a question. This is more of a question here. And I just want to know, why do you think the New York Giants are running such a conservative offense? Direct answer. Just give me quick direct answers on that one before we get to the next overreaction. And I know we talked about this a little bit more, a little bit earlier in the stream, but I want to get the most direct answers to it. I don't care if you one word, keep it short. I want to highlight a couple of y'all statements here and kind of embed y'all thoughts in my mind here so I can kind of let that weigh on my opinion one time. My man Cruzon said Xavier would have helped on that 4th and 4 to go. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Alvaro kicked it off. Alvaro says no weapons. Jonathan Studios pointed up to Alvaro. OG Knockout says they don't trust Daniel Jones. Bub says quarterback and receivers. Cruzon says interior O-line. I love how all 4 of the first ones are all different. That's fire right there. Jay Jean says, no trust in Daniel Jones. Bookend says, I think it's the interior O-line. Fabian says, lack of confidence. Chaz G says, because they don't believe in Daniel Jones. David G says, don't trust Daniel Jones. Coaches don't trust the offense from the homie no Mets, no Nets, no Jets. Kareem Yee says, DJ only reads part of the field. Zeke Anderson, no faith in Jones or the wide receivers. Stan says, trust in the quarterback and lack of personnel, but 80% on the quarterback. How about them boys? Man, I appreciate you joining the discussion today. He says they don't trust the offensive line blocking, which could result in a turnover. Barry says, no trust in our offensive weapons. One day we'll score 30+. The homie Gerard says, shitty OGs and wide receivers. I think he's saying offensive line there. But we do have some shitty OGs as well, too, because there's not a lot of veteran leadership on this team. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says weapons ain't as bad as advertised. I 1,000% agree with you on that. JL Pound says too many holes all over the roster. The homie Gregory, Cowboys fan, he says offensive coordinator calling a way too conservative game plan. Jeff says Daniel Jones is the reason for the conservative play calling. This is great right here. I might clip this up and put this on Twitter. This one is from Five String Fling. The Art Law says lack of trust. Cutter Bang says they trying to play to the offensive strengths and DJ throwing ain't one of them. It's a bar right there. Kavase, apologize if I'm pronouncing your name wrong too. Let me know. What's understood doesn't need to be said. Real people in the building. Big salute to real people one time. They got to keep it simple for them. Stan says, even if you have no weapons, if they believe in the quarterback, I guarantee you they're going for it on 4th and 3 in overtime with playoffs hanging in the balance and not playing for a tie. Kevin the PRF says, bad offensive line plus a mid quarterback. Washington is in the exact same boat. Flemdog says they don't believe in themselves. Probably talking about the players. Smacks is blaming it on a first-year play caller. This is a great take right here. No one is talking about this. Mike Kafka's first year as an offensive coordinator. I think I'm not sure, was he calling plays with Kansas City or was he just quarterback? That's a good point you bring up right there. How about them boys says, why would they not trust Daniel, though? When dude wants to sling it, he can effing sling it, man. It's a good point because Daniel Jones can make some throws out there. That's definitely facts out there. Who else we got? I want to get some people that haven't made a point here yet. Aidenism says they overcommit to the game plan and not read what's given. That's a good point right there. That's a good point right there. Jeff back in the building says DJ is at his best when rolling out. Why is that? Because it cuts the field in half and limits the reads Daniel Jones needs to make. They don't trust him and treat him like a rookie. That's another good point right there. James Earl Moan says they don't want to make Mara's boy DJ look awful. Kevin the PRF says, I mean, do we recall when Daniel Jones was considered a turnover machine? Why bash getting the ball out of his hands as fast as possible? And Jonathan Studio says, yep, Kafka was the quarterback coach. That's a great segment, y'all. I think y'all brought up all the key points that really answer this question here of why do you think the New York Giants are running such a conservative game plan? It's hard to pinpoint just one thing, and it could be everything that y'all just said all lumped up in one. But the conservative game plan, I got a lot of beef with that. You got to take the training wheels off this quarterback in his 4th year. It's now or never for him. And if you plan on bringing him back, fans are not going to be behind that decision if you don't let him just sling the ball down the field, because this kind of formula that the Giants are using right now, like my man Stan said, this is not a game plan that's going to be able to work in the future at all times. You're going to fall short if you continue to call games like this. Fabian says it's time for Kafka to pass the baton. And that's another thing. We're probably going to bring that up this week. We know that Brian Dable can call plays. We know that. He did it in Buffalo. Y'all dropping bars, man. Y'all dropping bars. Chaz G says, it isn't because Daniel Jones lacks talent. He has tremendous talent. His problem is he still isn't processing what he's seeing fast enough from play to play. That's facts. Mm. Edward Squire says because of all the injuries and not being able to work and not having the same players in multiple games, that the chemistry thing, that's a good point as well. Juice Jones says, fourth year, yes, but new coach also. Mm-hmm. That's facts right there. And then how about them boys? You know, how about them boys? I appreciate you rocking with us and bringing up some good points. And it's showing you that you watch our games too. You know, I think a lot of fans, they just come in and they just talking just because they got lips. They just talking, right? How about them boys says the 31 before halftime pissed me off as a Cowboys fan. How the hell are you going to run the ball just to kick a field goal from the 10? Come on, Kafka. We brought that up earlier in the show. I brought the clip up that Brian Dable, when Jordan Renan was asking him in the press conference about it, like, would you have done it differently? And he straight up just dodged it. Let me see. Mission Man says, it's a learning curve. Truth. OG Knockout says, it's the draft next year, homie. We can't win too many games. Joe Shane is smarter than you think. Joe Shane is super smart. Yeah, when they showed them a little behind the scenes of him operating in that draft room, yeah, Joe Shane know his ball. Joe Shane is like that GM that knows his football like how a head coach would know his football. I 1,000% agree with you on that. Let me see what else we got here. Juice Jones says, so even with the film, they are still figuring out this. Let me see. Is he the best for the system? Okay, so even with the film, they're still figuring out, is he the best for the system? Facts. Definitely facts right there. 3 coaches in 4 years. Yep, that's wild. That's wild. Gregory says you throw DJ into the deep end and see if he can swim or sink. All Giants fans are asking for that this morning. That's the one thing that everybody agreed on this morning when I was looking around on Twitter. Everybody was saying that. I love the points y'all are making. I love the points y'all are making here. Fabian says that Dable's body language says it's all he's flustered with Kafka. He will take the driver's seat moving forward. I'm going to take the push on that, Fabian, but I hear you. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says, I really think the GM told Dable to shut it down for the season. I can't prove it, of course, just a conspiracy theory. Coaching staff seems like they don't plan to win or be aggressive. That's a good point. I like you said, it could be just a conspiracy theory. You know, it's just a thought there. My thing is like this. If y'all want to talk a little conspiracy theories, I think Brian Dable has been building a relationship with Daniel Jones, coaching him up, trying to make him be the best player that he can possibly be. But I think there's a beef between him and Joe Shane a little bit. I think Joe Shane has already made the decision to move on at the quarterback position, and Brian Dable is kind of trying to figure out a way to keep Daniel Jones possibly within this system. We'll see. That's just a bit of a conspiracy type of talk there. You know, it's just hypothetical at the end of the day. Let me see. Stan says, Joe Shane knows Hall but won't show his hand, or knows all possibly, I think you're trying to say there. Yeah, he's definitely not going to show his hand. That's why he tiptoes around a lot of stuff in the interview. And I like that. You know, I don't want the coaches to be trying to be all transparent, telling these fans, yeah, Saquon Barkley's dealing with a shoulder injury. Daniel Jones has been struggling with this, blah, blah, blah. I don't even want to hear it. You know, wait till the end of the season. Make your decisions. The fans will figure it out on their own. How about them boys says, I watch any NFC East game as long as my team ain't playing. Want to be able to come in these chats and relate to y'all in some way. Salute, dog, and we welcome you here, man. We definitely welcome you here, dog, and welcome to the family here, man. It's a group of a bunch of good people that show up in these streams on a weekly basis, man, and you know, it's very unbiased for the most part. So we welcome you, bro, and we appreciate you pulling up, rocking with us. As a Cowboys fan and a fellow rival within the division, man. So salute to you, bro. Let me see. Jay Jean says, responding to the sink or swim comment, unless they already know he can't swim and they feel they can win only by keeping DJ in the shallow waters. Cat. Hey, Jay Jean, that's a bar right there. Because like you said earlier, we don't know. We really don't know how Brian Dable feels about everything that's happening with this team and with the quarterback position. We don't know. That's true. That's very true. Barry says 11 picks next year. In Joe Shane, we trust. Facts, yo. Yeah, and Chaz G says respect. That's a real football fan right there, talking about how we them boys. Big facts, yo. And we do, if you don't know we them boys, I don't know if this is your first time here, we do NFC East recaps every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So tomorrow we're going to be going over all the games. We do that weekly over here. That's why the name of the show is called The Best Division in Football. And this particular one's the Giant Overreaction. We kind of cater this one to the Giants fans on Monday to just kind of, see where everybody stands, man. But salute to you. Salute to you, fam. Yeah, and Jay Jean welcoming you. That's awesome. I appreciate y'all doing that, y'all. Y'all know what it is. All right. Let's go to this next overreaction one time, man. And we'll see how y'all feeling about this next one. What y'all think about this one right here, y'all? The Giants are too heavily invested on relying on Saquon Barkley to win games for them. What y'all think about this? I'm going to give y'all a little bit of time to get y'all overreactions or y'all pushes or y'all unders populated here one time. And we'll move quickly on this one. I try to get y'all out of here in about a good 15 minutes. We'll see what's good. We've been here for 2:30. I appreciate y'all rocking. And I think we're all gonna be in agreement here. I really do. I really do. Let's see what y'all talking. Y'all should have seen the face my girl made when I went upstairs just now to go get a drink. Like, what the hell? You on the screen? You popping up on me like that? It was hilarious. But we got okay. We a little split. We got a couple in here. Okay, so Jeff's coming with the under on this one. He agrees with the statement. Edward Squires agrees. Aidenism agrees. Man of the Culture agrees. Kansan in the building. What's going on, fam? Hope all is well with you. Also agrees with the statement. Barry says it's an overreaction. I want to know why, Barry. Let me know why you think it's an overreaction. If you think that they need to be using Saquon Barkley this much and they need to be invested on relying on him. OG Knockout with the under one time. Let me see. Juice Jones says, are we going to touch on the 3 yards from the first breakdown? I'm trying to think which 3 yards you're talking about. Let me elaborate on that for me, Juice. Juice taking the under on this one, though. Cruzon taking the under on this one as well. Jay Jean taking the under, especially in the beginning of the season, and now it's starting to unravel, and teams are planning for it. Yup, that's facts right there. Bub's taking the under. That's why they're slowing him down second half of the season. Yup, it's facts. How about them boys takes the push on this one? Using him a lot is okay, but they use him too predictably. Yes, man. Golly, that's facts right there. That is so facts right there. You got to get creative with this play calling here, man, and be able to put Saquon Barkley out in space, man. He's a home run hitter, man. You got to the metaphor I would use is they trying to hit home runs on the wrong pitches, man. You got to wait for the pitch to come right down the pike to try to hit the home run, man. Set him up. Set him up in a proper way. More play action from Daniel Jones. I didn't see enough play action in this game. Jonathan Studios also taking the under. Gerard took the under. Fabian says, where's the tailgate? We're going to be in Green Lot E. So that's where you want to pull up to, man. It's going to be a great time, man. We're getting all that stuff planned together this week. The Commanders are on a bye, so I'm going to leave a lot of that responsibility to the Beard to handle all that stuff while we go play the Philadelphia Eagles and pray to God we don't get our asses kicked. So Green Lot E, man, that's where we be at. Every tailgate is lit. And I'll be keeping my eyes on Twitter. If you got a Twitter account, man, just DM me, man, or, shoot me an @. I'll guide you to the right section and whatnot, and we'll get you involved, man. I definitely want to meet a bunch of y'all at that game. That'll be real dope. Flem Dog taking the under as well. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets taking the under as well. He says this is the truth. They'll grind him down to rubble if they continue to overuse him. Facts. JL Pounds took the under. Most people taking the under on this one. Kevin the PRF took the under. He says it's a necessity. You make the point when pointing out Barkley's second half carries. Facts. Facts. It's definitely been a necessity. Alvaro took the under. He said that running the offense through Barkley will make the Giants predictable and vulnerable. Yeah. And I don't mind the offense going through him as, the primary weapon, but, you got to find other ways to be able to create balance, man. This offense looks very one-dimensional right now. Let me ignore that. Let me see what else we got. Gregory took the over. Gregory says, I don't think they play him enough. Throw the ball more to him. They could do that. They could utilize him more in the passing attack. And the statement doesn't really elaborate on it being just with running the ball. So that's true. I think they're using him wrong for sure, but you make a good point right there, Gregory. Stan also says super under. My only conspiracy theory to the previous conversation is Joe Shane only brought back Jones because he was cheap and as a favor for Mara, but super under for Barkley statement. Definitely feel you on that. Zeke said the biggest of U's. That's like a Soldier Boy U one time. Oh, in the OT. Juice was talking about the OT. Okay, I can respond to that. So we did talk about this one a little bit earlier before you got here, Juice, but hold on. So man, we all everybody I've been hanging out with, my girl, her mom, everybody getting a little bit sick over here. But Juice is talking about the overtime thing, right? So 4th and 3, you're, right around midfield. You were on the Washington 43 or something like that. At that point, man, the 3rd and 3, you have to convert it. Daniel Jones was sacked on 3rd and 3. Tried to step up in the pocket a little bit, and then he ends up getting sacked. And if you don't convert there, you're pretty much giving away the game. And I do think they made the right decision in hindsight. During the game and live on Twitter, I was going crazy about it. I'm like, 3 yards with everything on the line, 2 downs to get 3 yards. You can tell they made the decision before 4th down, Juice. They on 3rd down, they're like, if we don't get it, we're punting the ball. They came out and then they tried to run like a trying to draw you guys off sides and whatnot, or trying to draw the Commanders off sides, and it didn't work. And then they just took the delay game and they punted the ball. I think it's the right decision, but it's sad. It's sad that it's the right decision, because the fact that you can't get 3 yards to get a 1st down and extend that drive, to then try to set up Graham Gano to get a game-winning field goal, it's pathetic. It really is pathetic. But that second half, I talked about this a little bit earlier, Juice, if you missed it. From the second half of that game, in the second half of regulation, the New York Giants only had 21 total yards. That offense wasn't doing jack the whole entire second half. The offense really wasn't doing jack the whole entire game. The big play to Darius Slayton really makes the passing stats look a lot better. But I'll show you, Juice, the passing chart one more time if you missed it. Look at this passing chart right here from Daniel Jones. Look how many throws are behind the line of scrimmage. 13 throws are behind the line of scrimmage. 4 throws breached the 10-yard mark. They really got the training wheels and the leash on this kid. They really do. And it's unfortunate, man. Like, I don't think he's like this terrible quarterback that you have to like really keep restraint like this. Like, you can let him throw the ball down the field. And then they wait till the last drive. 3 of the 4 throws that were thrown past that 20-yard mark, or I'm sorry, past the 10-yard mark, 3 of the 4 were on that last-ditch drive in regulation. It's like, what's going on? What's really going on here? So, for me, it's just unacceptable. It's just a bad game. And sometimes when you're in the heat of the game, it's a lot tougher than when you're watching it on TV. But watching it on TV, I'm looking at it like, what kind of calls are these right now? And then you only gave Saquon Barkley the ball 4 times in the second half. How is this adding up? I don't understand how this even adds up. Saquon gets 4 carries in the second half. Then you have Daniel Jones, who literally, him and the entire offense only have a 21 yards of total offense output. 3 and outs galore, man. 3 and outs galore. 3 and outs. It just don't make no sense. And you're just not gaining any yards. You're not gaining no yards. Big penalties, slowing things down. And, like, it was just an awful second half, man. I'm surprised that we actually came away with a tie. And I think if you don't make that decision there with the 4th and 3 late, Taylor Heineke's probably going to take that ball, get him in the field goal range, and we're probably going to lose that game. So that's how I feel about the 4th and 3, just to kind of reiterate it. Yeah, man, the math ain't mathing, bro. The math is not mathing. It's crazy that went down in that game. It's a complete collapse. It's the biggest collapse for me that I remember since the Philadelphia Eagles collapse, the one that a lot of people in the Giants community were just blaming Evan Ingram, right? Like, oh, he dropped the pass that could have sealed the game. But they didn't look at everything else that happened in that game. You allowed the Eagles to score 2 touchdowns after the drop. And the offense literally did nothing. They did jack after that drop from Evan Ingram. A bunch of missed opportunities. And then defensively, I remember we allowed them to score in like 2 plays, man. Like, you cannot collapse like that. You got to play better ball across the board, man. Let me see. I see Jay Jean is responding to at Jamar. Maybe that's at James. I'm not too sure, but let me see if there's. Oh, yeah, Jamar's up in the building. What's up, Jamar? How you living, fam? He says, well, if our offense keep playing this pathetic, we will. Not might, but will get destroyed by the Eagles this week. Oh, my God, 1,000%. The offense can't play like that, and we can't expect to beat anybody like that. You could go up against the Chicago Bears, man. You play offense like that right now, you're not winning no games, straight up. But shout out to Jamar for pulling up, man. But as far as this Saquon Barkley one, yeah, I mean, I'm going to agree with the statement. I'm taking the under on this one. They're using it. They're too heavily invested on relying on Saquon Barkley to win the games. You need to be able to put Daniel Jones in the position to be able to make some throws and win some games. And like I said earlier, that whole 5 games, fourth quarter comebacks or whatever, all that stat is so overly inflated. I hate it that Giants fans are running with that stat. I hate it. It's just such a smoke and mirrors type of stat. Let me see. Oh, yeah, definitely not bigger than this one. 31-10 was crazy. 31-10 was crazy. Them 2 collapses, man, the one with Deshaun Jackson and then the one with the field goal where way back against the 49ers when the Giants collapsed, those are like epic collapses. This collapse was like, okay, you got a 7-point lead, man. Go out there and get a field goal and you'll win this game. And they just couldn't do it. Defense kept us in it, and they just couldn't do it. Mission Man says that Dable is just running with what he has till the draft. It's just crazy because, like, you spotted yourself 7 wins. Go out there and beat the teams you're supposed to beat. Like, and we're supposed to beat the Commanders. We are definitely supposed to beat the Commanders. It's wild that we couldn't do that. Yeah, 0-2, Aidenism, 0-2. Yeah, that game was terrible. And the referees missed the call and everything. It was awful. That was straight awful. How about them boys says, Giants got to run for 150 to beat the Eagles. Time of possession is key. Facts. And we got completely dominated in time of possession in this game. 41 minutes, the Washington Commanders had the ball. And when I talked to it about the beard was like, it didn't even feel like we had the ball that long. Like, but it was, man. The second half, the Giants could not sustain drives. It was just god-awful the way the Giants were trying to play that second half. Coaching, execution, everything. Up front, blocking, penalties. It's just all bad. All terrible. And I got 1 or 2 more overreactions here we'll get to. I actually got 1 more, and I want to know what y'all think about this. I think I got a good gauge of how y'all feel about it already, but let's get off into this next one and see how y'all feel about this one. This one is about the coaching staff here, and this one is Wink Martindale is handling, there's a typo there, his part. Mike Kafka and Brian Dable are not. Let me know what y'all think about that. Do y'all think that Wink Martindale is doing his part to take care of his side of the ball? Granted, both sides of the ball have been dealing with, some injuries and whatnot, and I did have this corrected, so let's look at that. Shout out to the graphics department handling that typo on the fly one time. And it's still, crazy. But, let me know if y'all think this. If you think this is an overreaction that Wink Martindale is handling his part and Mike Kafka and Brian Dable are not. Let me know what y'all think about this. I see Bubs is already on it. Bubs been getting to them votes quick, man. He got that high-powered Verizon internet over there. A gigabyte speed, megabytes and whatnot over there, killing it. Bub's taking the under. Gregory is also taking the under on this one. Stan says he's taking the under for this season because we got more wins than expected, but push for long term. I like that right there. Aidenism says Wink is the MVP. I tweeted that out just yesterday as well. I think Wink is definitely the MVP right now in this squad, man. He's been doing his thing. Bookend Tackles also taking the under on this one. Chaz G says, our defense has been more talented for years. Wink job isn't as difficult as Kafka's. Ooh, that's a good take right there. Let me see. Yeah, our defense was pretty decent. I mean, we had that smoke and mirrors top 10 defense in 2020. Came out in 2021 and definitely took a step back. And, we lost some of that talent, though, man. No Blake Martinez. No James Bradbury. There's been a lot of moving parts on this defense, and with the injuries, I just got to commend Wink. I think he's doing a fantastic job, and this defense reminds me of the 2020 defense. They're about as good as that 2020 defense with less talent, if you ask me. Old man Rob taking the under one time. Let me see. Mission Man's responding to the last one with the Saquon Barkley thing. He says, yeah, they don't use enough two-back sets to use Saquon as a decoy. That's facts right there. Jeff says he's taking the under. Barry taking the under, and yeah, Bubs, you confirming that internet on fire, boy. James F, shout out to James F one time. He says Wink is doing his part for show. He's taking the under. I like how you put the hashtag on under. That's fire right there. Let me see. Dom Dizzy with the under. JL Pounds is taking the push on this. Want to see a little bit more out of this defense. David G is taking the under, the best coach we have. Facts. Right now, he's the best coach we have. I would not deny that. OG Knockout still in the building, says Wink doesn't have the talent he needs, and he's taking the under. Yeah, you could see that, because if Wink could send the blitz the way he wants to, and he has the kind of cornerbacks and the kind of secondary that could cover man-to-man and play the style of defense he likes, man, we will be a great defense right now. And, I also think they have trouble sealing the edge. I like Kayvon Thibodeau. I think he did a good job as far as pass rush goes. But if you've noticed, a lot of times when they run to his side, he is getting a little bit bullied. So in the offseason, I want him to work on some more moves, and I want him to work on his strength as well. He's getting stood up vertically a little bit too much. Me and the Beard always compare it to like when you lean, like kind of like you on a motorcycle when you turning. You got to get that move, down where you can lean and get up under these tackles that are trying to stop you from getting to the quarterback, and set that edge, man. Set that edge. But I like what I'm seeing out of the rookie, man. He's playing well. Kayvon Thibodeau is definitely in addition to this defense, and he's a factor for this defense too. And the strip sack, you got to learn that, man. When you get an open lane on a quarterback like you got on Taylor Heineke on that play, if you get a strip sack right there, that game's over. Jay Jean's taking a push. Jay Jean says if Kafka and Dable are still keeping DJ in the shallow waters, this might be according to plan. That's true. That's true. I like that. Gives you a couple of outs there. I like that. Shout out to the homie one time. Sealed to destroyed. I like that. That's what's up. That's a new face in the building. The profile pic is fire, fam. He says, I think Dable and Kafka may just be keeping it together. Yeah, they might be. They might be because, like, if we knew what was really going on behind closed doors, it would give us some more insight into really knowing what this coaching staff is doing. But like Jay Jean just said, if the plan is to just be able to, tread water, let's call it, then maybe they're doing their job here, and maybe, some of the takes I've had on them is being a little bit too harsh. But shout out to See It Destroyed one time in the building, man. Appreciate you pulling up, rocking with us, man. Welcome to the fam, IG. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says Wink is the coaching MVP, and he was handicapped by Dable. Yeah, because this offense is doing no justice for the defense. They're not helping them out. They're not sustaining drives. And the fact that you had that many opportunities to be able to score, and Wink Martindale, defensive possession after defensive possession, is holding the Commanders out of the end zone and keeping them out of field goal range. I know he's looking at this offensive coaching staff a little bit sideways on Monday morning here for sure. Let me see. Jonathan Studios, I like this. He says, I need Wink Martindale and Patrick Graham to have a baby. Giving up first downs on 3rd and 22 is not the business. Yeah, that's the one problem I have with Wink Martindale. He's over-aggressive on those longer downs, like 3rd and 15, 3rd and 20. We saw the Commanders convert on a couple of those in this game. And there was one there where they almost converted with the screen to Terry McLaurin, too, man. I damn near lost it. And thank God that they ended up punting on 4th and 1 because I was going to lose it if they went for a 4th down and got the conversion there. That was going to kill me. That prompts me to want to look up the 3rd down statistics. 3rd down was awful in this game. The Giants were 4 for 13, and the Washington Commanders were 3 for 14. So, I mean, that goes to show you how good these defenses were playing on 3rd down, on both sides, man. Giants held them to 3 to 14 on 3rd down. That's fire right there. So, but the couple of them that they did convert were some longer ones, and we've been seeing that theme throughout the whole entire season. So I definitely agree with you, Jonathan. That's a good point you bring up there. Zeke is taking the push on this one. His dedication to man coverage sometimes hurts us. Yeah, that's facts, and he doesn't have the personnel to do it, how he would like to, for sure. Let me see. Kansan says it's an overreaction. Mike and Dable have no weapons. To say they're bad at their job with poor wide receivers is unfair. But, for me, it's not even a personnel thing. It's situational, too, like what happened down there at the end of the half with the sequence of plays where you get the 3rd and 1 with 14 seconds left. It's unacceptable. That can't happen. Burn timeout. We've seen burn timeouts plenty of times with this team this season. Clock management, only giving Saquon the ball 4 times in the second half. Those kind of things are just unacceptable for me. I do know that they're working with subpar talent and poor wide receivers for sure. But this is the NFL, man. You got to find a way to at least try. Did you see the Colts last night, the way that they were moving the ball in the first half? I'm sure we them boys can attest to this. They were stretching the field, man. They were trying to throw the ball on that Dallas Cowboys defense. And trust, that Dallas Cowboys defense is fire. They ain't no slouches. They get pressure on the quarterback. The Colts offensive line, yeah, they've drafted pretty decent, but their offensive line definitely took a step back this year. They're not as good as people thought that offensive line was going to be. And, that game did get out of hand and whatnot. But to me, it's like talent and personnel is not a reason to not be able to at least have balance within your play calling and then the time management in situational football. So I don't think they're doing like a horrible job or nothing, but it's nothing to run home to the bank about. It's like it's just average coaching at this point. And I think we were overhyping it just because we were winning a lot of games early on in the season. How about them boys says he taking the under. Wink is doing all that with nothing in the secondary. That man can coach a defense. That's facts. I'm right there with you on that. Edward Squires, he's taking the under. At least the defense can get needed stops when we need it, and the offense are not making the plays that are needed. Yeah, and the offense is hurting the defense. I think a lot of people don't talk about that enough, right? Like, I was in the spaces yesterday, and somebody was in there saying, like, the defense is on the field too long, and they're not understanding that the reason why the defense is on the field too long is because we're not sustaining drives. It's not because the Washington Commanders are getting chunk plays and just like methodically walking us down the field. That definitely did not happen in this game. The reason why the defense was on the field that long and the time of possession was just so egregious in the favor of the Washington Commanders was because all them damn 3-and-outs. You start the game with a fumble. You give the Commanders the ball right there in our territory, pretty much midfield. You're just giving away points. And then when you look at the second half, the 3-and-outs, and then another drive that was 4 plays for -1 yards, like 6 straight punts to end the game and a field goal. These are things that you can't blame that on the defense. you should be grateful for this defense that they were able to keep the Commanders out of the end zone. Really, we really should. So I definitely agree with that. Seal to destroyed is such an interesting spelling, yo. He says, you can be for or against DJ's consistency, but the interior has consistently changed and sucked. That's why they play it safe. Yeah, I'm sure the offensive line is a good reason why they're playing it safe for sure. I think it's a combination of things. I don't think it's just one thing, because if that's the case, then why don't we go to like some bigger sets, man? Let's bring in some big boys, bring in a tight end, you know, and use just fewer wide receivers in the route concepts and just try to find a way to, we're already cutting the field in half, you know, so you might as well do the same thing and try to get the ball at least down the field a little bit, you know? And again, I'll show you guys that passing chart one more time, just for the people that didn't see it. I want to show y'all that passing chart from Daniel Jones in this game. Just look at all these throws behind the line of scrimmage again. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. So Daniel Jones had 31 attempts, right? All of them except 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 were underneath 10 yards, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. I still can't believe it. I'm going to like wait. I'm in the twilight zone right now, and I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and the Giants won the game 23-20. I swear, because it's just no way we should have lost that game, or we should have tied that game. You know, I told y'all, I apologize. I'm going to keep calling it a loss because it just didn't feel right. But a bunch more of y'all taking the under on this one, too. I see Juice took the under. Yeah, we definitely need more talent for sure. Cutter Bang says it's an overreaction. Think Wink is handling his, but Kafka and Dable doing fine, too. It's a learning process for them as well. Just like the players, like one dude said, first-year play caller. Wink been at it for years. That's a great point, too, man. Wink been at it for years, man. He was in Baltimore. I want to say he became the coordinator over there in like 2015, possibly. I want to say it was somewhere around 2014, 2015. And I think he was the linebackers coach for like 3 or 4 years before that as well. All right, Juice, man. Be good, man. Enjoy the rest of your Monday, brother. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you pulling up, rocking with us, man. We still got a link, man. Shout me. You know I'm here. All right. And let me see. Okay, Stan's got another conspiracy here. Here's a conspiracy theory for you. The way Wink runs his defense, I think they would have took Sauce and Kayvon at 5 and 7 if the draft felt like that, then drafted Tyler Smith or the Abraham, or maybe saying Alabama tackle right there. That's a conspiracy theory for sure. I feel you. Yeah. I was one. I did a mock draft with the people over there at Ref the District, and I represented the New York Giants with our first pick. And I had Sauce Gardner as the first pick. I ain't gonna lie. I had Sauce Gardner as first pick. He's a beast, too. You're seeing it translate to the NFL, like, completely fast, man. It's a great thing. Old Man Rob says our tackling is horrendous. Yeah, that's facts, too. Let me see what else we got here. Edward Squire says Indy can have Glowinski back. I know that's right, man. That man was getting bullied. He was getting bullied the whole game, for sure. Stan says Kayvon doesn't need to bulk up, in my opinion. He just needs to fine-tune his technique and bend and add more to his rush arsenal. He could get by rushing one way in HS and Oregon, in high school in Oregon. Okay, yeah, I got you on that. I still think he needs to bulk up a little bit. And if it's not bulking up, it's just hone in your strength, because I think that's where he's missing. It reminds me of Chase Young a lot in the first year. Chase Young was missing the bull rush, and we'll see how Chase Young comes back off that knee injury. But I just want to see a couple of more moves. You see Kayvon going to that edge way too much. He had a little bit of a spin move in college too that I'm not seeing really translate to the NFL as well. But Kayvon's doing a good job, and he's maturing. You know, he's turning into that player I think that we all are going to expect. And I think by next year he'll have, you know, his feet will be planted in this defense. But Azeez Ojulari, man, he's showing you what the real deal is. Azeez Ojulari is doing big things, man. 10 sacks in 20 games. Whew. That boy is a problem. That boy is definitely a problem. James F. says, offense is truly hurting the defense and has been. We just pulled a lot of upsets. Let me see where that can't be exposed. We're seeing how conservative play calling will hurt an aggressive defense. Yeah, I'm trying. Y'all got me looking crazy up here with all these typos y'all throwing in these joints. Shout out to James F. one time during the building. I definitely get the point, man. Yeah. But we're definitely being exposed right now. That's 100%, man. And the conservative play calling is hurting the defense, man. You cannot keep forcing these 3-and-outs on the offensive side of the ball. It's just not the vibes. It's just not the vibes, man. And in this game, you saw it. Clear as day, all the Giants needed was a field goal late in this game, and we would have took this game home with the victory. You're up by 7 for like 5 straight possessions, and your offense continuously just keeps going 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 4 and out. Defense holding you in this game, holding it down for you. That's not the vibes. Definitely can't do that. You definitely cannot do that. Yeah, and Aidenism is clowning that passing chart. That passing chart is awful. I don't even look at the passing charts a lot. Like, I've probably checked the passing chart maybe like 4 times this season. I saw that one running around on Twitter, and I was like, hold up, let me go look at this a little bit more. That passing chart is pathetic, man. That passing chart is straight up pathetic, man. Shout out to the homie Roldy in the building, man. Sock passe, mon cher. Hope all is well, man. My boule, you know what it is, fam. Definitely, you know, trying to, like, get over this tie, bro. Like, I'm so frustrated with the way that this offense played in this game, man. You know, I've been hammering a couple of points, man, about the offense. 21 total yards in the second half of regulation. You had 5-6 drives, man. You got 21 total yards in the second half of regulation. That, you can't win games like that. Saquon Barkley only getting 4 carries in the second half. This guy was leading the NFL in second half rushing attempts just a couple of games ago. I don't understand what they're doing, whether that be an injury, whether that be something on the OC. I just don't understand what they're doing. This whole game plan was vanilla. Roldy, I hope you saw the passing chart from Daniel Jones, bro. Like, a lot of stuff we talked about was like why they won't take the training wheels off. You know, like, I just don't get it. I really don't get it. Like, let the man throw the ball. Like, it just really makes no sense. And you know, Wink Martindale and this defense, man, they really held us in this game. Without them, this is not a tie. It's not a tie. This was just terrible offensive play through and through by the Giants. If you just take away the big play from Darius Slayton, you don't get a touchdown on them drives. You know, that was a 5-play, 81-yard drive. Like, I like the throw to Isaiah Hodgins. I thought that was a good one, you know, but like all that stuff is coming off of turnovers, and you're getting lucky. You're getting lucky. Taylor Heineke fumbles the ball in his own territory. All you got to do is go 20 yards. You get the touchdown to Isaiah Hodgins. And then Darius Slayton sets up that first touchdown with the big play on not a great throw. And I'm not shitting on Daniel Jones or nothing like that, but I'm just curious as to why they won't just let him go out there and try to win the game when Saquon Barkley is not really moving the ball. He's not moving the needle as far as the rushing game goes. What you gonna do? You got to have some alternative plans here. You need a plan B to be able to try to win this game. And unfortunately for all of us, this game was right there. And then, you know, you come away with a tie. Washington Commanders fans can feel good about that tie, I feel like, because they were supposed to lose that game. But for Giants fans, I was sitting in the fourth quarter. I'm sitting there chilling, bro. I'm like, this game is damn near on ice. All they got to do is get one more score. And I always talk about these windows, Roldy. I'm always talking like, yo, you get that window to put a team away and get up by 2 scores. Not many teams can come back from that. There's not many offenses that can really come back in the fourth quarter when you're down by 2 scores. You're giving your offense a great opportunity, or you're giving your defense a great opportunity to seal this game if you just get a field goal. And instead, you know, the Giants end up going to overtime in this one, won the coin toss, and still couldn't move the ball, still couldn't do nothing. And thank God for this defense in Wink Martindale, man, because without them, this game is not a tie. And it's unfortunate because the Commanders get to go back to the drawing board here for another 2 weeks to get the plan for the New York Giants, while we got to go out here and play the Eagles and probably get our tails kicked, man. So we'll see what happens, man. I mean, this is why they play the games. I'm not just going to automatically put up a L in the column, you know, for a loss, but it's very disheartening right now, because what's going to end up happening, in my eyes, is the Giants are going to lose to the Eagles, and then now you're going to be tied with the Commanders, who have the tiebreaker on us. The Giants are going to be at the bottom of the division after next week. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy. Shout out to John B in the building one time, man. Appreciate you rocking with us, brother. J. Gene, let's go. Let's go, J. Gene. Let's go. Let's go. I'm about to start calling you J. Jean. You know what it is, bro. Haitians definitely stick together. I see the flags all up and down the chat. Salute to y'all. Y'all know what it is. My people in the building, man. Let's go. But yeah, I think it's, you know, this one is pretty unanimous here, man. I think everybody kind of agrees with that one right there, man. So they got to get it together, man. They got to get it together, man. This defense is doing their part. This offense got to find a way. And I'm gonna close this one out with a clip I've been bringing back up a couple of weeks in a row. And this one was from a question from Paul Schwartz right before the Detroit Lions game, when a lot of Giants fans were looking at this game saying, oh, man, we're gonna beat the Detroit Lions, no problem. And I tried to warn people. I was like, this Detroit Lions offense, man, they ain't nothing to play with. They got the most games scored over 30 points on the season with 5 games. St. Brown is a problem. I had an argument with a dude on Twitter where the dude was telling me that Amon-Ra St. Brown is not a top 32 wide receiver in the NFL. I said, bro, you smoking some serious pack right now, because Amon-Ra St. Brown, he holds the record for most games with 8 receptions and a touchdown in NFL history. Dude is balling out, and he was banged up a little bit there. I even got some pushback from Lawrence Tynes about it when I was describing how when you look at the averages of points per game for the Detroit Lions, that there's 2 games there that you got to put an asterisk on, because the Dallas Cowboys held them to 6. The New England Patriots held them to 0. They beat them 24-0. And I was saying, look, you got no DeAndre Swift and you got no Amon-Ra St. Brown. St. Brown was back for one of those games, but he wasn't healthy. He's just coming off the injury. And Tynes was telling me, like, 2 players don't affect an offense that much. But my thing is, like, we're the same fans that say when Daniel Jones doesn't have Saquon Barkley. We said that for 2 years pretty much. Like, when he don't got Saquon Barkley, he's not the same quarterback. And we blaming, not having the weapons and all that stuff. Well, the weapons are important. The quarterback is important. The running game is important. And Paul Schwartz kind of gave us a hint at the New York Giants were going to have to pass the ball at some point. And this is what he said in that press conference. This was right before the Detroit Lions game.
Here's a question I posed to Brian Dable on Monday. If you can't run the ball, if there comes a time in the second half of the season where you have to throw it 35, 40 times to win the game, can you? Brian Dable said, I don't know. He said, we practice for it. We practice every day for it, but I don't know. He didn't say we can do it. I'm confident in everything. He doesn't know. Look, Brian Dable came to the Giants from Buffalo with a reputation of wanting to throw the ball. He's had some incredible games at calling the plays for Buffalo where they threw it almost all the time. And so he comes to the Giants. He sees what they have. Saquon Barkley's healthy. I think he looks at this offensive line as they're better run blockers than pass blockers. So this is a running team. Now, throwing the ball 17 times and winning is incredible. In the fourth quarter of this game against the Texans, the Giants did not attempt a pass. They had 14 plays, and they didn't. Not one of them was a pass. That is amazing. Can they do it? I don't think they can do it. And look, Seattle shut down Saquon Barkley, and the Giants struggled to score anything. So, that's the next frontier for this team. Can they do it? I think Daniel Jones can do it. I don't think the receivers and the offensive line can do it. We'll see. We'll see if the Giants can do it. It'll be very interesting.
I mean, dog, he's dropping bars there. I love what he said about Brian Dable coming from Buffalo, and there were games where literally they were just throwing the ball the whole damn game, and then you come over here to New York, and it's like all we're doing is relying on the run. It really don't make no sense. And Brian Dable saying, I don't know is the answer. We practice it. It's interesting because now you're looking at a team where they're keying in on Saquon Barkley. Teams are figuring out ways to not only key in on Saquon Barkley, but how to contain Daniel Jones as far as keeping him in the pocket and not allowing him to kill teams with his legs. We got some tough matchups coming up here, man. We still got to play the Philadelphia Eagles twice. We got the Commanders one more time, the Colts, the Vikings. Playing against the Vikings, you're going to have to put up some points, man. That might be the game where Daniel Jones has to throw the ball over 35 times. When I look at every one of those matchups, there's not one of those games where I'm like, man, one of those is definitely going to be a win. And it's frustrating, man. It's frustrating as a fan that you got to watch a coaching staff continually to just be conservative. And, what is holding them back? We talked about it. I'm going to clip up that one little spot where we talked about, what are the main things that are causing this offense to be so conservative, because I think a lot of y'all said some really great points. And let me bring some attention to this super chat one time from the homie Roldy, man. Hey, Roldy, I appreciate you pulling up, bro. It's been a little bit, man. We ain't rapped for a little bit. Roldy says, Awthentik, they are limited to what Jones can do. As a result, they don't have any confidence in Jones. Do you honestly think Kafka and Dable want to run this type of offense? No, definitely not. I definitely don't think they want to run this kind of offense, Roldy. I do think that they're strapped for a little bit of talent, right? Like, it would have to all be divvied up in percentages of why it's being this conservative, because the offensive line, I do think, plays a role in that, right, as well. But I'm definitely not going to dismiss the quarterback. The quarterback is playing a big role in that. If you had a guy like a Lamar Jackson, you would not be running this same offense. If you had a guy like Jalen Hurts, you would not be running this same offense. I don't care who's out there wide receiver. It could be me and Roldy lining up on the outside. It don't matter, because those kind of quarterbacks are going to find ways to extend plays, and then you start to believe and you start to trust that. You start to be like, okay, when the pocket collapses, Lamar going to get out of that. Or when the pocket collapses, Jalen Hurts is going to find a way to dice you right up the middle. Red zone, your play calling in the red zone would be completely different. You see the play that happens right before the half where on 3rd and 1, 14 seconds left, you do a quarterback draw type of play with Daniel Jones. You wouldn't be calling plays like that. These are blunders with this offense, and I do think a lot of it has to do with the quarterback. You know, Rody, I've been kind of like this with Daniel Jones. It's like, oh, I think he could be the guy early on. Then it kind of was like, oh, he's not the guy. Then year 3, I was like, man, I think I've seen enough to now be able to assess the kind of quarterback Daniel Jones is, and he's an average quarterback. This year, in the beginning of the year, I'm like, hey, he's playing well first 5, 6 games. It's not outstanding. I'm not going to sit here and tell you we're winning games on the back of Daniel Jones, but we're also not losing games because he wasn't making the mistakes early on. And now it just seems like, oh, man, this reminds me of a point that Bobby said on Twitter that I wanted to bring up too, man. Bobby he said something really good about this, about taking the training wheels off of Daniel Jones. Let me make sure. Let me see if I got this here. I thought I had it here. And if not, it might just be, let me see. Yeah, I don't got it here. But pretty much what he was saying is you cannot be scared to watch the car crash simply off the fact that you don't want to have a couple of little measly interceptions on Daniel Jones' stat box. And that's how they're coaching him. They're coaching him like they don't want to see the mistake. You got to just let this dude go out there and rip it, man. And if he screws up, he screws up, man. There's only a couple games left in the season. Everything is riding on this. If you get to the playoffs, you got a shot. So I agree with you, Rody. Like, they limited. They're definitely limited. And Jones at the quarterback position, there's only a few things you could really do with him. The one thing that I was bringing attention to is how fast he scans the field. With this offensive line, you can't allow him to just sit back there in the pocket and think that he's going to be able to scan the field fast and get to his second, third, fourth read. It's not going to happen. That's why they're simplifying everything. Hey, I described it, Rody, in comparison to a JV offense, because I played quarterback for JV. When I got to varsity, they moved me to wide receiver in an option scheme. So when I played wide receiver, it was like not even a lot of passes in that offense. But I played quarterback on JV my 10th grade year, right? And we ran a little bit of option and mostly a running style type of offense. But every time we passed the ball, the way they setting this up for Daniel Jones and the way that chart looked, that's how they babied me as a quarterback. They would boot me out so that I could see the field better. You know, I was never doing stuff where I would just straight up take it like straight drop backs, look down the field, throw the ball 10, 15 yards down the field. Never. It was always a bootleg when we threw the ball, or it was a quick pass. It was take the snap and get rid of the ball as fast as you can. We ran a lot of stop routes, a lot of hitch routes, a lot of outs, you know, just basic concepts for football. When I see them doing this in the NFL, bro, it's disheartening. It's like, damn, like, are they really just strapped for talent, or is it the quarterback? And I can't really say with a definitive answer what it is. It's got to be a combination of it all, but what is the biggest problem? If our quarterback wasn't limited, we could do more things. I know that for a fact. That's 100%. Daniel Jones can be a good quarterback, though. But it's just like what Stephen A. Smith said in that interview, man. You got to have everything around him right. And I don't mean like you got to have like some perfect squad, right? But you definitely need some wide receiver talent. You need some guys that's going to beat the coverage. You don't need people that are going to be schemed open. You need guys that are going to straight up go out there and beat the coverage. You need a Devontae Adams. You need a Stephon Diggs. You need a DeAndre Hopkins even. You need like somebody who can really, really, really make defenses respect that player at the wide receiver position. Now, when I think about that moving forward with the Giants, if you bring back Daniel Jones next year, what kind of value are you going to use to try to get that guy over here? Teams are not going to be willing to just let go of no Devontae Adams. You're not going to find a wide receiver like that unless you go out there and you trade for some draft capital. And even in that situation, I don't see a wide receiver in the league right now that a team is going to go, oh, we're going to just go out and let go of a top 5, top 10 wide receiver for some draft picks. Because when you do that, you're going to have to fill that same hole. So to me, it says you're going to use draft capital to try to go out there and probably trade for a guy who's of Brandon Cooks level. And I like Brandon Cooks. He's a solid wide receiver. To me, he's the floor of a number 1 wide receiver in the NFL. But Brandon Cooks is not going to fix these problems with Daniel Jones and the New York Giants. Ain't no way. There's no way. We already tried it with Kenny Galladay and Kadarius Toney. We tried this whole thing of bringing in a big free agent, big money wide receiver, spending first-round draft capital on a wide receiver in hopes that this offense would get to clicking. It has not worked. Everything that they have tried with this quarterback and this particular roster of trying to update it and bring the weapons around him in the past 2 years has not worked. They spent draft capital on that offensive line. Everyone in the offseason was saying, go out there, spend all these draft picks on the offensive line, fix the line. Everyone was saying it was the line last year. People weren't complaining about the wide receiver weapons as much last year. They were saying it was the line because we didn't really see this cliff that Kenny Golladay was going to completely fall off of. And we still had some hope when you bring him in as a free agent. Now that you see Kenny Galladay's consistently been inconsistent, he has 10 targets on the season, 4 receptions, and 4 drops. It's done for that whole Kenny Golladay experiment. It's frustrating because now you got Giants fans across Twitter that are saying, do it again. Run it back. Go get him a free agent wide receiver and draft 2 wide receivers. Don't forget they drafted Wan'Dale Robinson in this draft. That didn't work out. It only worked out for 1 game, and then he ends up getting knocked out of that game with a torn ACL. It didn't work. Everything they tried Golden Tate, they tried Kenny Golladay, they tried Slayton, they tried John Ross, they tried Sterling Shepard. None of this is working. There's no way we could sit here and say that with the group of wide receivers that Daniel Jones has played with in his entire career, if let's say it's 10 to 15 names, that no other quarterback would succeed with those wide receivers. Is that what some people are really going to die on? And then when that doesn't work, we're going to say, oh, it's the offensive line. But I think a lot of people don't want to look in the mirror and say it's probably the quarterback. Because at the end of the day, it very well might be the quarterback. And there's a lot of nuances of the game that a lot of people don't understand, even myself. Like, I don't watch quarterbacks on a daily basis. I'm not Brian Dable or Mike Kafka, who's got to be around quarterbacks for every day of a football season for over however many years. So I don't even know what it's supposed to look like with a quarterback, how he's supposed to scan the field, how fast, right? They know those things. They got to be looking at this guy and knowing every flaw within his game. They got to know it. And maybe that's why the game plans are so vanilla. Maybe that's why. That's probably it, to be honest. That I'm one of these people that I don't care if I'm wrong. I'll come back and tell you like I did today. I was like, yo, the Darius Slayton drop, when we did our instant reaction, I was kind of like, man, I don't know, man. I was very skeptical about the throw because you couldn't see it on the TV broadcast. I was like, I want to see what the route is. I dove into the spaces yesterday with E the Chosen One, a few other folks in that joint. And I heard like a couple of people in that stream were like, oh, he was running a crossing route. And I'm like, how do y'all know that? Like, did y'all see the 22? They hadn't seen it. They're like, nah, I haven't seen it. I think it was a crossing, a post route, a dig route or something like that. The 22 footage comes out today. Darius Slayton's running a street pretty much right down the field. He's running a clear out route. Daniel Jones put the ball on the back shoulder to try to keep him out of the way. It's a good throw. It's not a great throw. It's a good throw. I came in here today and I said, hey, I was wrong on that. Darius Slayton got to make that catch. But even in this situation of Daniel Jones, I'm like, I'm not scared to be wrong on it. If somebody told me today, bro, don't tread the middle line, do you think he's the guy or he's not the guy? I would say he's not the guy. 100%. I would be like, if I'm the guy who's running the franchise, I'm not looking at that quarterback going, yo, we're going to win for 5 to 10 years with that guy. That's just what it is. You know, and I'm never scared to keep it funky with y'all. And you need people like Roldy that see it with an objective eye to come in and chime in. A lot of people don't like this because here's the thing, and I'll go back to this line from my homie Chaz French. I've been telling y'all about this line a lot. A lot of people in it for likes, but we in it for life. I'm not in this to try to like gain a bunch of love from people. I came here to YouTube to be able to express my opinions about the game. And when all said and done, I could go back and look back at every game from every week and be able to look at my takes from that week and see how I've changed. And I know I'm a producer, man. I do film. I do audio. I've done so many things as far as film and audio go that trying to put together a decent show is not that difficult for me. And it's fun. I enjoy coming up here, meeting new faces, meeting new people, the people that have been rocking with us from day one and all that. It's so fun to come here and be able to talk about these, these different things that are going on within the New York Giants organization. But if I got to go one way or another, that's not the guy we're looking at right there as the future of this franchise. And I know people want to look back at the whole Eli Manning thing, and we have this recency bias with the New York Giants community where it's like, well, Eli did it. Well, then Daniel Jones is going to do it. Eli is an anomaly, man. Eli was not really a top 10 quarterback for the most part of his career. This dude led the league in interceptions at least twice. He was a turnover machine himself at times. But the one thing that I liked about the coaching staff when they were dealing with Eli Manning was go out there and do it. Go fail. Go fail, bro. We don't care. Everything's on the line, 2 minutes left. How many times did we see Eli throw an interception and the game was over? A ton. But also, in return, we got those 2-minute drives from Eli Manning where Manning drive us down the field and get the game-winning touchdown. Or the Super Bowl moments, or the playoff moments. You got to be able to dive through these windows as a quarterback, man. And you can't just one thing I will give Daniel Jones is he takes accountability. But as fans, you can't just keep saying it's everything around that guy. I saw that Tim from Online Big Blue said this. He said that Skip Bayless said this on one of his shows, that if you continuously keep blaming the offensive line and the weapons and everything around your quarterback, then that's not your quarterback. You can't argue with that. You really can't argue with that. And Daniel Jones is doing some things. He's playing okay. He's playing some good football at times. I'll give him that. But at the end of the day, he's not a game breaker. He's not a guy that's going to take this team above and beyond. And I see a lot of content creators and a lot of people, they bring it up like Daniel Jones is like winning these games. Like, no, he's not winning these games. And I think in return, you get guys like Tim from Online Big Blue, who I get down with. That's my guy, right? I love that he's like, he's just strong on the take, right? But I think the way that the community has been so homer for Daniel Jones, it's affecting a guy like Tim, who's now is telling people he's leaving YouTube, right? It's affecting him, though, because he's so on his stance now that it's almost like it's not as an objective of an opinion anymore. Because he's set, his mind is set on it. He's like, yo, Jones ain't the guy. And now it just feels like the content is kind of being like a prove it that he's not the guy. But is he wrong? If you got to lean to one side or the other, you should probably lean to the side that he's not the guy. And I get it. I get it. And he, I heard him say on a stream, I was typing up with him in the chat and whatnot. He was saying, man, like all these people be in my DMs, they be attacking me, they be in my threat, they be in my mentions, they be in all my comments on YouTube and all that. And it's affecting the way that he's looking at the game a little bit now because he can't just come up here and just be honest. It's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate, man. But like, I know what it's also like to just be a fan, like that guy can do no wrong. The year before the Super Bowl with Eli Manning, before he won the Super Bowl, I always tell the story too. My homie Patrick, who him and his family and his father, they're the reason why I'm a Giants fan because I used to be over there every day. He's my best friend. We was hanging out all the time back in the day. And he was a Giants fan and the Giants was winning. And I was like, man, I like them players. I like Rodney Hampton. I like Phil Simms. So I took heed to the New York Giants and I became a fan because of him. But when Eli was struggling, right? Like he was saying, man, we need to move on. Like that year, the fourth year, he was saying like, yo, we need to move on. We need to move on. We need to move on. I was like, yo, just give him a little time. Give him a little time. And he ended up winning. But we can't look at every circumstance like that. That's not going to happen for every quarterback. And most quarterbacks now in this day and age, the leash ain't this long. They keeping Daniel Jones on the leash as far as it being conservative play. But he's on a long leash as far as the New York Giants leash, bro. Most quarterbacks, let's keep it funky, man. If this was Jalen Hurts right here, he would have been out of here. If this was Jalen Hurts playing this kind of football for 4 seasons, he'd have been out of here. He would have been gone. He would have completely been gone, but they spent the high draft capital on him. 6th pick of the NFL draft, 2019. They don't want to look like idiots and say, hey, we messed up. But that's what it's looking like. That's what it's looking like they missed on the quarterback. I just got to keep it real. And Stan brought it up there that Eli led the league 3 times with the interceptions. Yeah, man. You can't keep looking at every circumstance like that. And we do it too much. I always talk about this. Like when Saquon blew out the knee, next year they're like, Saquon's going to come back like Adrian Peterson. Like, dog, that happened one time. You know how many running backs blow their knee out and never, ever get back to being the guy that they was? Ever. Like ever. People thinking, oh, Odell's going to come back and he's going to look just like he looked when he left. No. And to be quite frank here, when Odell left, it didn't look all that good. He had the knee injury, ankle injury. He wasn't the same guy. And I'm the biggest Odell Beckham fan there is. Comparing Evan Neal's struggles to Andrew Thomas' struggles, he's going to be fine. Is he? We don't know. We don't know. But time will always tell. That's the thing. Time will always tell. And all we can do is use the footsteps from history to tell what's going to happen in the future. And if you look at them footsteps of the history for Daniel Jones, bro, it looks terrible. We have 2 coaching regimes now that have been running the same exact conservative game plan here. It's why I say don't praise these coaches, man. Don't praise them just yet because they really haven't done much yet. And I'm not saying they're bad coaches or nothing like that, but what I am saying is like just because you won a couple of games, don't be like, oh, man, the coaches figured it out now for Daniel Jones. No, they didn't. Look at the statistics. The numbers don't lie. He looks like the exact same quarterback. I might as well just go over the numbers now because I'd be curious to see what his numbers look like on the season here. It's really interesting, man. Like, there's something wrong with this situation. There's something wrong with this situation, and it's been wrong for a long time. Daniel Jones now has played 12 games, okay? He has 11 touchdowns, man. That's not sustainable for the future, bro. 11 touchdowns, 2,300 yards, and 4 interceptions. You know, last year he had 10 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. The quarterback rating is pretty much around the same mark. He's at 91 right now. Through his career, he's been 85. If you want to be a beast in this league, your passer rating needs to be over 100. Geno Smith had a passer rating of over 100 last year. I talked about that earlier in the stream. But when you dig into those numbers, it's not all that different. Completion percentage has gone up 1 tick every year. 62 to 62.5 to 64 to 66. So just about 2 ticks every time. He is who he is, man. I hate to say it. He is who he is. And then just use your eyes around the league, man. Look at when Josh Allen takes off the run, and then look at when Daniel Jones takes off the run. But Josh Allen is like a bigger body, right? But Josh Allen will hurdle somebody. Josh Allen will make somebody miss. People was complaining about the Patrick Mahomes play in the Super Bowl, and they tried to use that as an example and a way to push a narrative about Daniel Jones. Like, look, even Patrick Mahomes struggles when you take away his offensive line. I have to share my screen with y'all on something here. I have to. Let me see if I can pull up this YouTube clip. Because yesterday I was looking around, and I saw a video about Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl and the drops, right? And like the plays he was trying to make. Yo, this man is a unicorn. And I hate to be comparing Daniel Jones to Patrick Mahomes, but what I want to make the point of here is don't use Daniel Jones and Patrick Mahomes in a comparison of, oh, when Patrick Mahomes doesn't have his line, look what he's doing in the Super Bowl. They're in the Super Bowl for a reason because they got a guy like Patrick Mahomes. Okay, now it's going to be about 3 plays I'm going to show y'all real quick here, okay? And this will probably demonetize the stream, but at this point, I don't care, man. It's about making a point first and foremost. And let me just scroll down and catch up with the chat because I know y'all definitely going back. Yeah, definitely. I see y'all talk about the face. Definitely, yeah. Yo, it's frustrating, man. It's frustrating. And Dominic, you spot on. Allen equals run on the fly. Jones equals designed runs. Now, let me see if I could just share just this one little clip here from Patrick Mahomes one time with the way this StreamYard thing is set up one time. And just bear with me. Give me a second because I want to show y'all something about how Patrick Mahomes, let me see. Yeah, it's right there. So I'm going to have to share my entire screen. It's going to look a little crazy for a second here. And y'all can kind of look at what I'm looking at. This is what I see on a daily Awthentik in the Beard stream. But just check this out real quick. Okay, look at this play right here. Just look at what Patrick, and yeah, the line looks like garbage, right? Garbage. Let me make sure. Yeah, I'm getting y'all. Okay. Check out these plays. Look at the pocket maneuver. Look how much he's running around. But this is what's crazy. Look at where the throw ends up landing. Right in dude's hands, bro, in triple coverage. He finds a way to get that ball right in dude's hands. And look at the frustration. Like, bro, I just ran that much, and you're not going to catch that pass? Look at this in slow-mo right here. Come on, y'all. Look at this one right here. I'm going to show you one more because there's another video that shows a couple of throws. Oh, yeah, this one right here, doing everything he can. Look at this one. First off, look how he set up. Look how he set up the lineman coming at him. Look how he set him up. Whoop, little maneuver, right? I'm out of here. Look at this next one. Look at this right here. You see the confidence when he running with the ball? This is the same one right here. Oh, no, that's a different one. Look, the line is just all after him. Look at this one. Right on him. Look at that little move. Look at that move on Big Boy right there. where this throw lands. Dog. That's the one. That's the one right there. That's the one right there. When I saw this one, look where this throw lands. Dog, we got to see that one more time. Right from the beginning here. Look at this little move right here. Whoop. Then look at this move right here. Oh, nah, dog, you tripping. Look where that throw lands. Dog, y'all get the point. Y'all get the point. When you got guys making plays like that in the NFL, there's no way you could look at this guy and go, this is the franchise quarterback moving forward. It's no way. It's just no way. Yeah, and Jay Gene, you right on this one. We got to somehow kidnap Mahomes. That's really what it is. It's really what it is. And it's just frustrating. I could do the same thing for other quarterbacks across the league. Think about the throw that Justin Herbert made before the half last time they played the New York Giants. Y'all remember that throw? Right before the half. Cross body, threw it about 45 yards, air yards, right on the button. You need a guy that's going to go above and beyond to play that quarterback position. And they missed. They missed. I'm not saying you can't win games I'm not saying that you can't win games with Daniel Jones. You can win games with Daniel Jones, nonetheless. But it's exactly what Stephen A. said. If you're going to keep this guy moving forward, you're going to have to find a way to build the pieces around him. And if you miss on those pieces, you're done. As a head coach and a GM, you're going to sacrifice your whole career. You're going to sacrifice your whole career on the back of a quarterback that you know is definitely never going to be in a conversation of being a top 5 guy in this league. It's just not going to happen. And it is what it is. The homers could run around saying whatever they want. They could run around saying whatever they want, man. But at the end of the day, look at Daniel Jones highlights. Just go, when you get a chance, go to YouTube and just look up Daniel Jones highlights, especially from the last 2 years, man. It's pathetic, man. It's pathetic. And I don't want to rag on him today. That's not the thing. He played a good game. He played a good game. He's doing what the coaches are asking him to do. But the coaches are asking him to do that because they know he can't go above and beyond. And I see Roldy got another question. Let me bring up Roldy's question, and we'll round this one out here. So he says, what is it about Jones that this fan base makes excuses for? Is it because he sounds or looks like Eli? What is it, Awthentik? I'm going to say the number one reason is he's the quarterback of our team. That's the number one reason. Because, like I said, man, I know what it's like to be young, right? And be a kid and be rooting for your team. And, like, it could all be going wrong. And you still be like, nah, he the dude, man. He's the dude. When you know it's over. So that for me, that's probably the number one reason. And they feel bad. They probably feel bad for him. You know, they're looking for a way to deflect from him because he was put into a terrible situation. You know, Dave Gettleman in the first couple of years, you know, they drafted Darius Slayton in the 5th round, right? And outside of that, before they drafted Kadarius Toney, they didn't spend no draft capital on no wide receivers when it was clear as day. Dave Gettleman thought that he could trade away Odell Beckham and bring in Golden Tate and it wasn't going to hurt the offense at all. And you did that with a rookie quarterback. It just makes me think that if you would have just kept Odell Beckham around, maybe this kid's career would look a lot different because, you know, I see a lot of people, especially like in the conservative portion of our fan base on Twitter, they'll be like, Eli Manning made Odell Beckham. And I always give people pushback on that because Eli Manning was great, you know, but when he threw his most touchdowns, it was with Odell Beckham, and that's for a reason. They made each other better. It was great for Odell Beckham to come into the league and have a veteran quarterback that had already won 2 Super Bowls like Eli Manning, for sure. But at the end of the day, you can't say the only person that made Odell Beckham was Odell Beckham Sr. That's it. And Odell's mom. That's it. You can't say Eli Manning made Odell Beckham. Odell was going to be Odell regardless. That dude, he was different. But to trade Odell Beckham right before you bring in the rookie quarterback, is probably the most ridiculous move that a lot of Giants fans won't admit. It was the most ridiculous move we could have ever pulled right there. You had Saquon Barkley and Odell Beckham as a foundation, and you had Saquon Barkley on a rookie deal, and you were bringing in a new quarterback. It's just a crazy move. And Dexter Lawrence is a player. Dexter Lawrence is a guy. I like Dexter Lawrence. But I would trade having Odell Beckham in Daniel Jones' rookie year and maybe for these next couple of years over having Dexter Lawrence on the roster. You see the offense. People ain't like desperate for D tackle right now. People are desperate for weapons. And that's why I think we're going to struggle next year. I really do think we're going to struggle next year. And let me see. I just want to catch up on what y'all saying here, too. I see Stan dropping some bars. Big Dash is in the building. Shout out Big Dash, man. Make sure y'all go sub up to Big Dash. Go show some love over there. He says it's about the upside. Right now, we have a 95% idea who Daniel Jones is. We don't know how good the next guy will be. That's when you take the chance. 100. 100. And Dash is a very balanced New York Giants fan, man. He's not out here just like, dragging players through the mud and whatnot. He's definitely fair in all his assessments, man. He knows the game very well. Dash know the game very well. Dominic says, Jones is gone. The general manager is scouting college quarterbacks. They've not offered him a new deal, and the coaches, et cetera, don't offer him minimal backing in public. Yeah. That's true. And for him and his situation, it's unfortunate if that happens. They gave him his shot, though. That's the one thing I don't want to hear nobody saying. Daniel Jones got his shot. He definitely got his shot. And the shot is still not finished. I think he could kind of rewrite the narrative a little bit if he could come out here and ball out, because this was going to happen. The New York Giants are going to be forced to pass the ball. I doubt it's going to shock the shit out of me if we see the New York Giants do another game plan like we saw on Sunday. It's going to shock the hell out of me, y'all. I promise. Like, if they don't come out here and start slinging this rock a little bit when the games call for it, especially when you up by 7 points, if they don't start doing that, for one, the fan base is going to give them extreme pushback. And two, it's just not going to yield well for Daniel Jones. But the other thing is maybe, I think this is a conspiracy theory we all didn't think about, is maybe they're doing that on purpose too. Maybe they're calling the game plan like this on purpose and restricting the game plan a certain way so they could be forced to not bring him back. Who knows? For me, I look at the quarterback and I go, he can win. It's been fairly average through this point. When I just use my eyes, it's not a lot there. The arm is good. The arm talent is solid. I will say that. The arm talent is solid. But between the ears, it processes a bit slow, and the running capabilities they're not off the charts, man. The running capabilities, to me, I wouldn't even be investing in read option and RPO. And Jamar says, facts, we lost the Odell trade. Man, I said that from day one, and I never changed my stance on it. I never changed my stance on it. And a lot of people, they get influenced by what other people say over here on YouTube and whatnot. We got back this and that and the third. And, it was the picks to get the 3 picks for him, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, nah, man, we lost that trade. We lost the best offensive player we've seen on the New York Giants in the past decade. We lost that trade. And we'll see how things go with the negotiations, because I'd welcome Odell Beckham back in a heartbeat, but it's not going to fix the passing game. It's definitely not going to fix the passing game. Stan says, if Dable and Kafka believe they have maximized Jones enough to get him paid elsewhere in 1 year, why can't I think they can't develop their rookie QB in 4 years? Yeah, and somebody brought it up earlier, man, about like, if you go with Daniel Jones again, there's a chance you lose your job here in a couple years. But if you get the rookie quarterback, they're going to give you the 4 years to develop him. It'll extend your time with the New York Giants, to be honest. Shout out to James F. James says, what I see is that coaching is just relying on special talent instead of teaching those with talent how to be great. Ooh, that's a good bar. They're looking for DJ to be like a Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson type, which they know he's not. They know he's not that. You could just, man, I could show like a 10-year-old Daniel Jones and then show a 10-year-old Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and just be like, pick the guy you want on your team. And it's easy. It's an easy decision, man. You can't have Daniel Jones out here trying to play Josh Allen. Josh Allen has the NFL body to be able to run the way he does. And I said this earlier in the stream. I said, go and look at how Daniel Jones, when he fumbled, just look at how he's running the ball and how he's looking around and his awareness and his agility and his, everything about him running the ball. And ask yourself, should that guy be running the ball in traffic? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, man. I don't know why they're doing this whole read option thing with him. I think they're just probably forced to do it. That's what I think. I think they're just forced to do it. And he does run it pretty well. He's got good, his play action and his fakes are really nice. I give Daniel Jones that, man. He knows how to like hide the ball well and stuff like that. But it's a surprise to me that he hasn't gotten hurt already, because they've been running him a lot. They're banking on Saquon Barkley, and if that fails, they go read option with Daniel Jones. I just don't get it. I really don't get it. Jay Jean says, not going to lie. My bad, y'all. I'm drinking some cherry Coke over here one time. He says, not going to lie, I was optimistic about DJ after the first 6 or 7 games this year. Me too. And I ain't going to lie about that either. But I always pushed on the DJ overreaction. Now I don't think it's an overreaction to say DJ ain't the guy. Yeah, I'm with you on that, man. And I had some conversations with Spiros from NY Revival in the summer. We were talking. And he was saying, like, I expect the offense to be completely clicking. This was after one of the preseason games, or it was after the scrimmage within each other. The Giants defense was scrimmaging against the offense. And, I was like, the offense looked really bad out there, man. And he was like, yeah, it should be clicking around October, November. This offense should get to clicking. And I was like, you think the difference between the offense clicking is going to be 8 weeks? And he was like, yeah, I really do think that, and listening to a lot of NFL, like special, people who know the game and whatnot, that's what they think too. It takes a little while to get, the first year offense, under your belt. And I gave him some pushback on it, but in the end, I did kind of agree with him. I'm like, all right, we'll see. We'll revisit it. And when we went to go revisit it, there was just so many injuries that was the excuse. It was just too many injuries, for everybody across the board. All of us were just like, it's hard to even assess this with the injuries that are happening here. But I feel you on this whole 6 or 7 games, because now we're deep. We're at the end of the season here. It really hadn't changed. This offense looks so much like last year's offense, man. It looks so much like last year's offense. It's such a blower, man. It's like, I can't believe that this new coaching staff came in here and they're going to the same stuff that Jason Garrett and Judge were doing. It's a different bit of a scheme, but I'm talking more like philosophy, which is bank on your running game winning you games. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. So I agree with you. First 6 or 7 games, y'all know me. I came out the gate and I said, yo, we're going to beat the Titans. I ain't scared of Derrick Henry. We're going to win that game. And we went on this little bit of a run early on in the year. And I think we really just caught teams slipping, We caught teams like at the best time to play them, especially the Titans, man. Opening the season, that was a great time to play them. But like the Ravens, the Packers, Packers had that big lead on us. I don't even know how we got back in that game, man. It's a miracle that we came back in that game. Ravens game, you get some crazy defensive plays at the end of that game. Lamar Jackson making some mistakes that you normally would not see Lamar Jackson make. And the Giants end up winning that game after the Kayvon Thibodeau strip sack, which is crazy. He went for the strip sack on that one, didn't do it on this last one against Taylor Heineke. But, we're fortunate, man. We're fortunate for the schedule. We're fortunate that we won some of those games. And, a lot of people don't want to blame things on luck, but we're a little bit lucky to be sitting here 7 wins this far in the season. But it's tough. It's tough. Shout out to solving the race problem one time, man. Appreciate you rocking with us, man. Welcome to the family. Says, if we give up on DJ, we'll be in a situation like the Colts or Commanders. Endless QB carousel after letting someone walk. Let me think about this for a little bit. The Colts situation was, oh my God. I mean, if we're talking about the Colts situation, do you remember how the Colts were before Andrew Luck got there? They were 4-12, bro. And when Andrew Luck got there, they jumped up to 11 wins. I'd have to go back and look at the roster changes and see how many moving parts there were from that year. That's RG3 and Andrew Luck was 2012, I want to say. Ooh, I could be wrong on that. I'm terrible with dates. I could be wrong on that. I think it was 2012. But Andrew Luck literally changed the landscape of the Colts' whole situation. Now, I do think that the Colts were a little bit overblown and a little bit overhyped last year. Jonathan Taylor was doing some damage over there for sure. Swapping out Carson Wentz and going to Matt Ryan, that definitely wasn't the job. That's not what they should have done. But I also think they benefited from an easier schedule last year as well. And this year, it looks like the same team. They don't got weapons. The Colts were not. Washington is a lot different than the Colts, I think. Washington right now is a couple of linebackers and a quarterback away from being a real contender. The Colts have a bunch of holes on their roster. The defense is pretty good, but they need some more wide receiver help for sure. A solid tight end, which they did draft that rookie. I forget his name. That rookie tight end he's pretty good. He's a solid player. Jonathan Taylor, running back, is good. They have some pieces over there, but I think that to sustain your success in this league, you need to be a passing offense. It's a reason why the Tennessee Titans are never in the Super Bowl, and they're always up there at the top of the AFC. There's a reason for that. I think you need to be able to pass the ball vertically to be able to win, at least make a run for the big game. The Colts, now you could call it a carousel, but it's been 2 years. It's been, and Jacoby Brissett. You could add Brissett to that too. Brissett. So they've had probably about 3 or 4 quarterbacks since Andrew Luck retired. I think it's been Jacoby Brissett, Carson Wentz, and Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan this year. Trying to think, any other Colts quarterbacks? I think that's it. Y'all let me know in the chat if I'm wrong, but I don't know, man. If you see the guy out there, you got to go get him. You just can't reach on the quarterback, and that's what the Giants did with Daniel Jones. That's kind of what the Commanders did with Dwayne Haskins a little bit too. And you just got it. Your scouting department got to be on it. Got to be on it. Got to just be on it, man. You got to go out there and get the right guys. I think that's important. And it's good. It's good to see that, our GM is out there, scouting these quarterbacks. I love it. I definitely love it. But it's something to think about. I'm gonna keep this question in my mind when the stream goes off, and I'm gonna do a little bit of research on it. Solving the race problem. If you're on Twitter, follow me on Twitter, man, so we can continue the conversation, because that's a good point. That's gonna prompt me to go do a little bit of research. That's my Twitter name right there, @Awthentik. Pull up, rock with me, man, and we'll continue that conversation, because I like that. That's a good point right there. I'm hoping somebody else could weigh in. Let me see. Just scrolling, catching up with y'all. This has been a good stream. I thought I was going to go live for like an hour today, man. We up here 3 hours, 45 minutes. I'm enjoying it, man. I appreciate all y'all input on this too, man, because y'all are helping me adjust my opinion on how I feel about the game and how I feel about the year, Let me see. Shout out to Roldy one time, man. I appreciate the $20 super chat, my guy. That's major, man. That's major, brother. I definitely appreciate that. He says, this is the same offense this team was running when we were 6-1. It's being magnified because we've been on a slide. So for fans to be blaming Kafka is ridiculous, and fans forget we are rebuilding team. Yeah. And I'm guilty of that too. Because I looked at this game plan, I'm just like, that's the best you got right there, man? Like, I don't get it. 4 runs for Saquon Barkley, the mismanagement of time at the end of the first half. And I'm not one of these people that's like, Kafka has been bad this whole stretch, because what is it we've lost? Well, we've lost 3 out of our last 5, and we've tied 1. So we have 1 win in our last 5 games. Yeah, Kafka, I mean, to get out to that 7-2 record, a lot of that is because of Kafka and recognizing the ways to get victories for this team. So at the same time, people want to rag on him today. He's done a good job in the season thus far. That's why I said I'd put him under a microscope. But people thinking like it's time to fire him now. Nah, it just started. He's a first-year play caller. I think he's doing a pretty decent job. And everyone is fortunate that the Giants won 7 games so far. We're all fortunate for that. So this is a good point you bring up here, Rody, and even for me, looking at the coaching staff moving forward, you can't forget, this is a rebuild. This is definitely a rebuild. I said that like 4 weeks ago, and people were like, have you been seeing the games? This isn't a rebuild. We're winning games. This is what Dave Gettleman ideally thought could happen when he first came here, that he could win some games and rebuild at the same time. And I think this regime is definitely doing a better job of that, And yeah, this is a great point, Rody. It's a really good point. Stan says right here, draft Anthony Richardson, have him sit behind Tyrod for 6 games. I'm totally for drafting Anthony Richardson. The kid you see it. You can see the talent is there. Tyrod for 6 games. And I was a big supporter of Tyrod. I thought Tyrod deserved a chance early on in the year. I don't know about bringing Tyrod back, because the injuries for him are just wild. Like the way he went out there, threw an interception. I like the gutsy play that he did, though. He tried to run for the first down. He gets clocked, and then he gets a concussion. I wish we could have saw more Tyrod Taylor this year, because to me, it's feeling a lot more like Daniel Jones is not going to be the quarterback next year. And I think it's easy to feel like that after a game like we saw, not even just from him on Sunday, just the way that the team was operating on Sunday. I think it's easier for me to say that today. 4 weeks ago, I would have been like, I think Daniel Jones probably coming back. But it's easier for me to say that today. And in saying that, I wish we could have just saw Tyrod for some more snaps, to just be able to have more of a sample size to compare it, to be able to compare what it looks like with him on the field to Daniel Jones, and if we get knocked out of playoff contention sometime here, and there's a couple of games left, let's say there's 1 or 2 games left and we know we're out, I wouldn't mind seeing Tyrod Taylor, man. I really wouldn't. Just to know what we have moving forward and to make a decision on it, for 2023. Because we know the upside of both of those quarterbacks for sure. We know the upside, and we know the ceiling of Tyrod Taylor, and I think we know the ceiling of Daniel Jones right now. But it would just be nice to just see it, just to be able to have something to compare it to. Jonathan Studio says, you misspelled Cameron Ward. I like Cameron Ward too, man. He's doing some things over there. I've gotten a chance to see a couple of his games, and he's crafty in the pocket. He's got good arm talent. He's a little bit shorter of a quarterback, but I like him, man. Bulky build. I like him, man. He seems like a guy that could come into the league. He would definitely be a project, I think. You looking at maybe 1 to 2 years for sure before he would start. But I like Cameron Ward, man. I'm a fan of that style, like those quarterbacks that can throw the ball but also have the running capabilities and the pocket presence to be able to extend plays. I like those quarterbacks a lot, man. And even the kid from USC, man, Caleb Williams. I mean, he's a baller, man. The kid plays well. But I do think that Anthony Richardson has more of an upside than Caleb Williams. People might slay me for that, and if they do, it's all good. I don't watch as much college football as some of these college football junkies and whatnot. But just using my eyes, Anthony Richardson has a man body build. Like, he looks like a man, whereas the Caleb Williams kid still looks like a boy. And he's still young. I think he's either a sophomore, I think, this year, I believe. He's still young, but Anthony Richardson just looks like that quarterback. He reminds me of like that Cam Newton build, And Cam Newton's another guy that's out of football. I don't know if it's over for Cam Newton, but he might make a good bridge quarterback somewhere as well, too. Let me see. Bookend Tackle said the Patriots might take him as well. Bill Belichick liked him coming out. Yeah, and Mac Jones that's not panning out right now over there. James F. says, yo, the way the Commander QB played, excuse me, the way the Commander QB played is what the media has been saying that DJ don't have. He doesn't have the fight and passion. He's a great athlete, but doesn't have the fuel to make him Danny Dime of old. Yeah, that's part of it, And I don't know, it's hard to see through it because he does have that calm demeanor, whereas like Taylor Heineke's like all celebrating all over the field. But I think the coaches have a lot to do with it, and maybe the coaches know better than we know. That's what we can't overlook, because Taylor Heineke's coaches aren't saying, hey, man, we're going to restrict the game plan. You're going to throw a lot of short throws here and there. They're letting this guy sling the ball. They're letting him throw the rock. And I know Roldy told me he saw the passing chart, but like, look at the comparison. Look at the comparison from Daniel Jones. Get the visualization. And then look at Heineke. Heineke doesn't have half the arm talent that Daniel Jones has. He's got plenty of weapons out there. Plenty of weapons out there. But let the kid throw the ball. Let Daniel Jones throw the ball. Let the man throw the ball. So I definitely agree with a lot of that y'all said right there. Let me see. This is going from Jeff, too. He says, I'd like to see the passing projections from the first 7 games and compare it with the Washington game and see if it's all passes behind the line of scrimmage to compare the game plan. No, it's definitely not going to be all passes behind the line of scrimmage. But let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I ain't got too much going on today. Just bear with me. Hang tight. Let me see if I can get all of Daniel Jones. All of his charts, maybe. Team. Yeah, I can get the charts. I think I can get them. Let's see. See if this works faster. Oh, man. Okay. What happens if I move this here? All right, so check this out. And I appreciate you, Jeff, for bringing that up. It's a good point to be able to, compare what's going on with the other ones. For some reason, it another tab. Let me see if I copy this over here, because it'd be nice to be able to just bring that one up. Let's see. Okay, let me see what happens when I bring this tab up. Okay, that's the stat line right there. Now, if I change this. Yeah, doesn't do it. Okay, we'll go full screen. Ain't no big deal. Ain't no big deal. Okay, so these are the passing charts right here. Let me make this full screen right here. Okay, so this is the one from the last game right here. Keep that in your mind there. That's from week 13. And then this is the one from week 12. It's not that much better. Look, there's 2 throws over 20 yards. There's 4 throws that breached the 10-yard mark. And he had 228 yards. They're keeping it all tight for him right there, right? Let's go back. This is from week 11 right here. You know, you got a couple more in the middle of the field. Look at all those short passes to the left side of the field. You know, the one with week 13 was an anomaly because there's so many that are behind the line of scrimmage. 13 throws behind the line of scrimmage is ridiculous. You're not going to get yards like that. And then let's go back. We'll go to week 10 here now. Week 10 is pitiful. Oh, my God. How many times did he throw the ball in week 10? He was 13 of 17. We ended up winning this game, I believe. Not a lot of deep throws in that one either, right? So let's go to week 9. Week 9 was our bye, so we'll go to week 8. Check out week 8 right there. 17 of 31. 1 throw over 20 yards. They're not taking the shots. And that's what we talked about earlier. I'm sure a lot of that has to do with the offensive line. You know, and a lot of it has to do with the wide receiver talent, and a lot of it has to do with the quarterback. But look at these throws. Look how many throws are beneath 10 yards, you know, in this one here in week 8. Let's go back. Let's go back to a little earlier in the season. And you can see the grand scheme of it all here. I mean, this is crazy. Look at week 1 against Tennessee. That's crazy. This is week 2 against the Carolina Panthers. 1 throw over 20 yards. 7 throws over 10 yards. Week 3, who was week 3? I can't remember who week 3 was. I'll keep it funky with you. But more of the same. A little bit more intermediate here in week 3. A little bit more intermediate. Just a little bit. 20 of 37, 196 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. Look at week 6. 1 throw over 20 yards. 7 throws over 10 yards. He was 19 of 27. So 20 of the 27 throws were beneath 10 yards. Y'all get the point. Oh, I didn't even get to share that. My bad, y'all. Let me pull that up because I do want to show y'all that. Yeah, I feel you, man. The culture, definitely. My bad. And I'm working on the fly here with it. Let me show y'all here one more time. My bad. And we in overtime. We in overtime right now, looking like the Giants, straight up and down. All right, let me show you one more time here. I need like a alert, like a siren to let me know what's going on with this sharing the screen and whatnot. All right, so let me run it back here. Those are over here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. That whole infinite screen thing is so crazy. Let me stop this real quick because we're going to get that up. We definitely going to get that up. I want y'all to see those. They look terrible. Bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. I appreciate y'all rocking with me in overtime too, man. Definitely. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, here they go. And I'm going to go back to week 1 for y'all. I don't know why it only does that one tab, which is so weird. Give me a second, y'all. Yeah, I can't pull it up. It's not allowing me to pull it up. You know what I'm gonna try and do? I'm gonna try to refresh real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, let me see if it lets me do it now. Screen, yeah. Go here. Yeah, because I want to be able to stay on the screen with y'all, but it's not letting me do that. Let's do it like this. Yeah, this should work. This should work. Bong, bong. Okay. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just monitor the stream from my phone so I can make sure y'all getting this right. I definitely want to make sure y'all see these. This is on Next Gen Stats if you want to pull it up too. Give me a second here, y'all. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, so y'all can see the chart. That's good. That's good. Perfect. So this is week 1. This is the week 1 chart right here. And if you look, just look at how short all the throws are. Okay. I'm gonna dial this one back. Now, we'll go to week 2 here. This is 22 of 34 versus the Carolina Panthers. 1 throw over 20 yards. We'll go over that again, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 throws over 10 yards. 8 throws over 10 yards. He was 22 of 34. So 26 of his throws there, they're all 10 yards or less or fewer. Okay? And take a glance at the charts. They just look like everything is short. This game over here was a pretty decent one. He had 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, though. 341 yards, 27 of 44, right? And even look at this, though. It's still, when you look at the 20-yard mark, he's got about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 throws around the 20-yard mark. And this is like what I was telling y'all about what E was saying when he was saying, like, they're a reactionary coaching staff and a reactionary quarterback, where when they're forced to throw it and they have to, they will. Cost you an interception in this one, cost you 2 interceptions in this one, right? Man, when you look at it like this is crazy. Yeah, this is crazy. That's from the last game. All right, let's go back to earlier in the season because that's what Jeff wanted to see here. This one is week 10. Look at this one from week 10. 13 to 17, right? I'll just give y'all a quick glance at all of these. Look at this one in week 7. 19 of 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 throws that really breached the 10-yard mark right there. And he's throwing it 30 times. Look at all these throws out here to the left, near the line of scrimmage. So y'all get the point. You know what I'm saying? You get the point. Struggling, struggling. And it's tough, man. It's tough. And shout out to the homie Stan one time, man. Y'all know what it is, man. We breaching that 4-hour mark, man. We in overtime, man. We in overtime. You know what it is, bro. Salute to y'all for rocking with me, man. But I think the point has been made here, man. Let me see. Sean G says one of those picks was on 4th down and he had to take the chance. I don't even count that. Oh, I know the 4th down interception you're talking about. He overthrew it. He had pressure in his face a little bit, though, but he overthrew it. They just got to let him sling it. If it backfires, then you know your answer to if he's the guy or not. Yeah, and I think a lot of people know the answer already, but you're right. They got to take the training wheels off, man. They got to let him throw the ball. And I think, these next couple of games, I think they're going to do that. I really do think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to just try to just die on this running game, in which in this game, they really didn't do, to be honest. Second half, not a lot of rushing attempts. No rushing attempts from the other running backs is worrisome for sure. Gerard says lost mid-range game when Shepard and Wandale went down. Yeah, that's true. And DJ did have some chemistry with Shepard. For sure. He definitely did. John B says, throw the ball to who? There's talent out there, man. I mean, it's not the greatest talent. It's not the greatest talent, but there's people out there you could throw the ball to, for sure. It's tough, man. It's tough, and I do think that they're overachieving a good bit right now with the Giants, but I think they just got to just let this kid go out there and sling it, man. Let me see. Jeff says, that's sad. I would rather have 2 interceptions and sling it deep. It opens up the run game. Defense can't just key in on a running back. Yeah, and it's so predictable that it's making it easier for teams to hang in games with us. Kansan says, man, I want Anthony Richardson so bad. Anthony Richardson looks like a fantastic quarterback. And for those of y'all that don't watch college, just check out Anthony Richardson from Florida. Go check out some of his highlights. This kid can make a lot of throws when he's running the ball. It's almost like he breaks a 40 or 50-yard run every game. The dude is next level, but he's definitely going to be a project. It reminds me a little something of how Malik Willis was coming out of the draft. He's got the tools there for sure. The one thing that you're going to worry about when making the transition to the NFL is between the ears, man. Like, does he have the mind to be able to read the game, as fast as you need to be able to do that? I see Mac Lowe in the building. What's up, Mac? I don't know what he's saying right there because am not even talking to you, LOL. Yeah, I don't know what he's saying right there. At least no one lost. Facts. I mean, that's how y'all feel about it. Giants fans is looking at this one like, yo, dog, we just blew that game. We definitely had that game in the bag. Let me see. Nick P in the building one time. He says, DJ can be good in this offense if they remove the kid gloves off of him and let him save his job or lose it. That's really what it's about right now. Like, let the kid go out there and earn his way. Like, if they keep this conservative game plan for the rest of the year, right, and then he ends up not getting signed, you're doing him a disservice and the team a disservice and all the fans a disservice. We trying to win games. I'm not one of them fans that's trying to tank, and I ain't about that, man. I don't care about the draft picks next year. Do what you got to do to get the quarterback if you got to get the quarterback. But I'm not tripping off getting no top draft pick. That's not the vibe for me. You know what I'm saying? But you got to just let that thing sling. You got to just sling the ball, man, and let him throw the ball down the field, find a way to try to win games on the arm of Daniel Jones, not this whole read option thing that we've been doing and all of that. That's not the vibe. It's just not the vibe, man. And Sean G doubling down on that. Richardson is still a project, though. He makes mistakes, and this is his first full year starting. Yeah, a lot of people, I know that Big Pat was saying it, too, that Richardson should go back to college and play another year. He thinks that the coaching staff at Florida is doing him a disservice, though. He thinks it would be better off for him if he were to transfer somewhere that could really mold him. It's hard to assess that transition from college to the NFL if it's going to work. You never know. Yeah, my man said, let's take away ties from OT. James, you right on that. Yeah, I think we lose that game if we do that too. Yeah, and Big Dash says big question marks with all these quarterbacks coming out. Yeah, that's true. There's not a Joe Burrow in this draft where you're like, oh, it's going to translate right away. Or, a top prospect like a guy like a Trevor Lawrence or even something like that. Yeah, I know, right? We at the 4-hour mark, y'all. We at the 4-hour mark. We've been chopping it up, man. I really don't got too much going on today. I got to finish up a couple mixes for some of my clients, some of my homies, and that's really all I'm tackling today for real, man. Let me see what else we got here. John B says the conversation would look different with Shep, Slayton making some catches, Wandale playing, and our tight end with a healthy eye socket. Again, DJ has no starting weapons, but he's still not the future. That's a fair take right there. That's a super fair take, and that's how I feel about it. I'm like, if you're going to keep Daniel Jones and move forward with Daniel Jones, then you got to find a way to put the pieces around him. So your coaching staff has a job here. That's all it is. Like, what y'all going to do? Are y'all going to try to get this unicorn style type of quarterback and be able to like put some pieces around him where you don't have to do as much to build a perfect roster around him? Or are you going to bring back Daniel Jones and maybe draft that quarterback? And then hopefully you can build around Daniel Jones a little bit for another year or two until that quarterback is ready. I think both takes are accurate. You could go with both of them. Sean G says, let me remove this real quick too. Sean G says, worst case, we take a guy like Hendon Hooker in the later rounds, probably going to be a Heisman finalist, but going late because of torn ACL, and he is 25. Yeah, I know a lot of people were talking about that, the age thing, and whatnot. Yeah, he is 25. That is interesting, but he was balling out. I definitely feel you on that. Yeah, shout out Mac Lloyd says, you got a good show too, man. 100 salute you in the beer. Yeah, we've been doing this for a while, bro. This community is definitely a large community, man, and A lot of folks dropping gems about football in here, man. I learned a lot from this community here, bro. Like, people definitely dropping gems. Shout out Jeff one time. He says, my fear is we keep DJ and put some options around him. The coaching staff still doesn't trust him, so the play calling will still be the same. I mean, I'd bank, if I had to go one way or the other, I'm banking on that right there. We've tried it. We've tried it. It's unfortunate that Daniel Jones might go down as his rookie year being the best year he's ever had. Like, this year we won some more games, but I don't know. The rookie year kind of seemed like he was just lighting it up a little bit more, and they didn't have wide receiver talent back then. You know? Big Dash says, for everybody using the word fair, life isn't fair, and yes, you can say Jones didn't get a fair shot, but it is what it is. He got a shot, you know? That's what I'd say about it, Dash. Like, he had 4 years to try to prove that he was the guy. And you know it. Coaches aren't going to, if it's completely just pathetic around you, man, and like everything is crumbling around you, but they see that you are still the guy, you know, like I think Justin Fields is probably a good example of that. Like in the beginning of the year, a lot of people were making those takes, you know, making comparisons with Daniel Jones to Justin Fields and saying like, hey, Daniel Jones is the way better quarterback. And I was just like, man, you got to pump your brakes on that, man. This kid Fields, like, he's when you just look and you just watch the game, if you ain't got no statistics or none of that stuff in front of you and you just look at Justin Fields, you'd be like, whoa, that guy's a lot better. That dude can run it. Throwing is definitely a problem, and the stuff around him is not, you know, he doesn't have great weapons around him. Darnell Mooney took a serious step back this year, you know, and Cole Kmet is a pretty decent tight end. I'd put Cole Kmet in the same kind of bracket as a Daniel Bellinger. Cole Kmet can probably make the catches down the field a little bit better, though. But yeah, not too many weapons over there, man. Not a lot of weapons over there. They're trying to do what we trying to do, man. They're trying to find a way. But yeah, John B, this is it. Justin has it. He does. That kid, man, the plays he makes, it's ridiculous the kind of plays he makes, man, especially with his legs. And I always feel like these quarterbacks that run the ball, they don't really get a fair shake, you know. People always want to dismiss their arm talent and stuff like that. But the thing is, a quarterback who can't run, that's an average thrower, it's harder to build around that. When you got these quarterbacks that can run and they have mechanic issues and things like that, and they struggle throwing the ball and whatnot, you can build around their legs. You can find ways to be able to scheme things up with them, man. Yeah, Josh Allen is a good example of that. So is Jalen Hurts. Yeah, those guys can run, and they built around them. They got them better, and now look at them. Both those guys are top 10 quarterbacks. You know, one of them's definitely a top 2 quarterback in this league right now. Shout out to Christopher Tony, man. I appreciate you, man. And welcome to the family. He said, just called on to you, Authentic. Nice show. Definitely appreciate you rocking with us, brother. Welcome to the fam. And if you haven't hit the subscribe button, hit the subscribe button and rock with us, man. We building a real nice community over here of like unbiased, real football talk, man. None of this Homer stuff, man. We're not trying to do none of that. I'm not here to appease to nobody for real. I just want to give my takes and rock out with the people who are level-headed, man, and they bring that to the table as well and learn from each other. That's what it's about over here, man. And all fans are welcome, man. Like, I'm not just like, you know, people tend to come into chats that if they think it's pro Giants, like they got to be like, oh man, screw y'all and blah blah blah. Nah, we ain't even on them time. We're not on that kind of time over here, man. We just trying to keep everything as real as we can, man, and be realistic, not pessimistic, not too optimistic, not get too high, not get too low, and just try to assess the game the way we see it, man, and be able to look back on these streams and laugh about it when the Giants are winning some Super Bowls. So shout out to Christopher one time in the building, man. Welcome to the squad. Yeah, Sebastian, you're right. Every week, bro. Every week. This dude, he came back off the shoulder injury. And Sebastian, you was there on the parlay on Sunday when I was saying, like, you know, you might want to pump the brakes on him, man, and wait, you know, until, you know, he shows you he's healthy. And the dude comes out there, man, he's breaking runs already. The dude he's different, man. He's different. Justin Fields is different. He's reminding me of what Jalen Hurts did in that first year where people were like, oh, but the arm talent, you know, he looks a little bit lost out there. You can fix those things, man. You want a high upside with the quarterback position. It's facts. Let me see. Shout out to the Beard still rocking with us. You see me up here, Beard, man, 4 hours, man. I need a shave, too. Look at this. Crazy. Getting there, man. That little shadow rocking with me. But that 2020 class is going to go down as one of the best ever, I think. Burrow, Herbert, Hurts, Tua, and we still haven't seen Jordan Love unleashed yet. Yeah, and Jordan Love looked good when he came in that time when, what was that, last week when Aaron Rodgers got knocked out of that game and whatnot. Jordan Love came in through that touchdown pass to, what's my man? That's really Tim's guy right there. Why am I struggling for homie's name right now? There's been a lot of football talk, man. I might be a little bit gassed out here. But y'all know who I'm talking about, the rookie wide receiver over there with the Green Bay Packers, who's really coming into his own. Deep play threat, man. I like that kid. He's a good wide receiver over there. Let me see. Edward Squire says, NY is so behind in the way the new NFL is going, and we need to catch up. Yeah, that's facts, man. That's facts. That's definitely facts. Yeah, yo, the beard said, yo, Awthentik, you sent me a text at 12:30. I'm gonna do a short show. Hey, it just the vibes, man. The vibes was right. Yeah, Christian Watson too. That's the homie. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Yeah, Christian Watson is a baller, man. He's a baller. And then they still got Romeo Dobbs over there, who he's been hurt the past couple of weeks. That team could be set up for some success when Jordan Love takes over. You know, they could be set up. I like their wide receiver core over there, man. Two young dudes, man. They're gonna do some things over there. Yeah, it's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. We've been rocking. It flew by too, man. It ain't nothing, man. I wish I wasn't a little under the weather because I could definitely feel like a little scratchiness going on when I'm speaking and whatnot. But hey, this is how you get it out. You know, this is how you got to power through when you're a little bit sick, man. And for those of y'all, man, that are new, don't forget to pull up tomorrow. We'll be doing the Week 13 NFC East recap. We're going to be talking about all the games at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be a good one. Make sure y'all pull up and come out and rock with us, man. It's going to be a good show. Yeah, Big Dash, I definitely agree. Man. I definitely agree. Yeah, Green Bay receiver core is set. They're set, man. You get a nice little tight end working with them, they're going to be fire over there. The running backs, you know, they got A.J. Dillon over there, who he's a younger running back, but I do think they're going to have to find a way to figure out what's going on with Aaron Jones. I think Aaron Jones might be a free agent. He might be a free agent this year or next year. I can't remember. But they're going to need to get another running back in there soon, man. Oh, all day, no Mets, no Nets, no Jets. Thank you, man. Thank y'all for rocking out with me, man, today. This was a good one. You know, these the kind of vibes. I told y'all I'm in D.C., man, so I don't get to talk to a lot of people about Giants football. So it's good to come up here, you know, chop it up with y'all, man, and really get the, you know, all the good, the bad, and the ugly out, man, and come to an assessment later. How we going to approach this next week, man? We're already at week 14. I feel like we just started the year. Sebastian says, you think Jordan Love will be the next great Packers quarterback? He looked good versus Philly. I got to see more, man. Jordan Love, he looked good in that last game, but in all the other spots that he's came out and played, I was really worried about him. He struggled a lot, man. But he has the skills, man. He's got the tool. You know, he's definitely got the tools to be able to be a good quarterback in this league, and we'll see. I want to see a little bit more from Jordan Love. The arm talent, I'm kind of a little bit worried about, but he's got some good skill set there, man. He can run around a little bit shorter of a quarterback. But I like him, and he got to sit behind Aaron Rodgers, man, and learn from a GOAT like that. But Aaron Rodgers does strike me as the kind of guy that he ain't going to give you all the gems. You know what I'm saying? Like, he probably trying to keep some of the, you know, the good little tricks and trades in the stash one time. But it's good to watch a guy like Aaron Rodgers from the sideline every week and see how he operates. Yeah. Christopher Tony saying, got you, Big A. We bluffed yesterday. Let DJ air it out. Yeah, we sure did, man. We sure did. It like, to fall short in that game is so unfortunate, man. So unfortunate. But, you know, hey, at least we got to chop it up today, man. We got to get you up here in the stream, man. And, you know, got a new member in the community, man. New person, new family member to be able to rock with us, man. And, hey, maybe this doesn't happen if that game don't go down the way it does. So salute to you, Chris. Jeff says we need to draft a wide receiver, guard, cornerback, and cover linebacker. Can't just go wide receivers. We have too many holes. Add a quarterback, too, if we go on that route. I'm right there with you. Somebody was saying this defense was like a player away or something yesterday to me, and I was just like, yo, what are y'all watching here, man? Like, Wink is definitely doing his thing with this defense, but there's some holes in that defense. The linebacker core is so suspect right now. Definitely suspect. Secondary, we could use a lot of depth. I wouldn't mind some depth at the edge rusher, man, because, like, I love Azeez Ojulari. I think Kayvon Thibodeau's a great piece. It's a couple guys there you could part with. It's a couple of guys there you could part ways with for sure. Man, this would be crazy, J. Gene. This would be crazy. Because they only had two quarterbacks in the past 30 years or something like that. That Brett Favre got over there in the early 90s. So, Packers have been fortunate at the quarterback position for sure. Let me see. Jonathan Studio says, if the Giants draft in the teens, do you double down on the offense as is and pick Robinson to pair with Saquon and get your project later in the draft? It's tough, man. I don't know, man. We've tried this route before. Of like trying to just go all out on this offense, and it's failed. The quarterback is the number one thing you got to think about here. And once you figure out what you want to do with the quarterback, then I think all the other pieces could fall into play. I mean, we'll see. We'll see, yo. Yeah, we there's a great segment in this stream way back, Vinny, where we asked everybody somewhere in the middle of this stream, probably around the 2-hour mark. And I asked, it was right when we started doing the overreactions. I asked everybody a question and I said, just tell me in a one sentence or as short as you can, why are we being so conservative around the quarterback position? And there was a lot of great answers, man. A lot of great answers. People were talking about it's the quarterback. Some people were saying it's the offensive line, the wide receiver core, the coaching staff, the offensive line, the offensive line, the offensive line. Everybody's talking about that line. So it's tough, man. A lot of good points made, though. I think it's a combination of things. But to see two coaching regimes do it back to back is interesting. Yeah, Tyrod was playing like he was in the schoolyard, though, for sure. He definitely was. You can win games like that sometimes. We saw the little share I did with Patrick Mahomes. He's doing crazy stuff in that Super Bowl. No Met says T Fox is coming. I like that. What are they going to do with Landon Collins? Nothing at this point. That signing seemed like it was kind of worthless. Jeff says I think we fill depth pieces in free agency for cheap. I think we build core players through the draft for long-term success. Yeah, and the one thing that's scary about that is like there's not much wide receiver talent out there in free agency. So, but as far as the other positions go on this team, you can build through free agency. And they're going to have a little bit more money this year to be able to work some free agent signings. So we'll see. Big Dash says Barkley's price has gone down, in my opinion. Too reliant on offensive line play to pay him like McCaffrey. Yeah. Yep. I'm right there with you, man. And I hope he wants to remain a Giant. I don't know what these players are thinking in their mind, but I do hope he wants to remain a Giant, man. That would be awesome for us moving forward. That would definitely be awesome for us. Man, we're going to have to get that 24-hour stream popping sometime soon, man. I think me and the beard I think we could tackle that. I really do. I really think we could tackle a 24-hour stream. This was fire, man. I woke up like extremely groggy today, man, and just feeling a little bit under the weather, and chopping it up with y'all today, man, was very enlightening, man. You know, to get y'all opinions on this, it was really awesome. And I'll get one more before we get up out of here. Mission Man said Jones lit it up his rookie year with a combination of turnovers, touchdowns, but a losing season. Yeah, the turnovers were major for him. You know, there was a stat that I used to keep in the bag. Daniel Jones, he had 19 fumbles his rookie year. 11 of them were lost. 6 of them were scooped and scored for a touchdown for the other team. You can't win games like that. You cannot win games like that. But, you know, it looked good. Some of the highlights look good. Shout out to the beard. He said we 100% could. Yeah, we should do that, man. And we should, like, do I know Bad Dog does streams for charity like that. We should do that. We should set that up. Definitely should set that up. Jeff said Judge and Kafka ruining Jones with the conservative play calling. Yeah. Roldy says, Awthentik, when's the next time you and the beard coming to NY? Man, we were going to try to pull up for that game versus, you know, this past Sunday versus the Commanders. I'll be in NY before the new year is over or before the new year hits. I got some work I'm doing out there with my homie from Coordinate Studio. So I'm coming up there to do some photography work and some cinematography work. So I'll be up there, man. I'll keep you in the loop. I'll hit you up on Twitter, man, and let you know. We should definitely link up, bro. That would be awesome. And let me see. Yo, Sebastian said Mike Kafka's Jason Garrett with the mask on. That's a bar. Christopher Tony said, be safe, y'all. I'm out. Shout out to Christopher Tony, man. We appreciate you rocking with us, bro. That was awesome. And I'm actually going to see my way up out of here as well, man. I definitely appreciate all y'all rocking with us on this stream, man. This was a cool one, man. Laid back. The numbers stayed pretty high throughout, man. We had 50 of y'all in the building. I saw some people come in, you know, throughout the middle mark and whatnot. I had the early people show up, rock out with us. 4.5 hours, man, pretty much here, talking some New York Giants football. And Roldy, I'll definitely let you know, man. You already know, man. And yeah, it was a good stream, man. Good way to get this game kind of, you know, off my chest, man. And got to talk about it tomorrow with the beard, man, at 7 p.m. We're going to talk about this game a little bit. And I'm going to chop it up with the beard, too, about the content moving forward for the rest of the year, man. We got a couple of ideas we wanted to hash out, man. And don't forget, we're going to be at the Green Lot E tailgating. That should be a real fun time. Y'all going to see Turned Up Awthentik because I'm turning up at that game. This might be the last time I could turn up in the season for real. So I'm going to turn up for show. We'll definitely be doing some content for that one as well. But again, man, salute to all of y'all in the chat. Y'all know what it is, man. Biceps on your way out, man. Keep living those dreams, man. Keep raising that bar because the universe flows in Technicolor and surround sound. This is going to put an end to the 4 hour and 23 minutes on a Week 13 edition of the Giant Overreaction, man. Y'all be good. Enjoy the rest of y'all weeks. Pull up tomorrow, man, 7 p.m. We'll be rocking out a little bit, man, talking about some NFC East football. Again, man, I appreciate y'all, man. This was good. Thank you for bringing y'all insight into this conversation, enlightening me on some things that I wasn't aware of, man. And we'll see how the New York Giants do moving forward, man. I'm crossing my fingers that we can finish this season out on a high note, man, and somehow make our way into the playoffs. But we shall see, man. Again, thank y'all for rocking with me, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Y'all be good, man. Peace.